Chapter 741 Immortal Zombie Discussion. Speaking of the door of the discussion hall, it had quite the origin. It was created by the founder of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. This predecessor's name was already lost in history, but his methods were simply divine. The door was filled with all sorts of Tao marks. Some people had guessed that consumable immortal GU were used on it. Only immortal zombies in Northern Plains could be acknowledged by the door, and would be able to push it open. If it was not someone who ascended to a GU immortal in Northern Plains, their immortal aperture world would have the heaven and earth chi of other regions. Once their hand is placed on it, they would be repelled. If one was a Northern Plains GU immortal, but not an immortal zombie, this door would heavier than a mountain, they would not be able to push it at all. Although Fang Yuan was not born in Northern Plains, after reaching Northern Plains, he had adapted to the environment and had ascended to an immortal in Northern Plains, thus this door did not hinder him at all. Dark Flow Giant City had expanded many times throughout history, but this door had been preserved intentionally. The members of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance were very confident in this door. When they heard Huang Quanwang's words, their gazes towards Fang Yuan became milder. Yin Lugong nodded. Huang Quanwang is right, you too, take a seat, you are just in time for the meeting. In addition, give Ji Yuyi some credit, he recommended a new member. According to the rules, he should be given 300 contribution points. Fang Yuan knew that recommending a new member had benefits, but after hearing this, he immediately turned his gaze towards Ji Yuyi beside him. Ji Yuyi felt ashamed when he was stared at, like he had taken major advantage. He pulled Fang Yuan's arm. Come, Brother Sha, sit beside me. Everyone saw this and felt a deeper impression of Fang Yuan's ignorance. In the discussion hall, the immortal zombies sat nearly in a circular manner. Only the direction that led to the discussion hall's door was left empty, forming a path for them to walk in and out. The other directions were filled with seats. These seats were not in one row, from high to low, there were 3 rows. The lowest row was for rank 6 immortal zombies, there were the most number of people on this row. The center row was for rank 7 immortal zombies, only a few were present. The highest row was empty, it was for rank 8 immortal zombies. Ji Yuyi dragged Fang Yuan with much enthusiasm towards his seat. His seat was not empty, there was a will there. The appearance of the will greatly resembled Ji Yuyi. Ji Yuyi waved his hand and the will entered his mind. He immediately asked Fang Yuan to sit down. The meeting is not always attended in person. If we are busy, we will use a will to participate instead of our main bodies. Brother Sha, do you have wisdom path GU worms? If you do not, I will give you one. Ji Yuyi said in a low voice. Of course I do, Fang Yuan replied. He expressed ignorance in relation to Zombie Alliance, but he did not want everyone to think that he was a complete newbie. The effect of wisdom path GU worms was common knowledge among GU immortals, he had to know them. Fang Yuan answered as he sat to the left of Ji Yuyi. The 2 seats beside Ji Yuyi were empty. There were so many seats, most of the immortal zombies were seated far from each other. Although there were more than 20 of them, most were wills, only a small number attended in person. Seeing that Fang Yuan and Ji Yuyi had sat down, Yin Lugong coughed. All right, now we will start the meeting. First, we will talk about the important affairs. Saying this, he pointed at the table. An image was shown, a spherical figure rose up from the center, turning into a volcano. This volcano was quite strange, it was short like a gourd. It shook intensely, spewing lava out at times. Above the volcano, thick smoke was rumbling, almost forming a dark cloud and blocking out the sunlight. The flame furnace has erupted, I'm sure everyone knows this. This is a troublesome affair, we have to settle this by suppressing it as soon as possible. The longer it is dragged out, the harder it is to deal with. Our initial assessment is, if anyone can successfully suppress the flame furnace, they will get 1,000 Zombie Alliance contribution points. Yin Lugong said. The immortal zombie began to converse with each other softly. Ji Yuyi introduced for Fang Yuan. This flame furnace is a great place for GU refinement, it is especially good for refining fire path GU worms. In the history of Zombie Alliance, there was once a refinement path immortal zombie who refined immortal GU in the flame furnace. But for the last few hundred years, we have not seen any refinement path grandmaster in Zombie Alliance. The flame furnace was left forgotten, at most the leader only used it several times, because it was unused, it was also not maintained, thus it is erupting more regularly. Fang Yuan nodded. Ji Yuyi continued. The flame furnace is extremely hot, especially the inner core area, it is like a sea of fire. Often when the issues happen, fire path immortal zombies would go. But the fire path immortal zombie has to have some refinement path background. They have to preserve or even fix the GU formation that was set up, otherwise, forceful suppression would destroy it, they might as well not do anything. If the mission fails, not only would they earn nothing, they might even lose out. Fang Yuan mentally understood this clearly. They had to be of fire path cultivation and have refinement path attainment, this resulted in very few eligible people. No wonder those in the hall only discussed it for a while before keeping quiet, turning their gaze towards a certain will in the hall. Yin Lugong broke the silence, he looked at the will, saying, in the past, leader went to suppress it personally, but now that leader is in Eastern Sea, within our zombie alliance, you are the most suitable person, craftsman Huoda. Huoda, what do you think? This red will thought about it before saying, my cultivation level is too low, it is very hard to suppress the flame furnace. But if everyone agrees, I will not reject it. Except that 1,000 contribution points is simply too low. Yin Lugong nodded. 1,000 contribution points is only an initial estimation, in that case, we will raise it to 1,200, are you willing to accept that? I am willing, Huoda's will said. Good, now, on to the second matter. Yin Lugong did not drag on, he changed the topic. A yaksha octopus has appeared in Earth Trench, it is wreaking havoc. It is seriously affecting our extraction of the black oil. A while ago, Dr. Yin Zan and Landlord Lei Yu were injured by this ancient desolate beast. If you can chase this beast away, you will get 1,000 contribution points. If you can kill this beast, you will be given 2,000 contribution points. Fang Yuan heard this and his heart jumped. The treasure that he wanted to take was deep within Earth Trench, and was guarded by a group of yaksha octopuses. This treasure was the reason why he joined Northern Plains Zombie Alliance now. In the circular area, the image of the volcano changed, it became an octopus monster, roaming around in Earth Trench. Large numbers of tentacles were moving around, causing waves in the thick black oil. Seeing this, the discussion hall became much quieter. It was not easy to deal with an ancient desolate beast. Not only did ancient desolate beasts have rank 7 GU immortal battle strength, the immortal zombie themselves were inferior to ordinary GU immortals, they had much to worry about. An intense battle carried great risks. If they could not gain something, they would return with a huge loss. Even if they won, they would need to weigh it with their condition before battling. Winning the battle, but losing out in terms of profits, they might as well not fight. All of the immortal zombies here were astute. Seeing no answers, Yin Lugong turned his head towards Dragon Commander Yi Cha beside him. Dragon Commander, this yaksha octopus is compatible with your business, why don't you take on this task? But Dragon Commander Yi Cha shook his head, rejecting on the spot. I'll not hide it from you, I received Qin Bai Sheng's invitation and have planned to attend the auction. There are some items in the auction that I have been searching for years. Now is a crucial time, I cannot take the risk. But I am willing to hand out an additional 600 contribution points to this mission. Once he said that, many of the rank 6 immortal zombies' eyes flashed. Killing this yaksha octopus was not easy for rank 6 immortal zombies. But to force it to retreat, it would not be difficult for several rank 6 immortal zombies teaming up. But this mission only awarded 1,000 contribution points earlier, when split among them, it was too little. Now that Dragon Commander Yi Cha took out 600 contribution points on his own, some people were moved. Battling with an ancient desolate beast was risky undoubtedly, but as long as the benefits were enough, risks were not an obstacle. Immediately, 3 groups of people stated that they could accept this mission. The first 2 groups were alliances of rank 6 immortal zombies. The third was a single rank 7 immortal zombie. After some negotiations, this mission was taken by the rank 7 immortal zombie. Seeing that this troublesome mission was taken by someone, Yin Lugong sighed in relief mentally. Next is the last mission, it involves the Red Fiend Divine Boat. Red Fiend Divine Boat, Fang Yuan's gaze shined, he quickly thought of that glorious and huge flying boat that charged freely in the battlefield during the 5 regions chaotic war. Ji Yuyi beside him explained softly, you just joined Zombie Alliance, it is normal that you do not know. Red Fiend Divine Boat is a famous immortal GU house in history, it is very powerful. Earlier, a Northern Plains lone cultivator coincidentally obtained the entire recipe for the Red Fiend Divine Boat, but because he did not have the ability to refine it, he tried selling it everywhere. Leader tried to buy this boat's recipe, paying a huge price and buying about half of this recipe. Fang Yuan thought, this Northern Plains Zombie Alliance leader had quite the ambition. Immortal GU houses were more complete than immortal killer moves, they were the symbol of super forces. Basically, every super force owned an immortal GU house. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's leader wanted to obtain an immortal GU house. That was obviously an intention to elevate this branch to the level of a super force. We encountered some problems, Yin Lugong said in a low tone. The GU Immortal who sold the Divine Boat's recipe broke the agreement and did not want to deal with us anymore. He wants to sell the Red Fiend Divine Boat's recipe and the Core Immortal Goo's recipe in the auction for a good price. How will Zombie Alliance deal with this problem? The immortal zombies started discussing again. The auction again. These recent days, I have been extorted many times, all because of this auction. An immortal zombie was full of grievance, but it was not GUE. This GU Immortal has quite the guts, merely a lone cultivator but actually breaking the agreement with our Zombie Alliance. Kill him, we have to kill him, otherwise if news spread, all of our Zombie Alliance's face will be lost. Although Zombie Alliance is weaker than a super force, lone cultivators have no place to bully us. The immortal zombies shouted, most wanted to battle. Fang Yuan nodded secretly. Although immortal zombies had much to worry about, when huge benefits were involved, they would still dare to fight it out. But he did not favor Zombie Alliance's chances, because in his previous life, the force who controlled the Red Fiend Divine Boat was not them. Chapter 742 Earth Trench Black Oil. Chapter 742, Earth Trench Black Oil. The lone cultivator who sold the complete recipe for the Red Fiend Divine Boat was only rank 6 without any background. Eventually, the Zombie Alliance decided to send a rank 7 immortal zombie and 2 rank 6 immortal zombies to search for this person, in order to maintain Zombie Alliance's reputation. Of course, the most important reason was to obtain the complete recipe of the Red Fiend Divine Boat. But in truth, Zombie Alliance had already gotten most of it, only the few remaining core immortal GU recipes and the secret methods on how to coordinate the GU worms were left. Flame Furnace, Earth Trench, Red Fiend Divine Boat. After these 3 matters were settled, the atmosphere in the discussion hall was relaxed. Yin Lugong continued, pointing at the table, next, we will talk about other matters. His finger tapped the table, emitting a buzzing noise. The immortal zombies looked at the formerly empty space, as the image changed again, turning into 4 huge pillars. On each of the pillars, there were lines of words moving around. Are there still any missions that have not been reported by everyone? Yin Lugong said. Everyone looked around, no one stood up. Missions could be turned in at any time, they did not need to wait until a meeting. GUE did not want to do the mission of guarding Old Earth Wood, but the time limit was not up yet. Handing in the mission early would cause some of his contribution points to be deducted. Very well, now you can put up your own requests, Yin Lugong said. Once he said that, the entire discussion hall became heated. Voices overlapped each other. They were talking about GU recipes for GU refinement, collecting certain materials, appraising a certain GU worm, getting information on certain matters. All sorts of requests were put up, with varying content. Fang Yuan spoke too. He wanted to ask for a method to get rid of his immortal zombie status, a method that could revive him. This caused much laughter around him. Brother Shah, you have not made an oath yet, you do not have a Zombie Alliance token yet, without contribution points, how can you put up a mission? Ji Yuyi reminded him. So that's it. Fang Yuan frowned. Don't be anxious, after the meeting ends, I will bring you to get your new identity token. This token can record all of the contributions you have done for the Alliance. Furthermore, your request is the request of all of us immortal zombies, you do not need to purchase it specially. Look at the few missions at the top. Ji Yuyi pointed at the ever-changing image. Fang Yuan's gaze turned around, and he saw that at the top of the mission board, there were several missions. One of them had much larger font than the rest. Selling the research results of how to get rid of the zombie status and regain life through generations of work in Zombie Alliance. Fang Yuan read it. There are prices stated there, but even the smallest research results need 20 contribution points. Ji Yuyi was very familiar with this information. In truth, every immortal zombie was very familiar with the details of this mission. What was the reason most immortal zombies joined Zombie Alliance? Was it not to find a method to get rid of their immortal zombie status and revive themselves? The reason for creating Zombie Alliance was also to research on how to revive immortal zombies. Brother Gu, are there any immortal zombies in Zombie Alliance who have revived due to these research findings? Fang Yuan asked again. According to rumors, there seems to be cases of it. Ji Yuyi said in an uncertain tone. Seems to be. Fang Yuan frowned. You have to know, a lot of the research findings here are priced at 1,000 contribution points or more to exchange them. After you join the Alliance, you have to sign an agreement and will not be allowed to sell these research findings on your own. Ji Yuyi laughed bitterly as he said. He saw Fang Yuan frowning even more deeply, stating, "You do not need to worry too much, at least I can guarantee that these findings are not fake. I had exchanged for one of them previously, it had great use. If you can obtain these findings, you will be able to step on the foundation of these predecessors, you will save much effort." Fang Yuan nodded. Zombie Alliance was an organization that responded to the mentality of the members. By using the research findings as the bait to keep the members working, almost no immortal zombies could stay away. Even if the immortal zombie exchanges for many findings, as long as they have not revived, they would still need to work for Zombie Alliance. The most amazing thing was that Zombie Alliance preserved some hope for the immortal zombies. Even if this research finding did not work, maybe the next one could help them to revive. Fang Yuan did not need to ponder upon it to know that the prices would be extremely high. They had to use an immense amount of contribution points to exchange for most of the research findings. But thankfully, the inheritance in Earth Trench was left behind by a great expert immortal zombie. There are research findings inside for the rebirth of immortal zombies as well. In my previous life, because Northern Plains immortal zombies obtained this, their battle strength surged rapidly. In fact, for a period of time, Northern Plains Zombie Alliance closed themselves away from the rest of the regions. It was even more powerful than the main branch, Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. The reason why Fang Yuan entered Northern Plains Zombie Alliance was to obtain that inheritance. Fang Yuan had little interest in working hard normally and accumulating contribution points slowly in order to exchange for the research findings in Zombie Alliance. After all, the time and effort expended was too much. After a while, the discussion hall became silent again. All the immortal zombies had put up their missions and stated the contribution points for them. Everyone's gazes were fixed on the image in front of them, some were looking around while others were thinking. Yin Lugong continued to direct the meeting. "We will now issue missions. Do it one by one, do not be noisy. First, it will be the mission of feeding the ancient desolate beast Half-Moon Qilin in Zombie Alliance. I'll do it, I'll take this mission. I want to compete for this mission." The moment Yin Lugong spoke, several immortal zombies responded, fighting for this mission. Ji Yuyi explained to Fang Yuan softly, "The Half-Moon Qilin is an ancient desolate beast, it is not easy to feed. But its pregnancy period is about to end, it is going to give birth to a Half-Moon Qilin soon. These young Qilin are born as desolate beasts. As they grow up, they would develop into ancient desolate beast Half-Moon Qilin. Many members in Zombie Alliance are trying to take advantage of this. They want to be close to the young Qilin to gain an advantage, making it their own, and establish a strong relationship between them before paying the contribution points." So that is it. Fang Yuan understood, so this was the reason. No wonder so many people were fighting over the mission. After all, the Half-Moon Qilin would grow into an ancient desolate beast after maturing. It had battle strength equivalent to rank 7 GU immortals. Even Fang Yuan was slightly moved. But he was only moved, he had just arrived and had a secret motive. Blindly contesting now would attract unnecessary animosity and attention, it was not good for him. Regarding the Half-Moon Qilin's feeding, everyone fought over it intensely. Eventually, Yin Lugong lowered the contribution points of this mission to 300, before some people gave up and the sole winner emerged. Feeding the Half-Moon Qilin was not an easy task. Sometimes, when the Qilin has a bad temper, ordinary rank 6 immortal zombies could not handle it, they might even get injured. Most importantly, when the Qilin is pregnant, it would feel great pain, it would damage the surroundings to divert its attention. This was a dangerous process. Just 300 contribution points made many immortal zombies back out. And even if the Half-Moon Qilin was born, the immortal zombie feeding it would only be the first to establish a relationship. This was only a head start. When they truly competed for it later, they would still need to bid a high price. After the mission of feeding the Half-Moon Qilin, was a mission to gather Ruyi fungus. Ruyi fungus collection area is between Zombie Alliance and Lu tribe. Every year, when the Ruyi fungus ripes, the two forces would split them. But because Lu tribe's power is bigger, they would take advantage of us. The difficulty of this mission is on that point. An immortal zombie with high cultivation level is needed to hold the ground, but they cannot be too overbearing. Ji Yuyi explained. With Ji Yuyi beside him, it was much more convenient for Fang Yuan. This mission was also quite popular. It fell into the hands of Granny Yuan. This immortal zombie old lady not only had rank 7 cultivation level, she was also closely related to Lu tribe. With her presence, Lu tribe would not go overboard. Next is a request from the Superforce Yao tribe. They want us to provide another immortal zombie for Yao Huang to do research, to improve his healing immortal GU. The remuneration for this request is quite a sum. Yin Lugong said. Seeing this mission, most of the immortal zombies showed an indescribable expression on their faces. Letting someone else do research on them, it was quite hurtful to one's pride, they would lose face. But on the other hand, the researcher was Yao Huang, one of the 5 great rank 8 GU immortals in Northern Plains. Furthermore, the reward for this mission was truly profitable. Everyone looked around, they did not speak. Yin Lugong expected this scene, he smiled lightly as he looked at Fang Yuan. I wonder if Sha Huang is interested in this mission. Fang Yuan immediately shook his head, giving a forced smile. I have no interest. He had too many secrets on him, simply the 2 apertures alone could not be easily exposed. Yin Lugong nodded, no longer urging him. But his intention, other than to probe Fang Yuan's personality and foundation, was to induce some of the other immortal zombies to make a move. As he expected, soon, several immortal zombies spoke up, wanting to accept this mission. These few people competed, but their voices were not loud, they spoke softly with expressionless faces. After all, being used as research material was very damaging to one's reputation. Ji Yuyi was beside Fang Yuan, explaining this to him. Fang Yuan knew the situation of these immortal zombies, they were those bottom-tier immortal zombies, because they were stuck between reputation and benefits, they chose the latter. The following missions were of all different aspects, there was a huge number of different missions. There was a mission requesting the Super Force Yuan tribe to return an immortal GU. Back then, Zombie Alliance's leader had loaned an immortal GU to Yuan tribe. Before the leader went to Eastern Sea, she instructed them to urge Yuan tribe to return the immortal GU. But Yuan tribe had long exceeded the loan period, yet they refused to return it. Zombie Alliance would send members there every year to request for it, but they had always ended in failure. Not only did Yuan tribe find excuses for themselves, they even chased away Zombie Alliance members using force when the situation escalated. Initially, no immortal zombie wanted to take this mission. Yin Lugong had to raise the contribution points and it was finally accepted by someone. There were also requests for purchasing glass soil and diamond soil, missions to capture beast groups or collect souls. The final mission was related to Fang Yuan. It came from Fairy Li Shan, who was looking for souls everywhere for the production of Guts GU. She even went to Zombie Alliance. The most popular mission was to enter deep into Earth Trench and collect black oil. Black oil was extremely helpful to immortal zombies. Spreading the black oil in the dead aperture could slow the speed of the disintegration of the Blessed Land. In the outside world, or to other GU immortals, it was a very useful GU refinement material that was widely used. It had a huge market. Black oil from Earth Trench was the most important trading item in Zombie Alliance. It was akin to the sale of Guts GU for Fang Yuan. But the scale of the black oil trade was much larger than the Guts GU trade. Every time immortal zombies went deep into the Earth Trench to extract black oil, other than handing up the amount required by the mission, they would keep the rest for themselves. Thus, the profit of this mission was publicly recognized as among the best for immortal zombies. As a result, almost everyone fought for this mission. Fang Yuan wanted to compete for it as well. If he could enter Earth Trench through this and secretly take that inheritance, it would be ideal. But it was a pity that he had just arrived. He did not have the Zombie Alliance token yet. It was not wise or realistic to fight for it blindly. Furthermore, this mission had a time limit too. Fang Yuan was busy with the Auction and Refinement Path Convention. He did not have time to deal with this mission. Eventually, this mission was taken by 3 immortal zombies. In winning the 3 spots on this mission, not only would these 3 victors not have any contribution points as rewards, they even had to pay several hundred contribution points to Zombie Alliance. From this, one could see how profitable the extraction of black oil was. Chapter 743 Harboring Malicious Heart. Chapter 743 Harboring Malicious Heart. Black oil is valuable in itself, but as it can delay the shrinking of blessed lands, its value is a level higher to immortal zombies. Fang Yuan pondered inwardly. He was also coveting the black oil. His blessed land was constantly disintegrating and a lot of space inside had already dissipated. Black oil was similarly useful to him. However, he needed to go through Zombie Alliance to get this black oil. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's main headquarters, Dark Flow Giant City, was located above the entrance of Earth Trench and they used much of the Alliance's strength to guard this entrance. Zombie Alliance sent large amounts of black oil out every year, but they had fixed quantities sold for this. There were few goods but the demands were high. It was completely a seller's market like the business of Guts GU, thus Fang Yuan could not meddle in this aspect. He had allied with Fairy Li Shan and He Lu Lan, but their force was too small and could not match with super forces. So I need to make my move from inside Zombie Alliance. Accepting this task is one way. Fang Yuan engraved the mission of gathering black oil in his mind. The conference continued. The conference hall had dim lighting. Even if most of the over 20 immortal zombies had participated with their wills, it still seemed dark and gloomy. The whole conference continued for close to a day and a night. Fang Yuan participated in the whole process, roughly understanding the position of Zombie Alliance in Northern Plains. Roughly speaking, Zombie Alliance's position in Northern Plains was only slightly lower than Super Forces. But from the missions, one could see the Righteous Path Super Forces were clearly in tacit agreement to suppress Zombie Alliance. Zombie Alliance had a much more cooperative relationship with Demonic Path GU Immortals, especially with Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, a Demonic Path headquarters in Northern Plains. Zombie Alliance could be considered both a righteous and a demonic force. This position was related to the higher-ups. Zombie Alliance's higher-ups were all immortal zombies. There were almost no immortal zombies that did not want to regain their living states. These immortal zombies came from all walks of life with all sorts of identities when they were alive, and after death, they gathered for similar purposes. As long as it was related to the goal of revival, Zombie Alliance would be interested and do everything possible to get it. This infringed upon many of the Righteous Path's interests, and many methods that could not be exposed openly in the Righteous Path, Zombie Alliance also frequently used. This led to another characteristic of Zombie Alliance: they had a lot of members but they also had a loose structure. There were over 20 immortal zombie level members in Zombie Alliance. Even Snowy Mountain Blessed Land could not compare to this amount. Even if immortal zombies were weaker than living GU immortals, over 20 of them was a great power, and if they were to truly be united, they would have already been a super-level force. However, Zombie Alliance's barrier for entry was low. This could be seen from Fang Yuan's admission to the Alliance. The immortal zombies had varying origins and it was very difficult for them to be united. This was the reason there were many cases of immortal zombies being extorted by GU immortals recently. After the conference ended, Fang Yuan left behind a malicious will in the conference hall. He then followed Ji Yuyi to another hall, where he received his Zombie Alliance token. This token not only represented his identity, it also recorded Fang Yuan's contributions to Zombie Alliance. Besides the token, there was also a set of information path Mortal GU used to transmit information of tasks from Zombie Alliance, information about new members or members leaving the Alliance, or important information like the death of the members. Ji Yuyi wanted to take his leave, and suggested for Fang Yuan to stroll around Dark Flow Giant City. Now that Fang Yuan had the token, he could freely move around Dark Flow Giant City. However, Fang Yuan did not let go of him and dragged him around, walking and chatting, probing out some information from him. Fang Yuan focused on inquiring about the leader of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. She was a female immortal zombie called Blazing Heaven Demoness. Her cultivation was rank 8 and her behavior was tyrannical and rampant. Her battle strength was especially prominent. Fang Yuan asked how it was prominent and Ji Yuyi replied one sentence which allowed Fang Yuan to understand. Her lifespan had not reached its end, but she intentionally turned into an immortal zombie just to break through. Most immortal zombies were GU immortals that were on their last breaths and had no other choice. Naturally, there was many other methods other than to turn into immortal zombie for GU immortals on their last breaths. Like Wood Path GU immortals turning into treemen. However, these methods often had limitations. For instance, Strength Path GU immortals and Fire Path GU immortals could not turn into treemen. Turning into an immortal zombie was the most common method which could be done by GU immortals of every path. This Blazing Heaven Demoness was not someone who had no choice but to turn into an immortal zombie, instead she had done it intentionally. It was to make a breakthrough and increase her battle strength. If one thought just a bit, what was the extent of the increase in battle strength, the extent of the breakthrough, that made Blazing Heaven Demoness not hesitate to turn into an immortal zombie? Clearly, the extent of this breakthrough was sure to be extremely high and shocking. There is a rumor going around Zombie Alliance. It is said that the leader already has a method to revive. In the midst of the conversation, Ji Yuyi lowered his voice and carefully told Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled. This rumor was not groundless, since she turned into an immortal zombie of her own accord. Who is to say she did not have a method to revive herself? Fang Yuan was able to extract much useful information from Ji Yuyi. Combined with the information Fairy Li Shan gave him and his own experiences, Fang Yuan was able to quickly gain a rough idea of Zombie Alliance. Ji Yuyi still had the mission of guarding Old Earth Wood, and finally bade farewell to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan also left soon after. Before leaving, he climbed high and looked at the giant gully being guarded below Dark Flow Giant City. The giant gully was like the bloody mouth of a vicious beast, quietly opening up in the dense darkness. This was the entrance of Earth Trench, which was strictly guarded by Zombie Alliance, Yin Lu Gong, Dragon Commander Yi Cha and Huang Quan Wang. 3 rank 7 immortal zombies took turns in watching over it. Fang Yuan was using 100 Li to observe this clearly. He knew that following deep into this entrance, the gully would expand by tens of times and even hundreds of times. Earth Trench was extremely grand, with such large space that it would not be a problem to contain innumerable dark flow giant cities. It was also extremely deep and dark. Zombie Alliance still had not explored its true depths. One day, I will explore deep inside and take the inheritance, adding it to my foundation for a much brighter future. But now is not the time, Fang Yuan inwardly said. Even if he had not transformed into an immortal zombie, he would have tried all sorts of methods to get this inheritance. Fang Yuan retracted his gaze, his body rapidly rose higher and left Dark Flow Giant City like a large bird. After flying a huge distance, Fang Yuan finally left the darkness covering Dark Flow Giant City and saw the bright sunlight again. He changed his direction and flew high up in the sky before he finally confirmed there were no pursuers. Only then did he land down in an inconspicuous forest, arranged Mortal GU and activated Fixed Immortal Travel. Jade green light flashed and he disappeared from the spot. The Mortal GU left behind moved about, removing as many traces of the Immortal GU aura as possible. Fang Yuan returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. While waiting for news from Fairy Li Shan's end, he started researching the Wisdom Path Killer move, harboring Malicious Heart. This mortal killer move was not meant for attacking. Instead, it used Wisdom Path methods to transform a GU Immortal's heart, causing the heart to be filled with Wisdom Path Dao marks inside and out, turning into a malicious heart. If it succeeded, not only could it use one's blood essence to automatically create large numbers of malicious wills, it could also reduce the amount of malicious wills consumed by a large extent when Fang Yuan used them to ponder. Unfortunately, this mortal killer move might be good, but it fit a normal GU Immortal. Fang Yuan was a Strength Path Immortal zombie, his heart was already filled with Strength Path Dao marks and he was not a Wisdom Path GU Immortal. The crucial point was his physical body was already dead, and was unable to nourish malicious will with his blood essence. Even transforming his heart into a malicious heart was an enormous barrier. Although Fang Yuan could not use the killer move harboring malicious heart, he was able to gain much inspiration from its workings. In particular, the inner contents of the killer move had several similarities to a killer move Fang Yuan obtained previously. This killer move was Poison Breath, which he obtained from Fairy Li Shan. Poison Breath killer move could let poisonous breath be emitted each time one breathed, and as it accumulated, it could injure enemies. And harboring Malicious Heart could let every heartbeat transform blood essence into malicious will. There were indeed similarities between the two. I am not a Poison Path GU Immortal, and I am lacking in a Wisdom Path foundation, but since there is a common point, I might as well use Wisdom GU to test it. Northern Plains, Feng Xian Grotto Heaven. In the guest hall, the rank 8 GU Immortal, Prince Feng Xian, was sitting upright, while Fairy Li Shan and Qin Bai Sheng bowed, requesting to leave. Go, I have many Immortal GU that do not suit my path and need to be exchanged in the auction. You both are holding a good event for Northern Plains, preventing many fights and massacres, very good. Prince Feng Xian allowed them to leave, his tone full of encouragement. Lord Prince being unable to be present at the auction is truly a matter of regret for all of Northern Plains GU Immortals. Fairy Li Shan flattered. Prince Feng Xian shook his head. There is nothing to be done about it. I was mediating the heaven and earth chi in my immortal aperture when I was forced to come out because of the immortal GU. Now, it is the crucial time to manage my immortal aperture world, I cannot go out. But when the time comes, I will send someone to represent me. Yu Lan, send them off. 2 attendants were standing beside Prince Feng Xian, these 2 were actually rank 6 female GU Immortals. One was cool and refined like ice and snow, the other was delicate and beautiful, like a yellow flower in a lush valley. At Prince Feng Xian's command, that cool and aloof female GU Immortal stood up and first bowed to Prince Feng Xian, before saying to Qin Bai Sheng and Fairy Li Shan, "Guests, please follow. We have troubled Swordmaster Yu Lan." Qin Bai Sheng and Fairy Li Shan did not dare to be conceited, and quickly replied. This Swordmaster Yu Lan was famous in Northern Plains. She cultivated Sword Path, and though her cultivation was only at rank 6, her battle strength was very strong and moreover, she had Grand Master attainment in Sword Path. Swordmaster Yu Lan led the 2 in silence. The 3 walked along a long corridor and through several doors before they finally stepped out of the entrance of the Grotto Heaven and returned to the world of Northern Plains. Swordmaster Yu Lan, Please stay, you don't need to send us off any longer. Qin Baisheng politely said. His cultivation level and battle strength were higher than Swordmaster Yulan, but the latter had one of the few rank 8 GU immortals of Northern Plains behind her, he naturally would not be arrogant. Swordmaster Yulan nodded and closed the entrance of the grotto heaven. Once the entrance was closed, there was no strangeness in the sky and there was no difference between the sky and the surroundings. Fairy Li Shan let out a breath of cloudy air. We have paid visit to 5 rank 8 powers and also came to an agreement with all of them using Mountain Pledge GU, and have successfully invited them. Now, the situation is set, the auction is a certain event. It is all thanks to Fairy's Mountain Pledge GU. Qin Baisheng with a smiling expression. Saying this, he took out an Immortal GU and handed it to Fairy Li Shan. As per the agreement, this is the remuneration to Fairy. Qin Baisheng said with sincerity and gratitude. Fairy Li Shan was moved, the auction had yet to start, but Qin Baisheng already gave the remuneration to her in advance. Even though Fairy Li Shan had seen a lot and had done dealings with all sorts of GU immortals, right now, she could not help but inwardly praise Qin Baisheng's social conduct. Chapter 744 Vaguely Familiar Face. Chapter 744, Vaguely Familiar Face. Then I shall not stand on ceremony. Fairy Li Shan laughed, receiving the Immortal GU. She inspected it and placed the Immortal GU into her Immortal aperture. This matter has been settled, we should split up and meet half a month later. Half a month later was the agreed date to hold the auction. The location was in Qin Baisheng's Baisheng Blessed Land, it was situated inside Crimson Reed Marsh. The two immortals went their separate ways on the spot, choosing different directions as they flew. Not mentioning Fairy Li Shan, who was using Moving Perspective Cup GU to contact Fang Yuan while she traveled right now. After Fairy Li Shan and Qin Baisheng left, someone appeared in the entrance hall of Feng Xian Grotto Heaven. This person was dressed in a red and white robe, standing straight like a spear or sword. His eyebrows were sharp like swords, a divine light was flashing in his eyes. Under his amicable appearance, he was unbelievably self-confident, he had the disposition of a roaming, fierce dragon. His lips were curled up into a gentle smile, he was very gentlemanly but also domineering. His arms were behind his back, he faced the rank 8 Prince Feng Xian with no pressure on his face, as if they were of equal status. But from his unconcealed aura, he was merely a rank 7 GU immortal. Even Qin Baisheng could not help but lower his head when facing Prince Feng Xian. Prince Feng Xian looked at this person as his attitude also changed, he was no longer mildly arrogant like when he faced Qin Baisheng and Fairy Li Shan, he really acted as if the two were of the same level. This rank 8 GU immortal spoke. Feng Juzhe, have you really decided to take my place and join this auction? The rank 7 GU immortal dressed in a red and white robe smiled as he nodded, that is exactly the case. Prince Feng Xian frowned. You became an immortal in Central Continent, the heaven and earth chi of your immortal aperture world come from Central Continent, it is different from Northern Plains. There are powerful experts going to the auction, even rank 8 GU immortals will be present. If you are discovered, it would be terrible. You have to know, all of Northern Plains GU immortals are furious right now, they are trying to find the culprit who caused the downfall of Imperial Court Blessed Land. Before Dongfang Chongfan died, he deduced that the culprit is not from Northern Plains, but from the other regions. If your identity as a Central Continent GU immortal is discovered at this time, it will have huge implications. When Prince Feng Xian said this, he did not hide it from the two GU immortal attendants. The two female GU immortals, including Swordmaster Yulan, had no change in expression when they heard this. Feng Juzhe laughed brightly. Prince, don't be anxious, look at my method. Saying so, a bright light flashed on his body, as his appearance changed. Prince Feng Xian gasped lightly, while Swordmaster Yulan, who had a cold attitude, stared with wide-opened eyes. The other female GU immortal, named Liao, opened her mouth as she looked repeatedly between her female companion and Feng Juzhe. It turns out, Feng Juzhe transformed into an exact copy of Swordmaster Yulan, he resembled her perfectly, as if they were twins. What method is this? Prince Feng Xian smiled, praising, not only is the outer appearance flawless, you even disguised your Dao marks, they really resemble sword path Dao marks. Your aura is also no different from any Northern Plains GU immortal. This is vaguely familiar face. Feng Juzhe said the answer. So that's it, no wonder, no wonder. Prince Feng Xian realized, he then exclaimed, only thieving heaven demon Venerable could produce something so mystical and breathtaking. Feng Juzhe nodded. Unfamiliar face, vaguely familiar face, and familiar face, this series of killer moves originated from thieving heaven demon Venerable. The former is a mortal killer move, it is nothing much. Vaguely familiar face is an immortal killer move with 3 immortal GU as the core, among them are 2 transformation path immortal GU, when used, deception will truly be hard to tell. I obtained this killer move long ago in a chance encounter, but it has a flaw, that is, I need acting skills. If I act poorly, my tone could expose flaws in my transformation. As for familiar face killer move, there is no such flaw. Even if the acting is not precise, others will not feel sudden strangeness, it can even affect other people's perceptions and mentalities. Even if you transform into a non-existent person, others will still feel like you are their friend or acquaintance. Feng Juzhe explained. The immortals realized now why Feng Juzhe transformed into Swordmaster Yulan out of everyone here. That was because this woman barely spoke normally, there was not much acting skill needed to disguise as her. Prince Feng Xian nodded over and over. Rank 9 Venerables are all incredible geniuses, their methods are out of this world. With this move, I will not be afraid of you getting exposed. Feng Juzhe laughed arrogantly. Even if I get exposed, who can stop me from leaving? Prince Feng Xian thought about a few days ago when he sparred with Feng Juzhe, he could not help but smile, praising, that is true, your immortal killer move has incredible power, even I, a rank 8 GU immortal, would not want to take the hit directly. Feng Juzhe, your reputation is well deserved, you really have the power to roam freely in this world. Feng Juzhe cupped his fists, speaking with sincerity. It is nothing compared to senior brother and junior sisters, you chose to ascend to Immortal in Northern Plains for the sake of Spirit Affinity House's major task, staying hidden here for hundreds of years, I am truly full of admiration towards you. Prince Feng Xian's expression turned dark, he clenched his fist as he said, it is a pity that someone used our methods before I activated our plans, taking the fruits of our labor. This is definitely the doing of someone in the 10 ancient sects, don't let me find out who it is, otherwise HMPH. The truth was, the great Prince Feng Xian, one of the few rank 8 experts in Northern Plains, was actually a spy sent by Spirit Affinity House. Spirit Affinity House made a huge move. In order to set up Prince Feng Xian, Spirit Affinity House undoubtedly gave up a lot of benefits in Central Continent. If Spirit Affinity House had one more rank 8 GU immortal stationed in Central Continent, they would be able to fight for more benefits when contesting with the other 9 sects. But Spirit Affinity House was the leader of the plan to topple 88 Truyong Building. To complete this plan, they had to send Prince Feng Xian to Northern Plains. In Fang Yuan's previous life, Prince Feng Xian might have made many contributions and provided much help for the Central Continent GU Immortals to destroy 88 Truyong Building. But in this life, Prince Feng Xian had not done anything yet and the plan was already ruined. The culprit of this matter, the immortal zombie Fang Yuan, was already in Langya Blessed Land. He borrowed Mountain Pledge Immortal GU. Of course, he borrowed it for a fee. Fang Yuan paid Fairy Li Shan 3 Immortal Essence Stones for this. 3 was an extremely good deal due to their relationship, if it were another person, Fairy Li Shan would not casually lend it even if they paid 10 Immortal Essence Stones. Lending Immortal GU carried risk. There was an example right here, Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's leader, Blazing Heaven Demoness, lent Yuan Tribe an Immortal GU. Blazing Heaven Demoness was out in Eastern Sea, thus Yuan Tribe had been holding on to this Immortal GU, refusing to return it to Zombie Alliance, who had been asking every year. After using Mountain Pledge GU to make an agreement with Langya Land Spirit, more than 10 coffins emerged from the cloud soil with a cry from Langya Land Spirit. These coffins were oozing with immortal auras, they were pure white as clouds, on the surface there were clouds forming and breaking down, it was the manifestation of a certain immortal killer move. After opening the coffin, the sleeping GU Immortal could be seen inside. In each coffin, there was a GU Immortal captive. A total of 13 coffins, that was 13 GU Immortals. Even though Fang Yuan was mentally prepared, after seeing this number, he was still shocked. So many captives. Fang Yuan opened his eyes wide, he displayed a somewhat exaggerated expression. Langya Land Spirit laughed smugly, he loved to see Fang Yuan shocked, he shook his head as he said, who am I? Think about it, these GU Immortals were simply courting death, they dared to attack my blessed land. Selling them as the punishment they deserve. Fang Yuan looked at Langya Land Spirit deeply. On the surface, there were only 12 desolate beasts in Langya Blessed Land. To defend against the 3 waves of attacks from a mysterious force, the group of desolate beasts was insufficient. Langya Land Spirit's true methods were likely to be his prized Immortal GU collection. I have some ideas, the number of Immortal GU in Langya Blessed Land definitely exceeds the number of Immortal GU I have. Also, it seems that among his immortal GU, or among the immortal killer moves that Langya Land Spirit owns, at least one of them has the ability to capture GU immortals. Fang Yuan thought. Such a number of captives was not normal. Most of the GU immortals who attacked were captured, only a small number died from battle. Fang Yuan looked at the coffins one by one. He saw some familiar faces, like the three Wahai immortals, Loner Hong Yu, and Gui Wang. As for the others, Langya Land Spirit introduced them to him. There was the Metal Path GU Immortal Tai Jiazi, Enslavement Path GU Immortal Great Immortal Shui Shang, Wood Path GU Immortal Mu Dian Kang, a famous lone cultivator in Northern Plains, Carefree Four Sages, and a Rank 7 GU Immortal, Wu Hao, known as Rushing Thunder Hand. He had Rank 7 middle tier battle strength. Fang Yuan's horizons were broadened, be it his previous life or this life. This was the first time he had seen so many captives of such strength gathered together. It was as if the GU immortals were not worth anything, they were like cabbage sold in the market. Fang Yuan's joy gradually faded, and he showed some worry and solemnness. To be able to gather such power and attack Langya Blessed Land multiple times, this mysterious force hidden behind the scenes made Fang Yuan's heart shudder. The moment I sell them, I will become a thorn in that mysterious force's sight. Fang Yuan touched the coffin as he sighed. But before such huge profits, no matter how strong the mysterious force was, Fang Yuan had decided to do it. He was not someone afraid of trouble, someone afraid to take risks. He was a person in the demonic path, he was a risk-taker. If he chose to not take the risk, that meant that the benefits related to that risk were not enough to move him. Fang Yuan asked Langya Land Spirit, "You had interrogated them intensely, using many methods, did you have no gains from it?" Langya Land Spirit waved his hand, "None. These GU immortals were gathered due to various reasons. There were three crucial people who contacted them and organized the attack, while also providing information on Langya Blessed Land. But these three GU immortals have already died in battle. Even though I controlled my attacks, I could not stop their deaths. After they died, the situation became a little strange, their souls perished completely, I could not even find a fragment of their souls." Towards the end, Langya Land Spirit gradually frowned. Fang Yuan frowned as well, looking at the GU immortal captives sleeping in the coffins, he was silent. Chapter 745 Incomplete Immortal Move. Chapter 745, Incomplete Immortal Move. Fang Yuan planned to bring all 13 cloud coffins back to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Because they had made the mountain pledge, not only did Langya Land Spirit not stop him, he even gave Fang Yuan 8 mortal killer moves. These killer moves are the key to unsealing the immortal killer move Sleeping Cloud Coffin. Remember the order that I told you, that is the only way to unlock the coffins, otherwise, it will be destroyed along with the GU immortals inside. Before Fang Yuan left, Langya Land Spirit instructed him. Fang Yuan nodded, memorizing all of the mortal killer moves. These mortal killer moves had no names, their only use was to act as the key to opening the coffins. But towards Cloud Path GU immortals, it had some reference value. Tai Bai Yunsheng had cultivated Cloud Path on the side. Fang Yuan planned to give these mortal killer moves to Tai Bai Yunsheng for reference. Fang Yuan brought the 13 GU immortal captives back to Hu Immortal Blessed Land successfully. He first summoned Hu Immortal Land Spirit and asked for the latest news. Hu Immortal Blessed Land was doing well. Hu Immortal Land Spirit had been steadily doing what Fang Yuan had instructed her. She was progressively selling the rockmen in the Blessed Land and buying some fox groups. Hu Immortal herself was an enslavement path GU immortal skilled at manipulating fox groups to fight. Her immortal aperture, Hu Immortal Blessed Land, was most suited to raise fox groups. By following this route, eventually, desolate beast-level fox groups would appear. It was a huge benefit. The profit was even higher than 3 transactions of Fang Yuan's Guts GU. But this method took a long time to see effect, it needed a long, sustained effort. Hu Immortal was a lone cultivator, she was in a terrible state back then. After several earthly calamities, her finances collapsed, her losses could not be recouped and her battle strength fell, eventually dying in the hands of the Blue Charm Lightning Shadow. The GU Immortal's immortal aperture would experience calamities and tribulations at certain intervals. It was like rounds of challenges that strongly limited the number of GU Immortals in the 5 regions. There was another huge obstacle, that was the limitation of lifespan. Back then, Hu Immortal had Danghun Mountain, she wanted to use this unique resource to generate great income for herself. Her method was a wise choice. Even though raising fox groups was in line with the proper management of Hu Immortal Blessed Land, the effect took too long to nurture. The longer it took, the more accidents could occur. Especially when Hu Immortal's circumstances were getting worse by the day, she could not afford to develop slowly. However, she did not have wisdom GU, she could not think of a method like using airsac GU, she could only use the guts GU to raise the number of rockmen and sell the rockmen. Fang Yuan had used this method before, there was not much benefit and it was very troublesome. The rockman market was saturated, why would it be as profitable as directly selling guts GU? Eventually, Hu Immortal failed and died in the earthly calamity. The fortune she left behind assisted Fang Yuan. At the crucial moment, it provided him with immeasurable help. Hu Immortal blessed land could be said to be Fang Yuan's initial startup fortune, the foundation of his rise. In his past life, Fang Yuan destroyed Hu Immortal blessed land in order to kill Feng Jin Huang. In this life, he became the owner of Hu Immortal blessed land. This was a wondrous contrast. Right now, since Fang Yuan could sell guts GU directly and had enough money, he could start to develop Hu Immortal blessed land again, going on the proper path that even the previous owner, Hu Immortal, could not accomplish, slowly accumulating fox groups and raising desolate beast foxes. This business was a long-term plan. Fang Yuan was in no rush, and he was not looking for short-term profits in this aspect either. After looking over the situation of Hu Immortal blessed land, Fang Yuan placed his attention on Immortal Crane Sect and Combat Immortal Sect. Hu Immortal blessed land was Immortal Crane Sect's subsidiary force in name, he had to pay some attention to Immortal Crane Sect. As for his younger brother, Jiu Fang Zheng, who was inside Immortal Crane Sect, Fang Yuan had stopped paying attention to him long ago. A mere mortal GU master, even if he was rank 5, what could he do? Just like back then on Qingmao Mountain, as long as he did not hinder Fang Yuan's path, he would not even bother to stomp on him. He was too busy. Mortals were like ants, there was no need to waste time and effort to stomp on them. That dear brother of mine is probably dead now. Fang Yuan had a guess. Earlier, Fang Zheng had used Mutual Sense Immortal GU to connect with Fang Yuan. This allowed Fang Yuan to gain much information, learning about Fang Zheng's predicament and seeing that he was in a blood pool and the sad sight of demon flowers growing on his body. During this period of time, Immortal Crane Sect's situation was quite calm. They successfully resolved the problem of Great Heavenly Sword Sect. Great Heavenly Sword Sect had a newly emerged third GU Immortal and was ready to get rid of their status as a subsidiary force of Immortal Crane Sect. Immortal Crane Sect was a righteous sect, even though their strength greatly exceeded Great Heavenly Sword Sect, because of the rules of the righteous path, they could not attack forcefully, they could only recruit the GU Immortal in Great Heavenly Sword Sect. Eventually, they succeeded in recruiting a GU Immortal in Great Heavenly Sword Sect, it was that new third GU Immortal. Great Heavenly Sword Sect controlled limited resources, it was tough enough to provide for 2 GU Immortals, a third was too much for them. The newly advanced GU Immortal was given alluring conditions by Immortal Crane Sect, joining them in the end. Great Heavenly Sword Sect lost the crucial person and their strength fell, they no longer had the foundation to detach from Immortal Crane Sect, they could only sign the subsidiary contract once again. However, even though Immortal Crane Sect stabilized the situation in the northwest area, they were heavily suppressed in the reincarnation battlefield. Lei Tan, who was the GU Immortal stationed there, was heavily injured, he had no choice but to return to the sect to recuperate. Reincarnation Battlefield was the publicly recognized #1 battlefield killer move in the world, it was set up by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable himself. The 10 great ancient sects had taken control of this area for many years, engaging in fierce competition. Immortal Crane Sect's attention went back to the reincarnation battlefield again, for the time being, they had no energy to think of new ideas to deal with Hu Immortal Blessed Land. He Feng Yang, who was in charge of taking down Hu Immortal Blessed Land had been busy recently in trying to find a way to heal his beloved 9 Palace Crane, Little 9. This was undoubtedly good news to Fang Yuan, he could attend the auction in peace without caring too much about Central Continent. Fang Yuan paid attention to Combat Immortal Sect next. From some unimportant-looking news from Combat Immortal Sect, Fang Yuan sensed something strange. This news could deceive the other 9 great ancient sects for the time being, but to Fang Yuan, who was aware of the inside story, he could tell what was going on. It seems that Combat Immortal Sect has indeed deployed the battle strength of GU Immortals to attack Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. Fang Yuan thought. What he did not know was, after he left, Immortal Monkey King Shi Lei was trapped inside Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. Combat Immortal Sect sent 3 GU Immortals to reinforce him, but after they entered Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, they met with some obstacles as well. In this case, the Dream Realm in Starry Sky Grotto Heaven has been exposed to Combat Immortal Sect. The dream realm of star constellation Immortal Venerable has a connection to the predictions of Great Dream Immortal Venerable. Combat Immortal sect will definitely attack the grotto heaven in secret. I have to make good use of my time, the advantages of my rebirth are shrinking rapidly. Fang Yuan felt a sense of urgency again. Ever since he started selling Guts GU and had made contact with all the large and small forces in Central Continent, it had become much easier for him to gather information compared to before. But this information was very general, there were no secrets involved. It could not compare to Fairy Li Shan's intelligence, those that came from Northern Plains. Fang Yuan did not mind this at all. Many GU immortals placed importance on collecting information. Every year, they would invest a huge amount of funds to search for critical information or to sustain the avenue of their source of information. But Fang Yuan did not need it. He saved a huge sum from this, because with his rebirth advantage, he had a lot of intelligence about his previous life. Compared to the information that these GU immortals obtained through hard work and resources, it was much more comprehensive and important. After confirming the situation around Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan was at ease. He looked at Tai Bai Yunsheng's letter as well as He Lu Land's situation. Tai Bai Yunsheng was currently exploring Yu Lu Blessed Land with Shark Demon and some others. Immortal GU landscape as before had completely restored Yu Lu Blessed Land's entrance. It made Tai Bai Yunsheng gain the favor of the others, and he successfully mixed in with the exploration group. As for He Lu Lan, she had recently undergone tribulation. GU immortals faced calamities and tribulations once in a while. Rank 6 GU immortals faced one earthly calamity every 10 years. 10 years was not in terms of the time of the 5 regions, it was the time in the GU immortals' immortal aperture. Because the branch of the river of time was different in every immortal aperture, the time flow was also different when compared to the outside world. He Lu Lan went through immortal ascension with the great strength true martial physique. She obtained a super-grade blessed land. The flow of time in her blessed land was extremely fast, even faster than Tai Bai Yunsheng who was a time path GU immortal. It was at 1 to 38. That was to say, 1 year in the 5 regions would be 38 years in He Lu Lan's blessed land. During this time, she would need to undergo 3 earthly calamities, with only 2 years left until the 4th. More than half a year had passed in 5 regions' time since the destruction of Imperial Court Blessed Land. He Lu Lan's blessed land had already undergone 2 earthly calamities, this was the 3rd. Each tribulation was a trial, but He Lu Lan had Fairy Li Shan's help, and with several immortal GU in her possession, if she met with any real difficulties, she could ask Fang Yuan for help. No news from her currently meant good news. After confirming the situation of the people around him, Fang Yuan had no more reservations, he fully committed to his plans. He calculated, only half a month was left until the auction. In Hu Immortal Blessed Land, because the flow of time was 5 times as fast, that was approximately slightly less than 2.5 months. The transaction of Guts GU had to continue. At the same time, Fang Yuan planned to use the light of wisdom to try to follow up on that burst of inspiration that had emerged earlier. Time passed quickly, 2 months went by in Hu Immortal Blessed Land's time. Fang Yuan came out from the underground cave with a satisfied look. He had made great achievements in using the light of wisdom for deductions this time. He successfully fused the details of Poison Breath and Harboring Malicious Heart to form a new, incomplete immortal move. Fang Yuan named it Poison Spit. Using Immortal GU Woman's Heart as the core, it was called Immortal, but this was not complete yet, because each time it was activated, large amounts of poison would remain in the body, causing backlashes due to the toxicity. Thus, this was only an incomplete move. With my immortal zombie body, I can activate Poison Spit 3 times. More than that, and the remaining poison would be able to kill even my soul. The 2 killer moves are the crystallization of my wisdom path and poison path attainment. It is a solid foundation. With the unlimited inspiration brought about by the light of wisdom, I could use this foundation to create something new. Fang Yuan had already used the light of wisdom many times. The more he used it, the more he felt the benefits and convenience of the light of wisdom. He could tell that wisdom GU had immense value and an even more incredible effect. Chapter 746 Joyful News, A Way to Escape the Zombie Body. Chapter 746 Joyful News, A Way to Escape the Zombie Body. A few days later, Tai Bai Yunsheng returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Fang Yuan met with him and saw the joy in his eyes, saying, "Old Bai, it seems that you have obtained something great in this journey to Eastern Sea." Tai Bai Yunsheng laughed heartily. "Junior brother is sharp as ever, that is right. Guess what gains I made this time?" Fang Yuan said in curiosity. Fairy Yulu was a female attendant of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. She cultivated Earth Path and Water Path. She was skilled in defense and healing. I know about the group that you went with to attack the Blessed Land. Did you unexpectedly succeed in one try and manage to take down Yulu Blessed Land? In truth, Fang Yuan did not think well of the prospects of Tai Bai Yunsheng's trip. Tai Bai Yunsheng's expression turned stiff. He sighed. So junior brother did not expect us to succeed. You were right after all. In this attempt, we attacked the Blessed Land for 7 days and 7 nights, but we were defeated by the land spirit and suffered huge losses. A GU immortal nearly died, but I used man as before immortal GU to save this person. Oh, Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows. He knew about the value of man as before immortal GU. Once Tai Bai Yunsheng exposed this GU, his value would greatly rise among this group of people. As expected, Tai Bai Yunsheng continued. After my man as before immortal GU was exposed, I gained a lot of attention and respect. Next, Shark Demon invited me enthusiastically to go to Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance as a guest. Why would I dare to go to other people's base all alone? Thus, I rejected him. In the end, Shark Demon and 2 other immortal zombies hosted me in Haishi Blessed Land, and during the banquet I heard an important piece of news. Saying so, Tai Bai Yunsheng paused, halting his words as he looked at Fang Yuan with shining eyes. Fang Yuan laughed mentally. He followed his intention and asked, what important news is it? For you to leave me hanging like this? Tai Bai Yunsheng's expression was solemn. He said, it is a method that can revive you, junior brother. It is a method to break free of your immortal zombie body. Oh, Fang Yuan's eyebrows rose. He had made no progress after joining Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. To think that Tai Bai Yunsheng would make more progress before Fang Yuan even gained anything. What method is it? Fang Yuan asked. Tai Bai Yunsheng said, Shark Demon has a wife called Su Bai Man. She is also an immortal zombie. A long time ago, she obtained a time path immortal GU from an opportunity after defeating strong foes. Its name is Time Anchor. This GU can leave a mark in the river of time, even though that is useless on its own. When paired with other time path immortal GU, the effect is incredible. Fang Yuan heard this and understood what Tai Bai Yunsheng was going to say. His eyes shined, but they quickly dimmed. Old Bai, I understand what you mean. I've heard of Time Anchor Immortal GU long ago. If paired with your landscape as before, it can indeed make a mountain or river be restored to a certain period in time. If used with man as before, it can theoretically send a target back to their body condition at a certain time period as well. But the requirement for this is, Time Anchor Immortal GU has to leave a marking in advance. That is correct. My man as before Immortal GU can only go back by an instant in time, but with Time Anchor Immortal GU, we can exceed that limit of a single instant. Junior brother, with this method, you might be able to get rid of your immortal zombie status. Tai Bai Yunsheng was excited. Tai Bai Yunsheng's words were not wrong. GU are the essence of heaven and earth. They each have one effect, all being different. Immortal GU are unique. Although they are powerful, they have weaknesses and limitations. Man is the spirit of all beings. They were most skilled in wisdom and creation. Using a combination of different GU worms, they could raise the overall effect and make up for the respective GU's weaknesses. With Time Anchor Immortal GU's assistance, man as before Immortal GU can break free of the single instant limitation, but, Fang Yuan shook his head, continuing, the coordinated usage of 2 Immortal GU is not as simple as just using them. Many Mortal GU are needed at the same time. In fact, other Immortal GU might also be needed, in order to form an Immortal Killer move. Time Anchor and man as before can indeed coordinate theoretically. But you do not have a corresponding Immortal Killer move. I think Shark Demon is providing you such hospitality because he wants you to help them, to contribute man as before so that they can research the Immortal Killer move, right? Tai Bai Yunsheng nodded continuously, praising, junior brother is smart, you guessed accurately, that was indeed the case. It is a pity, it is a pity. Fang Yuan shook his head again. A pity what? I think this method has high hopes. Tai Bai Yunsheng looked at Fang Yuan uncertainly. Old Bai, you should know, the fact that I have become an immortal zombie has long since been set in stone. Maybe Shark Demon and others had used Time Anchor Immortal GU before becoming immortal zombies, and left a marking in the river of time, but I did not. Thus, even if you research this killer move successfully, it is useless for me. Fang Yuan sighed. Tai Bai Yunsheng laughed. Junior brother, your concern is right. But I have good news for you, that is, Su Bai Man and Shark Demon had not used Time Anchor Immortal GU to leave a marking. Oh, back then, Su Bai Man forced back her enemies and obtained Time Anchor Immortal GU, but she did not know its usage. Su Bai Man was heavily injured at that time, she had no choice but to become an immortal zombie. After Shark Demon learned about this, in order to accompany his wife, he became an immortal zombie even though he had ample lifespan. Years after the two became immortal zombies, they finally learned about the origin and usage of time anchor immortal GU. So that's it. Fang Yuan's expression changed. Getting a mysterious immortal GU and spending a few years or even over 10 years to learn about the origin and use of it, this was quite common. Previously in Imperial Court Blessed Land, Fang Yuan obtained many immortal GU as well, but he did not dare to test them recklessly. Thankfully, there was Lang Yao Land's spirit to clear up the information regarding those GU. Tai Bai Yunsheng continued. When they found out about the use of time anchor GU, they were in deep regret, but it was too late. I had the same concerns as you, junior brother, and asked them during the banquet. Shark Demon and the other immortal zombies mentioned another method, that was Spring Autumn Cicada. Oh, Fang Yuan had a curious but suspicious expression. Spring Autumn Cicada is that mystical GU. Legends say that it can travel up the river of time, and return to the past. But that has never been confirmed. Tai Bai Yunsheng did not suspect anything. Spring Autumn Cicada is not reliable, mentioning Spring Autumn Cicada was only as an example. Shark Demon was trying to say that even though they missed the timing to use time anchor immortal GU, if they could use immortal GU like Spring Autumn Cicada, they could bring the GU immortal in front of the river of time. By then, using time anchor immortal GU to leave a marking upstream, one could use man as before immortal GU successfully. I think that this method has a high chance of success. Fang Yuan shut his eyes slightly, he fell into deep thought and did not speak. What Tai Bai Yunsheng did not know was, Fang Yuan in front of him was the owner of Spring Autumn Cicada. Be it Shark Demon or Tai Bai Yunsheng, they were not familiar with Spring Autumn Cicada, they only knew about it from rumors. Fang Yuan thought, if I could directly use Spring Autumn Cicada, I would have used it. Why would I need to use an additional step with time anchor immortal GU? But this method, in theory, is possible. Fang Yuan had an agreement with Wisdom GU, in a way, he controlled Wisdom GU. He could rise up quickly despite being an immortal zombie, charge forward in over half a year, rapidly changing his situation and finances. Half of the reason was due to Wisdom GU. If Fang Yuan wanted to use Spring Autumn Cicada to be reborn and get rid of the immortal zombie trouble, he would have used it long ago. That is, leaving aside for now the failure chance of Spring Autumn Cicada. But during the Northern Plains journey, Fang Yuan was too weak. Even if he was reborn and did it again, there were too many variables. Fang Yuan did not even have a 5% confidence of getting greater benefits from it. The agreement with Wisdom GU was truly due to the perfect time and place, that moment was simply too unique. The rank 9 Wisdom GU was Fang Yuan's greatest profit. If he did not obtain Wisdom GU, there would be no better benefits in comparison. Other than Spring Autumn Cicada, there are other time path immortal GU. Like Looking Back Immortal GU and Vivid Recollection Immortal GU, they can allow a GU immortal to stand in the present and observe the past, except that the two have differences. Using Looking Back in the area of the old earth would allow one to see the former glorious scenery. Using Vivid Recollection Immortal GU would allow one to inspect their own past. By refining the two immortal GU together, one could obtain the rank 8 Immortal GU Extreme Past. The GU immortals can be drawn out and observe all that has happened in the past through the river of time. Fang Yuan deduced in his mind, if I had the Time Path Investigative Immortal GU Extreme Past, using it with the Time Anchor Immortal GU, I might be able to form a Time Path Immortal Killer move, standing in the present and marking the past. Next, I can use Man as before Immortal GU to return to my human body and restore my living state, without losing Wisdom GU. Of course, Extreme Past Immortal GU is just an example. There might be other Time Path Immortal GU that are more compatible with Time Anchor. Fang Yuan thought over it before opening his eyes. Old Bai, thank you. He thanked Tai Bai Yunsheng sincerely. Although this method is innovative, it would expend a lot of time, effort, and resources. It is at least a 100-year project. But it is a form of hope at least. We are like family, there is not need to say thanks. Tai Bai Yunsheng responded immediately. However, old Tai Bai understood what Fang Yuan was saying. He sighed as he continued, exactly, it is at least some hope. Even though it will take a long time, during this period, junior brother, you can use the black oil in Zombie Alliance to slow the destruction of your blessed land. Even though black oil is hard to get, with my cooperative relationship with Shark Demon, I will be able to get enough. Fang Yuan laughed. During the period when you were gone, I had already used a fake identity, called Sha Huang, and made my way into Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. So junior brother had such a plan. Fang Yuan continued. I want to attend the auction in Northern Plains, come along with me. This is the mortal killer move unfamiliar face, it came from thieving heaven demon Venerable. I have a few cloud path killer moves, you can take a look, aren't you cultivating cloud path now as well? Tai Bai Yunsheng received these killer move as a warm feeling emerged in his heart. When I was thinking about my junior brother's problems, he was also looking out for my benefits. Fang Yuan showed him the GU immortal captives and the deal he had with Lang Ya land spirit. Tai Bai Yunsheng was shocked, he said with worry and excitement, it seems that this auction will be a great show. I will go with you, it would be best if He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan also are there. They will definitely go, but although our alliance was exposed to He Chang, now is not the time to openly travel with them. Fang Yuan said. Junior brother makes sense. Tai Bai Yunsheng nodded. Chapter 747 Auction 1. Chapter 747, Auction 1. The mountain stood high above the clouds. On the peak, there was a mirror-like pond, reflecting the traces of clouds in the sky. This was Zhen Blessed Land, the headquarters of Northern Plains Yuan tribe. The surname Yuan was not rare, it was very ordinary. In southern border, eastern sea, western desert, it existed in all 5 regions. But in Northern Plains, the surname Yuan was much more significant, it represented a super force, a supreme authority. In the sky above the water, a white-robed old man was waving his spear, his aura was grand as he whipped up wind currents that moved the clouds. The old man was white-haired but greatly spirited, his body was moving around, sometimes fast as lightning, sometimes slow like a rock. With the spear in his hand, he extended it like a dragon's movement, it was very surreal. But regardless of how much commotion he caused, the lake on this mountain peak did not even have any ripples, it was calm like a mirror. The lake water had much life, the seaweed was moving without any currents in it. A large group of carps watched the white-robed old man wave his spear under the water, they were opening their mouths continuously as they spoke one by one. Old man Yuan, you danced pretty well, it was a good sight. These spear skills are not bad, you had a trace of Taoist spear's shadow. The spear was swept too greatly though, the angle was a little off. Hearing the carp's words, the old man stopped his movements, landing beside the pond. The long spear in his hands was still giving off a bright white light, it turned into a GU and went into his robe. Next, he paid respects to the carp in the pond as he inquired, may I ask, the horizontal sweep earlier, why was the angle off? You used too much strength. Too brutish, you lost your grace. Old man, you are too old and yet feisty, you should eat some seaweed to lower it. The carp spoke incessantly, criticizing with no restraint. These carps were not ordinary, their skin was white as snow, while their scales were black like ink. The black and white formed a clear contrast, there was no other color. People called them true martial carp, they were born from heaven and earth, each of them was a mutated beast king. The old man thought about it before raising his finger, using his arm instead of a spear, and practicing his moves. Is this okay? No, wrong, old man, you are so stupid. The carps spoke one after another, scolding the old man. At this time, a Yuan tribe GU Immortal, Yuan Kai, came running, hearing the true martial carp's criticism, he did not feel anything strange. He paid respects to the old man as he said dutifully, greetings to First Supreme Elder. The white-robed old man was Yuan tribe's first Supreme Elder, having rank 7 cultivation level with peak battle strength. Seeing someone come, he frowned unhappily, Junior Yuan Kai, why are you here? Didn't I say that when I am practicing my martial arts, I do not want anyone to disturb me? Lord, you instructed me earlier, so I am here to remind you not to miss the auction. Yuan Kai was extremely respectful. Oh, there was such a thing, I nearly forgot that means the auction is happening soon. Yuan tribe's first Supreme Elder patted his forehead. Yuan Kai laughed bitterly, Lord, today is the day of the auction. Ah, time flies so quickly, lad. Thank you for reminding me, when I return, I will reward you. Off I go. Saying so, Yuan tribe first Supreme Elder waved his sleeves and an immortal GU flew out of the pond. This GU was called human language, it could turn the words of beasts into human words. Human language immortal GU left, and the discussions of the true martial carps came to an end. One could only hear the slight bubbling when they opened their mouths. Yuan tribe first elder collected the human language immortal GU and flew away, turning into light. The carp group swam around one another, after some discussion, they felt bored and swam away. Yuan Kai looked at first elder's figure as he vanished into the horizon. First elder is still the same. He sighed, waving his sleeves at the pond. Winds blew and clouds moved, a thick white cloud covered and concealed this important place in Yuan tribe's territory. Magnolia pulp boat returns to the homeland of the lotus flower, singing in the hall lasts till late into the night. The lake reflects the willows surrounded by light fog, mountains far away resemble the contours of a beard that curls beautifully like a yellow moon. A scholar moved his head around as he held his scroll, sitting in a pavilion with lotus flowers in the water, he recited in this calm night, as wind blew and a fragrance spread. A female attendant was beside the scholar. Her facial features were picturesque, her skin was white like snow, she was holding a small vessel as she poured wine into the wine cup. After the scholar finished reciting his poem, he held his scroll as he looked at it while grabbing the wine cup on the table. He drank the wine without even looking at it. After gulping it down, he said, "Although the wine is good, there is not much left. During this auction, we should request for a few more jars from that person. Hong Shu, you will go with me on this trip, let Tian Shang stay here and guard the blessed land." "Yes, young master." The female attendant was overjoyed as she replied quickly. Ding ding ding. Immortal Gu heavenly gong's sound resonated in the mind of Gu Immortal He Lang Zi. He sat on the ground, opening his eyes as blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. This immortal Gu heavenly gong is very powerful. I had only activated 5% of its power, but my 5 intestines shifted and my blood flowed backwards, even though I had also been activating a top-tier defensive mortal killer move. He Lang Zi laughed sinisterly, his blood flow went back to normal, in a few breaths of time, it was like he had never been injured. Such power, I do not need to worry about the immortal Gu not being traded by anyone. He stood up and flew towards Crimson Reed Marsh. This is Crimson Reed Marsh. The scenery is great here. A rank 8 Gu immortal wearing a tall hat and with a common face was looking down at the Crimson Reed Marsh below him. But all he saw were reeds growing, with water pathways that were complex and interweaved, resembling a maze. What was most eye-catching here were not the water ducks, the gulls, or the fish, it was the crimson red reed. Countless reeds surfaced from the water vigorously, seemingly carrying grandness and boldness, they were imposing and expanded without restraint, with the attitude of a king, they subdued all of the living beings here and took them for themselves. The rank 8 Gu immortal observed before saying with some amazement, "This scenery has both delicateness and grandness, the outstanding nature is hidden deeply." Based on such a sight, this Qin Bai Sheng clearly is a meticulous person despite his grandness, he is unrestrained but also has a scheming mind. No wonder he could cause such a commotion and hold this grand auction. Esteemed guest has brilliant judgment. A rank 7 Gu immortal beside him nodded in agreement. Qin Bai Sheng's actions were truly the source of a huge commotion, it was a great method to protect himself. I, Murong Jin Xiao, admire his actions greatly. I am looking forward to it, this auction that involves almost all of Northern Plains heroes. The rank 8 Gu immortal greeted as the esteemed guest retracted his gaze, his tone becoming excited. Ha ha ha, Eastern Sea is rich in resources, countless heroes emerge from there. Esteemed guest is an overlord of a region, controlling the entire glass sea, although Northern Plains has many talents, there are few that are worthy of receiving your compliment. Murong Jin Xiao said respectfully. From his words, it seemed that this mysterious guest was not a Northern Plains Gu immortal, he came from Eastern Sea. Brother Qin, we meet again. Fang Yuan cupped his fists, greeting Qin Bai Sheng. Ha ha ha, Brother Sha, I have been waiting for you. But I did not expect you to come directly from Fairy Li Shan's side. Qin Bai Sheng was very enthusiastic, he grabbed Fang Yuan's arms, like he really regarded him as a brother. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yun Sheng went together, they did not travel in Northern Plains, instead, they entered Fairy Li Shan's blessed land and used Whole Earth Gu to reach Bai Sheng blessed land. With their earlier agreement and the Mountain Pledge Gu, Fairy Li Shan's and Qin Bai Sheng's blessed lands had been set up with a pair of Whole Earth Gu, allowing them to connect. Fang Yuan brought the 13 sleeping cloud coffins and arrived in the blessed land through this path, meeting Qin Bai Sheng once again. There's no choice. I have such valuable treasures with me, with my low cultivation level, I can only come here through this method to reduce the risk. Fang Yuan purposely laughed bitterly. Don't be humble brother, you are so well hidden, your depth is unfathomable. With just you and Fairy Li Shan's relationship, who would dare to target you? Qin Bai Sheng said respectfully. No matter how good you are, there is always someone better than you. But if I have brother's battle strength, I would have no fear. Fang Yuan quickly replied, in terms of interpersonal skills, he was not inferior to Qin Bai Sheng. I wonder who this is. Qin Bai Sheng turned around, looking at Tai Bai Yun Sheng who was next to Fang Yuan. Right now, Tai Bai Yun Sheng had used unfamiliar face and turned into an ordinary old man. His appearance was very different from before. This is my good friend, Gu Immortal Bai Sheng. Fang Yuan introduced fearlessly. Bai Sheng, forgive my ignorance, I did not know that a person of your caliber was hidden in our northern plains. Qin Bai Sheng took the initiative to greet. No, I am flattered. Tai Bai Yun Sheng quickly responded. Qin Bai Sheng brought Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yun Sheng to the auction hall. For this auction, I purposely altered my blessed land to form this huge auction hall. Qin Bai Sheng introduced. It is quite extraordinary, there is a very magnificent aura, as expected of Brother Qin's setup. Fang Yuan smiled as he praised. Qin Bai Sheng showed a hint of worry and doubt, saying, I have no choice, many huge forces and countless experts in northern plains were all invited to this auction. As the person in charge, if the auction is too run down, I will be offending them. Honestly speaking, there had been a huge pressure on me these recent days, I could barely sleep. Thankfully, with Brother Shah, the blessed lands will definitely be a popular item when up for auction. I can't wait to see that commotion. I wonder if you have many. Fang Yuan did not say a number, only smiling as he said, Brother Qin, you can be at ease about it, no need to worry. Haha, of course I'm not worried. Qin Bai Sheng's gaze flashed. Since he could not probe the answer, he changed the topic. In this auction, I have the main hall, single rooms, and secret rooms. The main hall can allow free interaction, the single rooms are for those Gu immortals with strange temperaments or who enjoy being alone. The secret rooms will hide everything about the Gu immortal's identity. These three arrangements have been written in the Alliance content long ago. Brother Shah does not need to worry that I have done some tricks behind the scenes. I wonder which location Brother Shah would choose. These three locations, can they be swapped at will during the process of the auction? Fang Yuan asked first. Of course, but if a secret room is already occupied, unless the owner agrees, nobody can get in. Qin Bai Sheng answered. Then I will choose a secret room. Fang Yuan said. I will choose a secret room too. Tai Bai Yun Sheng followed behind. Qin Bai Sheng nodded. The first 9 secret rooms have been booked already. I'll give you the 10th and 11th rooms respectively, how about that? Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yun Sheng had no reason to say no. After they entered their secret rooms, Bai Sheng Blessed Land opened its entrance and invited many Gu immortals in. Chapter 748 Auction 2. Chapter 748, Auction 2. In the secret room, Fang Yuan was playing with the Gu worms in his hands. These mortal Gu were owned by Qin Bai Sheng, but currently they were lended to the secret room's owner, thus Fang Yuan could activate them. He activated his primeval essence and tried to inject it, as the environment in the secret room changed at once. It seems that Qin Bai Sheng really put in some effort. Even though it is a secret room, it is like a small world, and here, it is larger than a garden. These mortal Gu can be used to change the environment. It can become a mountainous or river-like area, or even become an ocean or lake, a pavilion or a terrace. As Fang Yuan continued to use the Gu, the environment in the secret room continued to change. At times, it was a lush mountain and he was at the peak of the mountain in a pavilion. At times, there were huge rivers and he was in a boat docked at the side of the river. Of course, these changes were just illusions, they were not real. If they were real, such terrain-changing abilities would definitely come from immortal Gu, he would need to spend a lot of immortal essence. Fang Yuan retrieved the Gu worms and browsed one with his mind. This east window Gu had many of the auction items listed in it, they were all precious treasures. Fang Yuan was dazed upon seeing the huge catalog. Some of the auction items had the conditions written in the description. Other than using immortal essence stones to bid for them, one could also trade for them using resources. Evidently, these resources were what the owner of the auction item were looking for. Fang Yuan swept through the content of the list and focused on the latter portion. This portion's information listed a variety of immortal Gu. They had all sorts of effects and were from all kinds of different paths. The information on how to trade these Gu were all written on the back. Unlike the previous content, immortal Gu were unique, they could not be bought using immortal essence stones. This rule was practically set in stone, even during the 5 regions chaotic war it was still in place. Thus, to buy an immortal Gu, one needed to use another immortal Gu as the price. Fang Yuan's focused his mind and quickly saw that his immortal Gu were also listed there. There were 4 immortal Gu, Rising Azure Cloud, Worldly Wave Trace, Calamity Beckoning, and Delight in Water and Mountain. The former 2 were Movement Immortal Gu, one was Cloud Path and the other was Water Path. They were incompatible with Fang Yuan's Strength Path. Although Tai Bai Yunsheng cultivated Cloud Path as well, he was a Time Path GU Immortal. Rising Azure Cloud was also not suitable for him. As for Calamity Beckoning Immortal GU, it was rank 7, but the effect could be said to be harming oneself. It was practically a luck path suicidal weapon. Even though Fang Yuan had conceived some uses for it, if he could exchange it for other Immortal GU, that would be more worthwhile. The final one was Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal GU. It could produce huge amounts of joyful will. But Fang Yuan was already prepared to mass-produce Malicious Thought GU. In that case, it could replace the use of joyful will. He might as well put it up for auction and see what Immortal GU he can get from it. If there is no suitable trade, he could just take it back. After the 4 Immortal GU, Fang Yuan naturally listed the conditions for exchanging them. What was worth mentioning was that these 4 Immortal GU were all put up using Fairy Li Shan's channel. He was not associated with them. Even though Calamity Beckoning Immortal GU was quite troublesome to sell and might even attract trouble, if it could be traded for a useful Immortal GU, the benefits exceeded the cost. If he missed this golden opportunity, he might not have an equivalent one for several hundred years, until the 5 regions' chaotic war. Fang Yuan was a vigilant person, but he was also resolute. When he needed to take risks, he would not cower in fear and doubt. Other than these 4 Immortal GU, I still have Spring Autumn Cicada, Cleanse Soul, Connect Luck, Woman's Heart, and in a way Wisdom GU. Fang Yuan counted. He needed these remaining 5 Immortal GU. He would not put them up at the auction, or even give any chances of exposing them if possible. Spring Autumn Cicada's actual effect would only be known by the user. Even though there was a chance of failure, Fang Yuan obtained a lot of benefit from it and gained much experience. He could not do without it. Even with Wisdom GU in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Spring Autumn Cicada was still his biggest trump card. Fang Yuan had already decided that Spring Autumn Cicada would remain as his vital GU in his first aperture. In the future, if he had a chance, he would choose Time Path in undergoing Immortal Ascension. Cleanse Soul Immortal GU was the core of the Immortal Killer move Myriad Self. Although it was hungry and could not be used, he would not sell it. Connect Luck Immortal GU could make up for Spring Autumn Cicada's weakness. Fang Yuan had already experienced the power of Luck Path. He would not let go of this Immortal GU. Wisdom GU was out of the question. If he took it out, it would cause a huge commotion and make countless people go after his life. As for Woman's Heart Immortal GU, it was originally something Fang Yuan wanted to get rid of. But due to a coincidence, Fang Yuan deduced the Poison Spit Killer move. This Woman's Heart Immortal GU was its core, and was now placed at the right part of Fang Yuan's chest. It was like a heart, beating continuously. It was small like a baby's fist. It looked purple-black and was surrounded in poisonous energy. It was already connected to Fang Yuan's bloodstream. Every time he breathed, the zombie blood would flow slowly, carrying the poison and circulating in Fang Yuan's body. From this point, one could see traces of the Wisdom Path Killer move, harboring Malicious Heart. But the Mortal GU assisting Woman's Heart were like a GU formation for reverse refinement. Through reverse refinement, they were extracting Woman's Heart's strength. This was due to Immortal GU Woman's Heart's special property, refinement and nurturing in one. This GU needed the hearts of women to feed it. After it is full, the more it is fed, the stronger the poison. Right now, Fang Yuan was using a reverse refinement process to draw out that poison. Man is the spirit of all living beings. Although Woman's Heart is a consumable Immortal GU, and would be expended in one use normally, through his own method, and combining it with other GU worms, it could be used repeatedly by extracting its power slowly and continuously. Poison Spit is only an incomplete Immortal move, it needs to be improved later. With Wisdom GU, it should not be a problem. Fang Yuan gathered his thoughts as he put down the East Window GU. He willed and the view in front of him became clear. Fang Yuan could see the auction hall. The auction was split into the main hall, single rooms, and secret rooms. Fang Yuan could not see the latter two, he could only see the main hall. Right now, on the seats in the main hall were more than 20 GU Immortals. They were talking openly without fear of eavesdroppers. Old Liu, it has been a while, I trust that you have been well. Oh, Qing Zanzi, you have gone through the second heavenly tribulation already, right? I am ashamed, my foundation is too weak. I was scared and have placed my blessed land in the outside world of Northern Plains these recent years. After spending a lot of resources and borrowing a Time Path Immortal GU, I have slowed the flow of time in my blessed land. Right now, I still have one heavenly tribulation cultivation. The earthly calamities are hard to survive, the heavenly tribulations are even harder obstacles. You are very stable and careful, not taking huge risks. This is a very safe method. Shi Yuyan, you are here too. Your words are too funny. If you, Wu Rong, can come, why can't I? HMPH. The grudge of you snatching my GU back then, I will take revenge. Just you wait. He, I know this immortal GU is suitable for your use, but I am going to auction it, let's see if you have the ability to bid for it. Some GU immortals were catching up on old times, some were building relationships, but there were others with great animosity, they were like barrels of gunpowder. At this moment, a white-robed old man walked into the main hall. Haha, there are quite a number of people. The white-robed old man was Yuan tribe's first supreme elder, he looked around and laughed heartily. His laughter soon attracted the attention of the people in the hall, as talks became softer. Fang Yuan directed his gaze as well. This first supreme elder of Yuan tribe was a rank 7 GU immortal, the leader of the super force, Yuan tribe, of Northern Plains. He had exemplary battle strength and financial power, he was a strong contender in this auction. Qin Baisheng was standing at the entrance inviting guests inside, he went up and paid his respects. It is truly my Baisheng blessed land's great fortune that Lord Yuan is here to grace our auction with his presence. Don't call me Lord, call me by my name, Yuan Rangzun. Yuan tribe's first supreme elder saw Qin Baisheng and his eyes shined, he patted Qin Baisheng's back with much enthusiasm. Long ago, he had fought with Qin Baisheng, the latter's strength had gained his acknowledgement. But, I had some gains after practicing my spear skills recently, is there any time we can spar once again? Yuan Rangzun's changed the topic and he showed his true nature as a martial arts fanatic. Senior Yuan's Dao Mark spear arts are still vivid in my memories. I wonder if Senior Yuan would like to sit in the main hall, or get a single room or a secret room. Qin Baisheng laughed, he did not reply to the invitation. Give me a single room. Yuan Rangzun knew that now was not the time for this, he thought about it and gave his response. Just as Yuan Rangzun stepped into his single room, a handsome scholar walked into the auction with a female GU immortal following behind him. Unfettered scholar came too. The gazes of the GU immortals in the main hall were attracted again. I had heard that Unfettered Scholar has great luck with women, having 2 GU immortal attendants, named Tian Shang and Hong Shu. I wonder who came with him. Many male GU immortals turned around to look at the female GU immortal. She wears a red dress that looks like fire, it should be Fairy Hong Shu. If it was Fairy Tian Shang, who was born with a certain fragrance, the main hall would have already been filled with fragrance if she was here. A certain GU immortal who knew a lot about them said with much enthusiasm. Fang Yuan's mind rapidly went through the information. This unfettered scholar was a lone cultivator, he had quite a few obstacles in life. His ancestors were not from Northern Plains, he came from a clan in Central Continent that had gone downhill. Central Continent was full of sects, it was tough for clans to survive. If they could, they would cross the regional walls and live in the other 4 regions. Alone in another region, Unfettered Scholar's clan was ostracized and lost a lot of their strength, they were barely surviving in Northern Plains, their situation was turning worse. After several generations, they had finally mixed into Northern Plains, but at that time, they were on their deathbed, like a dying old man. By Unfettered Scholar's generation, the clan had already been thoroughly destroyed. Unfettered Scholar brought along his 2 attendants and they escaped for their lives, living a tough life. In their most difficult moments, even though they were in danger of dying, Unfettered Scholar had never abandoned his 2 attendants. Eventually, he obtained an opportunity and became a GU immortal. After becoming an immortal, he spent a lot of money and effort to make his attendants immortals as well. This was quite a story in Northern Plains GU immortal world. Be it Yuan Rangzun, Unfettered Scholar, or the other GU immortals, they each had their own exciting stories, they were the main characters of their own legendary tales. GU masters who were able to become immortals naturally were exemplary characters. Before this auction had even begun, before all of the GU immortals had entered, brilliant heroes and geniuses had already appeared like shining stars in the sky. Chapter 749 Auction 3. Chapter 749, Auction 3. Brother Qin, go ahead with your work, we can choose a room for ourselves. Unfettered Scholar waved to Qin Baisheng as he spoke in a tone that revealed his close relationship with Qin Baisheng. Next, Unfettered Scholar walked away slowly, into a room with Fairy Hong Shu. After he left, more GU immortals arrived, some chose single rooms, but most chose the main hall. As for those who chose the secret rooms, they entered through secret channels, into their respective rooms. This could not be seen from the main hall. Although Qin Baisheng is a lone cultivator, he has great strength and yet shows great respect for people, he has a wide network in relationships with many experts. Tai Bai Yunsheng transmitted from the 11th secret room. This was the first time he had met Qin Bai Sheng, yet he had a high evaluation of the man. Fang Yuan looked at the hall as he analyzed. It is not entirely Qin Bai Sheng's credit. Earlier, when 88 Truyong building collapsed, Northern Plains GU Immortals obtained many Immortal GU, they need to trade them and satisfy their own requirements. There is also the essence of the luck path true inheritance. In addition, with Imperial Court blessed land's destruction, Northern Plains' situation has rapidly changed, all the super forces need to establish new rules. Because of this specific timing and situation, the auction could become so huge. Qin Bai Sheng and Fairy Li Shan were able to invite rank 8 GU Immortals not only as a result of their own reputations. As time passed, more and more GU Immortals arrived. In the hall, GU Immortals were talking and created lots of noise. Although GU Immortals were powerful and had unlimited primeval essence, capable of crushing mortals, they were busy with managing their immortal apertures and had to make lots of preparations for the calamities and tribulations. They had very limited time. Furthermore, the world was huge and GU Immortals were small in numbers, it was rare for them to interact with each other. Especially an opportunity like this which gathered so many GU Immortals, it was very rare. GU Immortals needed to interact, they placed great emphasis on their social network. Immortal GU were unique. Often, GU Immortals needed to borrow Immortal GU to settle their problems. Furthermore, the economy of this world was not developed, many precious resources could not be bought using Immortal Essence stones, they could only be traded with rare goods at times. This auction gathered almost all of the GU Immortals in Northern Plains. Such an opportunity to interact was extremely rare. In the main hall, GU Immortals talked and exchanged information. Even several enemies had their grudges temporarily mediated and resolved. GU Immortals were so rare, their social network was only so big. If one was not a friend, they would be an enemy, even if they were a stranger, they would still be connected somehow in this social network as long as they talked about their friends. After Unfettered Scholar, an old man carrying a walking cane walked into the auction hall slowly. Qin Bai Sheng saw this and his expression brightened, he quickly walked forward and paid respects. Qin Bai Sheng pays respects to Lord Yao Huang. Yao Huang, one of the 5 rank 8 GU Immortals in Northern Plains. The hall was silent, many GU Immortals could not sit any longer, they stood up and greeted. Lord Yao Huang, you are my benefactor, please accept my respects. If not for Lord Yao Huang, I would still be injured now. Lord Yao Huang, do you remember me? I am Xiao Si, who searched for the bean sprout worm for you back then. Even the GU Immortals who were in the single rooms walked out and greeted Yao Huang. Hello everyone, good day, good day. Yao Huang had an amicable expression as he nodded, he did not put on airs and was not acting arrogantly. Like Tai Bai Yun Sheng, Yao Huang was a healing GU Immortal and was famous in the righteous path, he had a pure Huang Jin bloodline, being the first supreme elder of the super force, Yao tribe, he had a lofty reputation in Northern Plains, it could be said to be the highest of the 5 rank 8 GU Immortals of Northern Plains. Stories regarding Yao Huang was numerous, they would take more than 3 days and 3 nights to read. The following story was closely connected to Fang Yuan, it happened decades ago. Yao Huang created a new healing Immortal GU, for the last 100 years, he had been asking for immortal zombies in Zombie Alliance to do experiments on them. As his research got deeper, Yao Huang had some results and actually managed to turn himself into an immortal zombie. Many GU Immortal experts were unable to learn about the truth. They were deceived and thought that Yao Huang's lifespan was almost used up, forcing him to become an immortal zombie. Yao Huang thus proclaimed that he wanted to join Zombie Alliance. At the same time, Zombie Alliance's leader, Blazing Heaven Demoness, already had left and entered Eastern Sea. Without the leader, Zombie Alliance only had Yin Lu Gong and the other 2 rank 7s to guard the headquarters. No one in Zombie Alliance could expose Yao Huang's methods, but at the final moment, he lost to the entrance of the discussion hall. No matter how Yao Huang pushed it, he could not open the door, this made the immortal zombies only able to look at each other in dismay. Eventually, Yao Huang could not get in and could only laugh loudly, removing his disguise and explaining the truth. Even though he had lied to everyone, he had a great reputation and high cultivation level, none of the immortal zombies dared to offend him. In the end, they even sent him back courteously. Just as Yao Huang walked in, Yin Lu Gong arrived as well. Oh, little Lu, Yao Huang looked back and greeted. Junior pays respects to Lord Yao Huang. Yin Lu Gong had a flattering expression as he went up and greeted. Right now, Zombie Alliance took up the mission just in time, that immortal zombie came to Yao tribe and my research was not held up. Speaking of which, it is all thanks to the cooperation of your zombie alliance. Yao Huang thanked while smiling. I am flattered, it is our honor to work with Lord Yao Huang. In the future, when Lord Yao Huang succeeds in the new healing immortal GU, it would benefit the GU immortals in Northern Plains as well. Yin Lu Gong was skilled at social relations, he spoke appropriate words. Yao Huang stretched out his wrinkled arm, grabbing Yin Lu Gong. Come little Lu, sit together with me. Before Yin Lu Gong could reject him, he said to Qin Bai Sheng, Little Qin, give us a single room. Thus, under everyone's envious gazes, the two entered the single room. Yao Huang was the first rank 8 GU immortal to enter, next, Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu, 5 Elements Grandmaster, and Old Ancestor Shui who appeared. Each of their appearances unavoidably caused a huge commotion. Before the appearance of Great Dream Immortal Venerable, rank 8 was the peak of the GU Immortal World's battle strength. The 5 rank 8 GU immortals in Northern Plains were noble existences that earned much reverence from people. Among them, Old Ancestor Shui who was the #1 person in the demonic path, he was the leader of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Yao Huang was the first supreme elder of Yao tribe, he was a rank 8 of the righteous path. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu and 5 Elements Grandmaster were lone cultivators, they were neither righteous nor demonic, they were in the neutral faction. Lastly, there was Prince Feng Xian, he was also a righteous path GU immortal. But he was only an external supreme elder of the Superforce Gong tribe. He did not have the Huang Jin bloodline in him, his status was rather awkward. Because he had some grievances with Gong tribe, he had been living outside for many years. He did not work for Gong tribe, only when Gong tribe encounters a huge crisis would he help out. Among the 5 rank 8s, 2 were righteous, 1 was demonic, and 2 were neutral. Such a relationship was also the current balance of power in Northern Plains. The next 3 rank 8 experts all chose single rooms. In the hall, there were already 40 to 50 people. Among the 5 rank 8s, 4 have already appeared. Only Prince Feng Xian is left. This is really a rare event that is hard to witness in hundreds of years, it is an eye-opening experience. To be able to leave an impression on these experts, this trip was worth it. Rank 8 great experts are all glorious and have naturally imposing auras. I wonder what Prince Feng Xian's demeanor would be like. As everyone waited in anticipation, a cold-looking female GU immortal walked in silently. It was Feng Juzhe, who had disguised himself as Fairy Yulan. Many people knew about Fairy Yulan and Prince Feng Xian's relationship, their attention was quickly drawn over. Qin Bai Sheng quickly attended to him. Master is blending his grotto heaven's qi, I will be representing him for this auction. Feng Juzhe said, without laughing or smiling. He had huge guts, as an outside region's GU immortal, he dared to attend the Northern Plains auction at this sensitive time. The moment he appeared, he announced this loudly, it was to deter the others, by using Prince Feng Xian as a shield, it would help him during the process of the auction. Hearing that Prince Feng Xian was not coming, a wave of disappointment came over the main hall. Feng Juzhe had a calm expression, vaguely familiar face was really an amazing killer move, none of the GU immortals in the hall could see any flaws in his disguise. Of course, this also was because the GU immortals were respecting each other and did not use investigative GU to peek at one other for no reason. Especially when Fairy Yulan, who Feng Juzhe was disguised as, had a rank 8 great expert behind her. In addition, nobody would expect him to be so daring. Under everyone's shining gazes, Fairy Yulan walked into a single room. Like Fang Yuan, he toyed around with the mortal GU and changed the environment in the room. Next, he grabbed the east window GU and looked inside. Oh, the moment he looked at it, Feng Juzhe's heart jumped. Worldly Wave Trace Immortal GU, Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal GU, aren't these the core GU worms for an Immortal GU house, Water Pavilion, of my sect? They actually appeared here. Shock flashed across Feng Juzhe's eyes, but it quickly calmed and disappeared, this showed his supreme control over his own mental state. It seems that the supreme elders in the sect guessed correctly. Back then, our sect's saintess, Mo Yao, had brought Water Pavilion into Imperial Court Blessed Land. Without Water Pavilion's help, she would not have been able to enter Imperial Court Blessed Land. Now that Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed and 88 Truyong building collapsed, it seems that Water Pavilion also broke apart and the core GU were taken by Northern Plains GU immortals. Oh, there is Calamity Beckoning Immortal GU. According to the sect records, Saintess Mo Yao had once obtained the essence of Luck Path in 88 Truyong building, refining Calamity Beckoning Immortal GU to help her husband, Bo Qing. But Bo Qing's tribulation was too great. Even though calamity beckoning immortal Gu drew away part of the tribulation, they could not survive, both of them perished. Calamity beckoning immortal Gu was also destroyed in the process. To think that there is a new calamity beckoning immortal Gu. This discovery gave Feng Juzhe further suspicions. How did calamity beckoning immortal Gu come about? Who refined it? The person auctioning it? Or did it scatter into the outside world after imperial court blessed land was destroyed, thus being taken by someone? What did this have to do with Mo Yao? According to rumors, Mo Yao left behind an inheritance. Would this inheritance contain the way to refine calamity beckoning immortal Gu? At once, Feng Juzhe fell into deep thought. Many ideas appeared in his mind. He suddenly laughed. This auction was really worth coming to. The moment I entered, I obtained so many clues. In any case, I have to take back delight in water and mountain and worldly wave trace. Spirit Affinity House has lost water pavilion for too long. As for calamity beckoning immortal Gu, it is rank 7, the price for exchanging for it is very high. I'll see how things go first. Chapter 750 Auction 4. Chapter 750, Auction 4. Things progressed stably with the passage of time. The Gu immortals entering became fewer and fewer. After a while longer, Qin Bai Sheng closed the entrance of his blessed land. He walked to the raised platform in front of the main hall, proclaiming briefly and to the point, "Ladies and gentlemen, the time has arrived, the auction will officially start." Strange, why have Fairy Li Shan and He Lu Lan not arrived? Tai Bai Yun Sheng transmitted a message to Fang Yuan. Yes, I am also puzzled. According to Fairy Li Shan's nature, she should be sitting in the main hall after she arrives. However, there is not even a trace of her. Fang Yuan replied. The auction currently has 3 spaces for participants, the main hall, single rooms and secret rooms. If they had chosen a secret room, they would have entered directly through secret pathways and not made a public appearance. But even if Fairy Li Shan entered a secret room, she would not have done so without even greeting us. Have you noticed this? There are no Gu immortals of He tribe present. Tai Bai Yun Sheng pointed it out. Fang Yuan mumbled. We should first send a letter inquiring about the situation. Fairy Li Shan and He Lu Lan are bound to us by the Snowy Mountain Alliance, the possibility of them betraying us is not likely. If they encountered an ambush from He Cheng and others, with the strength of those two, they should have been able to send a message to request for support. While the two were secretly discussing, the first auction item was already displayed on the platform. Everyone should know, these are Sky Chief clouds. When they are spread out, they can stretch out for over 1,300 square kilometers. Such a large amount of Sky Chief clouds are rare even in Treasure Yellow Heaven. The starting bid is 20 Immortal Essence Stones, every bid should be an increase of at least 5 Immortal Essence Stones. Please start, Qin Bai Sheng announced. Sky Chief clouds, this is useful for my Tai Bai blessed land. Tai Bai Yun Sheng's attention was immediately attracted, and he subconsciously utilized the prepared mortal Gu in the secret room to make his bid. Qin Bai Sheng sensed the bid and immediately announced, the 11th secret room bids 30 Immortal Essence Stones. The next moment, a Cloud Path Gu immortal in the main hall shouted, 35 Immortal Essence Stones. Tai Bai Yun Sheng chuckled as he activated the mortal Gu to bid again. He directly raised the price by 10, to 45 Immortal Essence Stones. 45 Immortal Essence Stones were enough to buy a desolate beast corpse. The Cloud Path Gu immortal who had made the bid gritted his teeth, hesitating for a while but not making another bid. On the ground, there was the Earth Chief Beast, in the sky, there was the Sky Chief Beast. Within the immemorial 9 heavens, Sky Chief Beast groups more or less lived in each of the heavens. The so-called Sky Chief clouds were formed from the breath of the Sky Chief Beast, condensing slowly over long periods of time. These clouds could construct an environment in the immortal aperture that could greatly increase the production of Cloud Path Gu worms. If a group of Sky Chief Beasts live in this cloudy environment, the effect would be even more wondrous, and if it was managed properly, there would be a never-ending flow of Sky Chief clouds. However, the intact parts of the immemorial 9 heavens could only be explored by powerful rank 7 or rank 8 Gu immortals. Every Sky Chief Beast was at least a mutated Beast King, comparable to an ordinary Beast Emperor. And the king of every group of Sky Chief Beasts was essentially at Desolate Beast level. 45 Immortal Essence Stones, going once. Qin Bai Sheng spoke, seeing that there were no more bids. There are already large numbers of float ball tea in my blessed land. I will have the first batch of harvest at the end of this month. I intend to bring in jade hummingbirds later on. If I can add Sky Chief clouds, I will have the building blocks to smoothly bring in sky flowers and floating sparrowhawks. Junior brother, you advanced to GU Immortal later than me, but you already have experience in managing blessed lands through Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Can you tell me what you think of my plan? Tai Bai Yunsheng chuckled as he transmitted his voice to Fang Yuan. On the platform, Qin Bai Sheng shouted again, 45 Immortal Essence Stones, going twice. Fang Yuan pondered for a moment and replied to Tai Bai Yunsheng, sky flowers indeed grow on clouds, and floating sparrowhawks often are the host for cloud path GU worms. Old Bai, are you thinking of cultivating both time path and cloud path? Yes. My time path abilities are specialized in healing. If I can add in cloud path, it can make up for the other shortcomings. Tai Bai Yunsheng said without reservation. He was originally skilled with cloud path and movement ability, his attainment reaching flying master realm using it. Later, he had dealings with Northern Plains Inkman King, Mo Tan Sang, who sold him the killer move 9 Cloud Ring for a low price. This deepened Tai Bai Yunsheng's interest in cloud path. Fang Yuan did not feel this choice was abrupt. At this moment, Qin Bai Sheng shouted for the third time, 45 Immortal Essence Stones for over 1,300 square kilometers of Sky Chief Clouds, going 3. Hold on, 55 Immortal Essence Stones. The bid was just about to be decided, when suddenly a GU Immortal spoke up. His voice came from the 17th single room. Tai Bai Yunsheng had not expected such a change as he hurriedly made a bid, 60 Immortal Essence Stones. This price finally dispelled any thoughts of buying from everyone present, allowing Tai Bai Yunsheng to get his wish. The second item for auction is a group of rare black spirit antelopes. The beast group's size reaches 320,000, and has 5 beast emperors. The lowest price is 10 Immortal Essence Stones, every bid should be at least 4 Immortal Essence Stones higher. The price can be lowered if you use vertical rainbow ointment to trade. Qin Bai Sheng announced. Black spirit antelopes were already hard to find in Northern Plains. This beast group's size was so large, it should have been reared in some GU Immortal's immortal aperture. The GU worms residing in black spirit antelopes were mainly Soul Path GU worms, thus this especially attracted the attention of Soul Path GU Immortals. The GU Immortal putting this group of black spirit antelopes up for sale required a GU refinement material, vertical rainbow ointment. Thus the bidding could be done using Immortal Essence Stones or vertical rainbow ointment. A round of bidding passed, and this black spirit antelope group was purchased by a GU Immortal for 28 Immortal Essence Stones. The third item is a set of GU recipes that came from the medieval antiquity era. Its name is Inch of Time. It contains all the recipes from rank 1 to rank 5, and the crucial point is that these GU recipes have already been improved. All of the refinement materials can be found commonly. The lowest price is 22 Immortal Essence Stones, and you can also use the Desolate Beast, 6-headed snake's skin to reduce the price. Qin Bai Sheng announced. 23 Immortal Essence Stones. Isn't it disgraceful to add only 1 Immortal Essence Stone? 30 Immortal Essence Stones. I bid 32. This time, there were clearly more GU Immortals bidding than the previous 2 times. Inch of Time was a time path GU worm which could not be used on humans but could be used on other targets, and was extensively used in GU refinement. For instance, if a GU worm required 3 days and 3 nights to be refined, and the Inch of Time GU was used, it would quickly reach the state that required 3 days and 3 nights of time, by accelerating the growth and transformation of the GU worm. And the amount of time the GU master would have to spend probably would only be few short moments. Fang Yuan had obtained the GU recipe for the olden antiquity era's group strength GU, the market price of which was only 2 Immortal Essence Stones. Inch of Time was only a GU recipe from the medieval antiquity era, but it was a complete set, from the rank 1 GU, 1 Inch of Time, to the rank 5 GU, 5 Inches of Time. The most important point was that this GU recipe had already been improved by the GU Immortal. All the GU refinement materials required also conformed to the present situation and were not difficult to obtain. It was not like the original GU recipe, in which many refinement materials would be extremely scarce, expensive or extinct. This point determined the explosive increase in the price, reaching the base price of 22 Immortal Essence Stones. Soon, the bidding reached 48 Immortal Essence Stones. Tai Bai Yunsheng also made his bid at this time, 58 Immortal Essence Stones. He increased the price by 10 Immortal Essence Stones at once, attempting to scare off the competitors. Tai Bai Yunsheng was rich, even more so than Fang Yuan. He had landscape as before and man as before, 2 great time path healing immortal GU, and therefore was very much sought after in Eastern Sea. Especially in the exploration of Yulu Blessed Land, they might have failed, but he had used man as before to save a GU immortal. This GU Immortal gave him 100 or so Immortal Essence Stones as remuneration, and also said he owed Tai Bai Yunsheng a favor which he would pay in the future. Most crucially, Tai Bai Yunsheng's blessed land was healthy and produced green grape Immortal Essence at every fixed interval of time. His green grape Immortal Essence was accumulating day by day, to the extent that he could not use them all up. His Tai Bai blessed land's time flow was 33 times faster than the outside world, nearly the same as Heilu land's super-grade blessed land. This was because his was a high-grade blessed land and he was also a time path GU Immortal. Thus, in the aspect of time path resources, it was rather outstanding. One day in the outside world would be a month in Tai Bai Yunsheng's blessed land. In theory, blessed lands would produce green grape Immortal Essence every month. In the same given time for the outside world, the amount of green grape Immortal Essence Tai Bai Yunsheng obtained was several times or even 10 times higher than ordinary rank 6 GU Immortals. On the contrary, Fang Yuan might have guts GU business, but he had to handle all sorts of expenses, especially the constant converting of Immortal Essence stones to green grape Immortal Essence. His immortal aperture was dead and could no longer produce Immortal Essence, moreover it would crumble and shrink every set interval of time, which was an extremely large setback to him. Tai Bai Yunsheng's bid indeed scared off most of the competing GU Immortals. But there was still some who persisted. As the bid increased with 2 additional offers, the price had slowly risen to 66 Immortal Essence Stones. 66 Immortal Essence Stones to purchase a set of Mortal GU recipes. Some of the low-level GU Immortals in the main hall were tongue-tied. It can't be considered expensive. Inch of Time cannot be used on oneself, but it can be used to save time and has wide range of applications like reducing the duration of GU refinement. If you consider it in the long term, especially for those GU Immortals who also cultivate refinement path, they can use Inch of Time to slowly accumulate savings worth 66 Immortal Essence Stones. A GU Immortal calmly analyzed. This price is already at the peak. It would be unwise to raise the price further. Unless you have a special requirement for it. Another GU Immortal added his analysis. 66 Immortal Essence Stones, going once. Qin Bai Sheng started to close the bids. At this moment, Fang Yuan transmitted his voice to Tai Bai Yunsheng. Old Bai, let's split the Immortal Essence Stones and make the bid together. Tai Bai Yunsheng was happy. Junior brother, you also have the intent to get it, that is good. He thus raised the price directly to 68. Only one other GU Immortal continued to bid, adding 1 Immortal Essence Stone. Finally, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng paid an expensive price of 70 Immortal Essence Stones to finish the purchase of Inch of Time. Time passed by, one after another, treasures continued to be auctioned off. The competition in the main hall was getting more fierce and the atmosphere had also turned fiery. Many GU Immortals lost their bearings and started arguing. Although they had sense and calmness, with large profits in front, they could not help being flushed with agitation. After dozens of items were auctioned off, some low-level GU Immortals already became powerless to continue fighting, some were perspiring, some were pale, while many were exhausted. The bidding did not only compare wealth but also involved psychological battles. Gradually, rank 6 GU Immortal bidders became sparser. Rank 6 GU Immortals usually had several hundreds of Immortal Essence Stones of savings, while rank 7 would have several thousands or over 10,000 directly in their hands. At rank 8, having several tens of thousands available was a certainty. And those who had accumulated over the years would have hundreds of thousands of Immortal Essence Stones in hand. The stronger the cultivation, the more resources they owned. Ordinary rank 6s had too weak of a foundation. Fortunately, they could lower the price with other goods, otherwise most of them would have already been completely out of the game. Fang Yuan also only had few hundred Immortal Essence Stones. He had made bids, but there were very few successes while most failed, and he was still waiting patiently for the main show. Finally, he heard Qin Bai Sheng announce, "Next, we shall begin the auction of Immortal GU. The most important part is here." Fang Yuan's eyes brightened. Not only him, other GU Immortals were also invigorated. The previous auction could only be considered the prelude, the true event had just taken stage. Immortal GU Trade, Chapter 751 Auction 5. Chapter 751, Auction 5. Qin Bai Sheng stood on the stage and took out several Mortal GU, passing them around the hall. A few GU Immortals received these Mortal GU, showing doubt on their faces. Qin Bai Sheng spoke slowly. The auction of Immortal GU is extremely important. The ones that are auctioned first have a greater advantage, they can be exchanged for more varieties of Immortal GU. Thus, for fairness, this auction will not go according to the listed order. I have specially prepared these Mortal GU, once you activate them, they will point to one of the immortal GU up for auction. As for which one, it is completely random, nobody can manipulate them, go ahead and inspect these mortal GU. These words attracted quite a pleased response. The GU immortals inspected the mortal GU in turn as they discussed softly. This method is great, I was worried that my immortal GU would be auctioned later and be at a disadvantage. Qin Baisheng is not simple, he considered everything carefully for this auction. If he really did something secretly, I cannot complain. My inspections say that there are no problems at all. These mortal GU were inspected by the GU immortals and were sent to the secret rooms. Soon, it was Fang Yuan's turn, he personally inspected them and discovered nothing wrong with them. After the GU immortals in the secret rooms inspected the GU, the mortal GU went to the single rooms again. The rank 8 GU immortals were almost all in single rooms. After inspecting, the mortal GU were passed back to Qin Baisheng. Qin Baisheng did not continue the auction, he asked, is there anyone else who is still uncertain, would you like to go ahead and inspect it again? As expected, there were GU immortals who said that they needed to inspect it again. Among them, some had already inspected the GU before. This set of mortal GU had no problems earlier, but it was passed around. What if someone did something to them while they were passed around? GU immortals were wary and meticulous, thus they wanted to take another look. After inspecting it again, they found nothing wrong. At this point, the true purpose of this auction was about to begin. Qin Baisheng activated this set of mortal GU in front of everyone, they shined in a bright light as smoke rose, the smoke gathered in the air and formed into the two words, Conceal Luck. It has been chosen, the first immortal GU is Conceal Luck Immortal GU. Qin Baisheng shouted. Conceal Luck Immortal GU was originally numbered at the end of the auction, to think that it became the first now. Tai Bai Yunsheng grabbed the east window GU as he muttered after checking. At the same time, many other GU immortals were doing the same thing. The sequence in the east window GU was not the real order. Their own immortal GU could possibly be the next one up for auction. If they happened to be at the end, they could only blame their luck. This was a fair rule, none of the immortals had any disagreements, even the rank 8 GU immortal great experts agreed with this. On the stage, the screen was changing as it turned into the appearance of the Conceal Luck Immortal GU. Qin Baisheng introduced when the time was right. As everyone can see, this GU looks like a white-skinned beetle, it is half the size of a palm and is a rank 6 Luck Path Immortal GU, it can conceal one's own luck. The seller wants a Metal Path Defensive Immortal GU. Whoever has a Metal Path Defensive Immortal GU can bid for it. There is no lower limit for this. Conceal Luck Immortal GU, concealing one's own luck. Luck Path has Luck Inspection GU, it can inspect another person's luck. There is also Conceal Luck GU, it can hide one's own luck and prevent others from seeing it. This Conceal Luck Immortal GU is rank 6, it can defend from rank 6 Luck Inspection GU. Although the effect is good, its use is too narrow. In the main hall, GU immortals were discussing softly, but no one bid for it. If Luck Path was flourishing and widely used, so be it. But since Giant Sun Immortal Venerable created Luck Path, he had been secretive and hidden it for himself, this caused the number of Luck Path Mortal GU to be very low. Especially Conceal Luck Immortal GU, it could only have value against someone who had Luck Inspection Immortal GU. This Immortal GU's use was too narrow, it had little value. GU immortals were not stupid, why would they bid randomly? Damn it, the person who had Conceal Luck Immortal GU was a female GU immortal. She sat in a single room as she bit her lips, she helplessly watched her Conceal Luck Immortal GU go without bidding, nobody wanted it. The first Immortal GU was not successfully sold, this was out of everyone's expectations. Qin Baisheng's face was a little dark as he used the Mortal GU in his hands to start the bidding for the second item. The image changed, and showed a cicada-like Immortal GU. This cicada was not as exquisite as Spring-Autumn Cicada, it had a big head and was shining in silver light. This is Heavenly Gong Immortal GU, a Sound Path rank 6 Immortal GU, to be traded with a Transformation Path related Immortal GU. Qin Baisheng said. In the main hall, a GU immortal saw this GU and flew into a rage, shouting, Heavenly Gong Immortal GU. HMPH, this GU was mine, but He Langzi snatched it. He Langzi, come out now. I'll come out, do you think I'm afraid of you? From a secret room, He Langzi walked out with a ruthless smile. It is He Langzi indeed, a famous loner of the demonic path in northern plains. Rumors say that he had obtained an inheritance of thieving heaven demon Venerable, thus he can snatch other people's immortal GU. This person was raised by a female wolf since he was young. His nature is like that of a wild animal, he is cruel and insidious, and is a loner, being very different from normal people. Old ancestor Shui who had once attempted to recruit him, but he rejected him. The Gu Immortals discussed enthusiastically. He Lang Zi crossed his arms as he walked towards the main hall, sitting in front of the shouting Gu Immortal. The Gu Immortals around him quickly moved away, choosing other seats. You, the shouting Gu Immortal pointed at He Lang Zi as his face turned red, he was trembling from anger. Me what? He Lang Zi licked his lips, he had a cruel and mocking gaze. Old man Shang Yuan, you are a sound path Gu Immortal, if you do not bid now, when will you? Transformation path Immortal Gu, I have one here, it is called Demon Ferret Skin. After using it, one's skin can turn into the skin of the Heart Demon Ferret. Unfettered Scholar's voice came from a single room. A Heart Demon Ferret was a desolate beast, there were normally Wisdom Path Gu worms in its body. The Demon Ferret skin could provide resistance against Wisdom Path attacking methods. After Unfettered Scholar killed a Heart Demon Ferret, he used it to refine this Gu. But he already had methods to defend against Wisdom Path, thus this Gu was redundant to him, therefore he took it out. Demon Ferret Skin. If one can gather Demon Ferret Bone, Demon Ferret Blood, and other related Immortal Gu, one can unleash the Immortal Killer move, Heart Demon Ferret Transformation. He Lang Zi's gaze shined as he thought. Transformation path was different from other paths, their killer moves were easy to form. As long as one gathered a set of Immortal Gu, they could form an Immortal Killer move. Thus, there was much to consider when trading for Transformation path Immortal Gu compared to other paths. He Lang Zi had 3 Immortal Wolf Transformation Killer moves, it could allow him to transform into 3 different desolate wolves, they had great battle strength. If he transformed into the Heart Demon Ferret, even though it was similar to the form of a wolf, what He Lang Zi wanted was to develop his fighting ability in water. Thus, He Lang Zi slightly shook his head, not speaking. Qin Bai Sheng had been observing silently, he said, any other Gu Immortals want to bid? I have a Moon Demon Bat Claw Immortal Gu, it can transform your hands into the bat claws of a Moon Demon Bat. Feng Zhuzhe said loudly. This is Fairy Yulan who is representing Prince Feng Xian. Isn't Fairy Yulan a Sword Path Gu Immortal, why does she want the Sound Path Heavenly Gong Immortal Gu? She is representing the rank 8 Great Expert, Prince Feng Xian, this bid is likely to be Prince Feng Xian's intention. The Gu Immortals started guessing. Nobody knew that the so-called Swordmaster Yulan was actually Feng Zhuzhe. He was a Sound Path Gu Immortal, thus he desired the Heavenly Gong Immortal Gu. He Lang Zi did not speak, he shook his head. Moon Demon Bat Claw Immortal Gu could bring about a future possibility, Immortal Killer move, Moon Demon Bat Transformation. But He Lang Zi was not good at aerial combat, he even hated the sky. This was because he had lived in a wolf's den in his youth. He learned to move on all fours from his wolf mother, and was skilled in using his teeth to bite objects. Most wolves were land-based creatures, they could not fly. Qin Bai Sheng obtained a transmission, afterwards he said, the Gu Immortal in the first secret room has bid a Grand Smoke Sea Turtle Shell Immortal Gu, together with verified information regarding Ascending Heaven Plane. He Lang Zi's gaze shined, he raised his head. Grand Smoke Sea Turtle was a desolate beast of the sea, it suited his needs. But this turtle was skilled in using illusions to conceal itself, it did not have high speed or strong defenses, this was quite different from He Lang Zi's battle style. Ascending Heaven Plane, what is that? He Lang Zi asked. Although he had high battle strength, he was a loner and did not trust any human Gu Immortals, thus he was lacking in information. HMPH, a frog in a well. Gu Immortal Shang Yuan laughed as he refused to give up any chance of mocking He Lang Zi. Ascending Heaven Plane is a place, anyone who passes it, even if it is immortal, can enter the immemorial 9 heavens. In the legends, Northern Dark Ice Soul, who was able to enter Black Heaven, went through Ascending Heaven Plane to reach it. Qin Bai Sheng explained patiently. So that's it, He Lang Zi was moved. He was a rank 7 lone cultivator, he needed to fight for every piece of resources personally. But Northern Plains had limited resources, and the super forces were holding on to them. Meanwhile, the immemorial 9 heavens had the heavenly wind chi wall, only very strong Gu Immortals could force their way in and explore the 9 heavens. Even though in the immemorial 9 heavens, only white and black heaven were left intact, while the other heavens were utterly broken, or even completely destroyed, be it the intact heavens or the 9 heavens fragment worlds, they had abundant resources. My battle strength is enough to break through the heavenly wind chi wall, but I cannot fly. If I can get the information regarding the Ascending Heaven Plane, He Langzi was increasingly moved. As he thought about it, 2 more GU Immortals took out their transformation path Immortal GU and entered the bidding. One was the shouting GU Immortal who wanted to tear He Langzi into pieces, GU Immortal Shang Yuan. A total of 5 GU Immortals bid for 1 Immortal GU. They continued to increase their bids, or added in Immortal Essence stones, even providing rare resources, lost GU recipes, or a large group of beasts. Eventually, He Langzi chose the offer of the first secret room, obtaining Grand Smoke Sea Turtle Shell Immortal GU, as well as a large group of water wolves. The two sides made the transaction in public. Because the GU Immortal in the secret room could not show up, Qin Baisheng was the middleman for this. After He Langzi got the intelligence about ascending heaven plane, he looked at it in anticipation, but when he saw it, he stared with furious eyes as he started to shout in anger. Chapter 752 Auction 6. Chapter 752, Auction 6. Why, is there an issue with the ascending heaven plane information? Qin Baisheng's expression changed as he asked. This was his auction, according to the oath, neither buyer nor seller were allowed to lie. Verified information was given, which meant that there was a true location. No, He Langzi's expression turned grim, he refused to speak, but it looked like he had suffered a huge loss. That batch of water wolves? He asked. It is already in the blessed land. Qin Baisheng said. Bring me there, He Langzi said stiffly. Qin Baisheng waved his hand and teleported He Langzi away. After the latter checked the goods and found no mistake, he collected the wolves and left the auction in advance, without returning to the auction hall. Ha ha ha, seeing this wolf rascal suffer a loss, it is truly quite gratifying. In the first secret room, Murong Jin Xiao laughed. Next to him, the rank 8 GU Immortal from Eastern Sea was playing with the Heavenly Gong Immortal GU. Thanks to esteemed guest's help, even though He Langzi saw the location of ascending heaven plane, it was in Eastern Sea and he could not go there, one could only imagine his anger. Murong Jin Xiao thanked. No need to thank me, my daughter is skilled in music, she cultivates sound path, I bought it for her. I was not targeting He Langzi personally. The Eastern Sea rank 8 GU Immortal waved his hand. Ascending heaven plane is in Eastern Sea, I know the location of it. How did the GU Immortal in the first secret room learn about it? Fang Yuan was suspicious. I vaguely remember that there is a super force in northern plains that has connections with Eastern Sea, it was Murong tribe, right? Soon, Fang Yuan set aside his suspicions. Because Qin Baisheng had chosen the third Immortal GU that was up for auction, it was Fang Yuan's Rising Azure Cloud GU. Qin Baisheng announced clearly. Immortal GU Rising Azure Cloud, rank 6 Cloud Path, specialized in ascending and descending in the air, the seller wants a Strength Path Immortal GU. Anyone interested can start bidding. Fang Yuan was now a Strength Path GU Immortal, this was a fact that could not be changed. Even though Strength Path was declining now, he could only push on in this direction. Because of Spring Autumn Cicada, ever since rebirth, his plan had been to become a Time Path GU Immortal using his first aperture. In regards to this, he was quite helpless. In the earlier stages of this life, Fang Yuan simply chose Strength Path as a transitory measure. In the end, because he was forced by circumstances, he ascended to an Immortal using Strength Path. And because of Reckless Savage's true meaning, his Strength Path attainment rose to Grandmaster level, becoming equal with Fang Yuan's Blood Path. This was unexpected. Fang Yuan would rather give up Blood Path than Spring Autumn Cicada. He was undoubtedly a Blood Path Grandmaster, but there was more than one Blood Path Grandmaster other than him. On the other hand, there was only one Spring Autumn Cicada in this world, and it was Red Lotus Demon Venerable's Vital GU. Looking at the two, the choice was clear. But if Fang Yuan wanted to walk on Time Path, he would need to walk on a long journey. He lacked a Time Path foundation, and he was not a Time Path GU Immortal either. The current situation was, Fang Yuan was an immortal zombie, he did not know when he could regain his living status, in a short time, if he wanted to gain more battle strength, he could only choose Strength Path Immortal GU. This is the Star Desolate Hound Strength GU, it can grant you the strength of a Star Desolate Hound. I have the Iron Crown Eagle Strength GU, I'll throw in another 150 kilograms of Great Lake soil. A Chi Grand Lion Strength GU, and 5 drops of Rule Eye blood. As the bidding continued, a GU Immortals bid made the hall go into a commotion. Rule Eye blood, did I hear wrongly? One of the 10 great catastrophes, Rule Eye tribulation, only by piercing the Rule Eye can one obtain this blood. This blood is genuine immortal material, it can be the main material to make a rank 6 Immortal GU, or a supplementary material for a rank 7 Immortal GU. Fang Yuan shook his head. Although Rule I blood was precious, 5 drops was too little. He sighed. Although strength path was declining, the number of strength path immortal GU was not few. But if not for this auction, he would not have seen so many strength path immortal GU. Northern Plains GU immortals, compared to the other 4 regions, had the lowest financial power. But even so, after many years of accumulation, they still had quite the sum. GU immortals had many precious goods, but they usually kept it to themselves, hiding their wealth from others. Especially immortal GU, once these were exposed, they might get targeted, thus, they hid immortal GU even more deeply. Only during this auction would GU immortals expose these GU voluntarily. Otherwise, why would he say that the auction was a rare chance and a precious opportunity that he could not miss? A total of 5 GU immortals bid for Rising Azure Cloud Immortal GU. After a few rounds, 2 GU immortals backed out. Not long after, the third stopped. Only 2 were left. But before they decided on the victor, Fang Yuan had sent a message to Qin Bai Sheng. Enough, I'll choose the third person, the one with Iron Crown Eagle Strength GU. This auction involving Immortal GU was different from normal auctions. Firstly, Immortal GU were unique. Secondly, there was no developed economy, they did not have a common currency. Thirdly, GU Immortals' resources were all different, most of the precious immortal materials were hard to evaluate. Thus, during the auction, the seller could choose any buyer. Even though buyers competed with each other, it was only to attract the seller and move them. The winner who outbids the rest might not necessarily get the auction item. To simplify it, this was a seller's market. Immortal GU were unique. If I did not sell it, where could you buy it? A moment later, Fang Yuan and that GU Immortal completed the transaction. The latter obtained the Rising Azure Cloud Immortal GU, while Fang Yuan obtained the Iron Crown Eagle Strength GU, as well as a batch of immortal materials that were listed on Langya Land Spirits list. The reason why he chose Iron Crown Eagle Strength GU was because this was the only one which was a flying beast, the rest were all land-based creatures. Fang Yuan had true solid bat wings now, it was compatible with the strength of a flying beast. If he could unleash the Iron Crown Eagle Strength GU while flying, it would have an effect on par with immortal movement killer moves. After Rising Azure Cloud was the 4th auction item, it was a Fire Path Immortal GU. Once this GU appeared, a small surge erupted in the auction. Even the rank 8 GU Immortal, 5 Elements Grandmaster, joined the bidding. In terms of wealth, how could rank 6 GU Immortals and ordinary rank 7 GU Immortals compare to a rank 8 GU Immortal? But in the end, 5 Elements Grandmaster returned empty-handed. The seller did not choose him, even though he was the eventual winner of the bidding. He would rather risk offending a rank 8 Great Expert. That was because the immortal materials offered by the buyer were too valuable to him. Immortal materials all varied greatly, the different types available were like the numbers of stars in the sky, not even 5 Elements Grandmaster could possess all of them. But that was exactly why the auction was so interesting, because everyone had a chance. The 5th and 6th items were both Metal Path Immortal GU. The auction hall became much more heated now. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, these were the 5 most mainstream paths. They were even more popular than Cloud Path and Sound Path. Strength Path and Chi Path were much less so. Eventually, 5 Elements Grandmaster obtained one of the Metal Path GU worms. The last one was won by Qin Bai Sheng. Not only was he the organizer of the auction, he was also a participant. As time passed, Immortal GU after Immortal GU were bought and sold. This was a rare scene that had not happened in a few hundred years of time in Northern Plains. There were records in history regarding such auctions, but they were smaller in scale. The most important thing was that the collapse of 88 Truyong building caused all the GU Immortals to have some form of profit. This caused the auction to be at such a scale. Rarely seen Immortal GU appeared one after another. Northern Plains GU Immortals were trying to take advantage of this rare situation. Next is the 23rd auction item, Worldly Wave Trace. This GU is ranked 6 and is used for movement. Qin Bai Sheng was still introducing it when 2 GU Immortals already began staring with shining eyes. Finally, Worldly Wave Trace, one of the core Immortal GU of Water Pavilion. I have to get it no matter what. Feng Zhuzhe clenched his fists. Meanwhile, in the first secret room. Worldly Wave Trace, very good, I did not waste my efforts after all. I already have the relevant Immortal GU recipe in my hands. Once I get it, I have a high chance of refining Worldly Horizon Immortal GU. World Horizon Immortal GU can allow me to enter the immemorial 9 heavens freely. It can reduce the cost of breaking through the heavenly wind chi wall. The GU Immortal from Eastern Sea was already excited and in anticipation. The use and value of an immortal GU varied from one person to another. To Feng Juzhe, this was one of the cores to construct the rank 7 immortal GU house, water pavilion. To the Eastern Sea GU immortal, it was a path towards the immemorial 9 heavens, the way to immense benefits. These two choices had their own advantages, it was hard to say which was a better way. I have a star desolate hound strength GU. A peach wolf strength GU. A wailing whale strength GU. The GU immortals bid rapidly. Feng Juzhe waited patiently, seeing that the rank 6 GU immortals in the main hall were bidding, he could not help but smile. Using Swordmaster Yulan's voice, he said, I have a strength path immortal GU here, called Pulling Mountain. It will allow your strength to pull up a mountain. I will also add in 150 kilograms of heaven metal. Heaven metal. Incredible, this is an immortal material that is on par with the Rulai blood. It is only produced in the immemorial 9 heavens. 150 kilograms from the start, this is much more than 5 drops of Rulai blood, did I hear wrongly? There was a commotion in the main hall. Feng Juzhe took out a huge sum to bid, with one move, he scared off most of his competitors. 150 kilograms of heaven metal was not a small sum, it was extremely valuable. But he only scared off most of them. In the first secret room, Eastern Sea GU Immortal snorted unhappily, using his mortal GU to bid again. A strength path immortal GU, overturn river, as well as 250 kilograms of cracked divine water. Is he crazy? 250 kilograms of cracked divine water. This is possible supplementary material for rank 7 immortal GU. Cracked divine water is on par with heaven metal, it can only be extracted from the deepest part of a great lake. In 100 years, there might only be about 10 to 15 kilograms. Oh, Feng Juzhe was slightly shocked, he did not expect such a fierce competitor to appear. He gave an arrogant laugh, using Swordmaster Yulan's identity, he had less reservations, he said, whatever the seller needs, be it materials, GU recipes, beast groups or variant human slaves, just tell me. The instant these words came out, the whole hall went in an uproar. Most GU immortals immediately thought of Prince Feng Xian who was backing Fairy Yulan. It seems that Prince Feng Xian wants this immortal GU. Even that Eastern Sea GU immortal could not help but guess. But he quickly laughed, his fighting spirit had been triggered. Prince Feng Xian is rank 8, but am I not rank 8 too? Soon after, in the auction hall, his voice could be heard, my request is the same as Fairy Yulan's. Can the seller give us an indication? The hall went into an uproar again, they were trying to guess who was in the first secret room, by directly competing with Swordmaster Yulan, they were trying to contest with Prince Feng Xian. Oh, in the 10th secret room, Feng Yuan showed an expression of shock as well. His eyes turned as he laughed lightly, it seems that both sides are not ordinary, they really desire this GU. In that case, if I do not accede to their request, it would not be fitting. He directly took out Lang Yalan's spirits list, after multiplying the base amounts on it by several times, he handed it to Qin Bai Sheng. Qin Bai Sheng received it and showed a strange expression, before displaying it to everyone. The hall went into a third uproar. Isn't this list of items way too absurd? 3,000 kilograms of heaven metal and cracked divine water, who is this seller, does he think these materials are grass growing on the ground? This is an exorbitant amount, he is really asking for an absurd price. At once, even Feng Juzhe and the Eastern Sea GU Immortal were stunned. Chapter 753 Second Immortal GU. Chapter 753, Second Immortal GU. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Oh, interesting. Seeing the list of immortal materials given by Feng Yuan, Feng Juzhe's gaze shined as he restored his calm. The Eastern Sea GU Immortal's expression was like it had never changed. He sat on the chair with a disposition of being in control. He asked Murong Jin Shao beside him, how many Refinement Path Grand Masters are there in Northern Plains? On the list, most of them were Refinement Path Immortal materials, the varieties were huge, and the types of materials were chaotic, one could become dizzy from looking at it. Feng Yuan could take it out in an instant, he had evidently prepared it long ago. Only Refinement Path GU Immortals would bother to prepare such a list, to try and gain something from the auction. Murong Jin Shao replied without thinking. There are 4 major Refinement Path Grand Masters in Northern Plains. The greatest one is Yao Tribe's rank 8 GU Immortal, Yao Huang. Rumors say that his Refinement Path attainment has exceeded Grand Master and perhaps even quasi-Great Grand Master level. The second is a GU Immortal of my Murong tribe, Murong Shui Shang, she had once refined a Snow Path Immortal GU successfully. The third is the second leader of Snowy Mountain, Lady Wan Shou. She has refined GU for many demonic path GU immortals. The fourth is a lone cultivator. She is called Lady Miao Li. She is skilled at refining enslavement path GU worms. The Eastern Sea rank 8 GU immortal heard this and nodded, not saying anything further. The GU immortal in the 10th secret room is not simple. By asking for so many GU refinement materials, even if this is an exorbitant amount, one can see his ambition and unique characteristics. In the main hall, after the GU immortals regained their senses, they realized this. Right now, this situation has become interesting. Both buyers are quite the characters, they have ample purchasing power. The seller is not to be underestimated either, he has a mysterious background, he is simply unfathomable. Qin Baisheng watched with anticipation as he thought about this. He was the organizer of this auction, he knew that the rank 8 GU immortal in the first secret room came from Eastern Sea. The Eastern Sea GU immortal, even if he was rank 8, had to restrain himself in Northern Plains. Especially in a place like the auction, outsiders were likely to get targeted. Thus, the Eastern Sea GU immortal and Morong Jin Shao chose to hide their identities, choosing this secret room. Since they wanted to join the auction, they had to interact with Qin Baisheng, who helped them to hide their identities and gave them the first secret room. This was a form of respect. Immortal zombie Sha Huang, he might look ordinary but he may possibly have a rank 8 monster backing him up. And this rank 8 great expert is skilled in refining GU. I'm afraid Fairy Li Shan knows this as well. Otherwise, why would he, a mere rank 6 immortal zombie, be so close to the third leader of Snowy Mountain? Qin Baisheng was making a guess. In a way, he was correct. Because it was Lang Ya land spirit who was behind Fang Yuan, in the past, long-hair ancestor was certainly a rank 8 GU immortal. In that case, I will add in 150 pieces of thunder sound leaves. After a bit of silence, Feng Juzhe was the first to speak. In the hall, gasping noises could be heard. Thunder sound leaves were not common, they did not exist in the outside world, they could only be created from strong lightning tribulations. It was the essence formed from thunder and lightning. But thunder sound leaves were very rare, they were hard to obtain. This was because ordinary GU immortal already found it hard to undergo their immortal aperture tribulations, they would not have the ability to pick the thunder sound leaves during their tribulations. Even if they had the ability, they needed a specific method to pick the thunder sound leaves. Thus, even in Treasure Yellow Heaven, thunder sound leaves were very rare. But now, Feng Juzhe was offering 150 of them. He, the Eastern CGU immortal laughed. Is Prince Feng Xian so petty? This list clearly states that the seller wants 280 thunder sound leaves. After pausing for a while, the Eastern CGU immortal shouted, I have 360 heaven flying jades. Heaven flying jade, this is a type of jade that can allow a person to fly in azure heaven of the immemorial 9 heavens. This jade has some mystical senses, it is like a bird or beast, it can avoid capture on its own. Who is the person in the first secret room? He offered 360 heaven flying jades at once, it directly fulfills the amount on the list. In the hall, murmurs could be heard again. Actually, the Eastern CGU immortal was also feeling heartache. He had once had an opportunity and entered a large azure heaven fragment world for exploration, obtaining more than 400 heaven flying jades in the process, while getting injured. Right now, to compete for worldly wave trace immortal GU, he offered the majority of them, to deal a huge blow towards his contender. In the single room, Feng Juzhe snorted, his expression turned solemn. The other party's actions made him realize, they were just like him, they were determined to get worldly wave trace immortal GU. Offering 360 heaven flying jades at once, this showed their immense wealth, they were a powerful foe. But who was Feng Juzhe? He was the person publicly recognized to have the highest battle strength in Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. Even though he was rank 7, he could withstand rank 8 GU immortals, with Spirit Affinity House backing him, and the many years of accumulation, his foundation was immensely abundant. If there were any rank 6 or 7 GU immortals in this auction who could contest with rank 8 great experts, then Feng Juzhe would definitely be number 1 amongst them. Adding more, Feng Juzhe did not hesitate, he continued, I'll add 10,000 pieces of star pupils. Star pupils, a rare material of the immemorial 9 heavens, not able to be found in the 5 regions. It was an immortal material that originated from Blue Heaven. In Blue Heaven, stars flew around in carefree fashion, raining down endless stardust. Among these uncountable stardust fragments, some were 8-sided, some were 5-sided, 7-sided, 16-sided. There were also stardust fragments with no edges, they were round. These edgeless fragments were like round jewels, the starlight gathered into the shape of an iris, thus, they were known as star pupils. Feng Juji's offer was shocking to the GU Immortals. When this list first appeared, I had thought that there would not be a buyer so foolish as to pay such a huge price for an immortal GU. I was wrong. The list only needs 8,000 edgeless stardust fragments, but Swordmaster Yulan is offering 10,000. This is evidently a counterattack against the competitor. Too wealthy, they are too wealthy. Is this the accumulation of a rank 8? Compared to these people, I am like a pauper. Such a feeling is really not good. The Eastern CGU Immortal heard Feng Juji's offer and his breathing stopped for a moment. Honestly speaking, he did not expect that he would attract a fiercer counterattack, an even stronger backlash. Although there are a lot of star pupils, I must remind the seller. Star pupils, after all, vary in quality. A fragmented star pupil and an intact star pupil have very different value. The Eastern CGU Immortal said. Fang Yuan heard this and thought about it. The voice from the first secret room was correct, this was true. But on Langya Land Spirit's immortal material list, he did not mention this. The reason was, Langya Land Spirit did not expect such a situation to occur. He thought, it was hard enough to collect star pupils. It was good if they could find any, the quality was not an issue, that was a secondary concern. You've said so much, but can you actually make a new offer? If not, I have a lot more here. Feng Juzhe smiled coldly, he continued his attack, mentioning region sand, sun salt, star galaxy wind, plane fire, and 3 other immortal materials. Although the amount did not fill up the list, the variety was enough to be shocking. A GU Immortal immediately sighed. Fairy Yulan is cold and arrogant, she is going all in. Before the opponent made an offer, she raised it once again. A GU Immortal beside him analyzed, this is a bidding tactic. In my opinion, the mysterious GU Immortal in the first secret room is a formidable person as well, he will not give up easily. Feng Juji's offer gave the Eastern CGU Immortal in the first secret room a reminder. That's right, the seller can take out such a list, they definitely cultivate refinement path. Refining GU requires a large variety of materials, a large quantity of one material is not enough. The other party is making such an offer to attract them, I need to change my tactics as well. The Eastern CGU Immortal thought about it before shouting again. He competed with Feng Juzhe, offering huge amounts of immortal materials. This made the GU Immortals present listen with dazed expressions, like they were dreaming. After a few rounds, be it Feng Juzhe or the Eastern CGU Immortal, they started breathing roughly. In the secret room, GU Immortal Morong Jin Shao, who was at the side, could not say anything further. These two lunatics, in a single room, the rank 8 GU Immortal, 5 Elements Grandmaster, shook his head, sighing helplessly. He cultivation included metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, he needed GU worms from all the 5 paths. He wanted to participate in the Water Path Immortal GU Worldly Wave Traces auction, but looking at this competition, his desire dwindled. Fang Yuan was quite surprised. If he added Feng Juzhe and the Eastern CGU Immortals bids together, then half of the materials listed would be collected already. Of course, Fang Yuan could only choose one of them. There cannot be 2 victors in this bid. Fang Yuan was not overly happy, his gaze was shining uncertainly. The other parties were not idiots, they were going after Worldly Wave Trace Immortal GU so fiercely, that proved that for them, they could derive much greater benefits from this Immortal GU. I'll offer 5 kilograms of drunk Immortal Chi. At one side, the Eastern CGU Immortal had made another offer. The auction hall started whirring, as if a small explosion had happened. What is drunk Immortal Chi? It is also an immortal material, but its use is quite obscure. It can make even GU Immortals drunk, it can only be created in a special environment. This drunk Immortal Chi is usually sold in traces. Even in Treasure Yellow Heaven, condensed drunk Immortal Chi that are in liquid form are sold in grams. Since when are they sold in kilograms? The Eastern CGU Immortal was really wealthy. With this heavy blow, even Feng Juji's expression became solemn. Feng Juzhe knew the value of this drunk Immortal Chi, 5 kilograms of it was simply extraordinary. Feng Juzhe was hesitant, if he made an offer again, he would need to provide value equivalent to 5 kilograms of drunk Immortal Chi. He calmed down and thought about it, asking himself, for solely Worldly Wave Trace Immortal GU, is such a price worth it or not? Of course it was worth it. Rebuilding Water Pavilion had been a wish of Spirit Affinity House for ages. Although Spirit Affinity House had the complete recipe of Water Pavilion, they could refine only the mortal GU, the immortal GU were unique. For Water Pavilion, Spirit Affinity House had put up detailed missions, recovering each of the core immortal GU would have an immense reward. In that case, so be it. Feng Jiuzhe thought about it rapidly. After making up his mind, he took out another immortal GU while gritting his teeth. This is the Strength Path Immortal GU, pulling water. He reported. The entire hall became silent. Chapter 754 Domination Immortal Chudu. Chapter 754, Domination Immortal Chudu. The silence did not last for long, the auction hall exploded into a commotion soon afterwards. The GU Immortals talked among themselves, as many of the GU Immortals in the hall directed their gaze towards a single room. This single room was the place where Fairy Yulan was inside. Everyone subconsciously wanted to see what expression Swordmaster Yulan had when she made such a shocking decision. Even the organizer, Qin Bai Sheng, was a bit stunned. He asked, exchanging 2 for 1, is that what you mean, Fairy Yulan? That is the case. Feng Jiuzhe made the decision already, he had no more hesitations. Hearing Feng Jiuzhe's confirmation, the discussions in the hall became softer. Feng Jiuzhe was a Sound Path GU Immortal, why did he have 2 Strength Path Immortal GU in his possession? In truth, he had many more Immortal GU than just these 2. Feng Jiuzhe led the 10 GU Immortals into Northern Plains secretly, he had important missions assigned to him. The first was to find the culprit behind the collapse of 88 Truyong Building, the person who activated Central Continent's arrangements in advance. The second one was to collect as many Immortal GU as he could. To achieve this target, the Central Continent GU Immortals prepared many methods. One of the ways was to exchange GU, thus they brought along many Immortal GU from their sects. After all, GU worms were hard to snatch. A GU master can destroy their own GU worms in an instant with just a thought. The same applied to Immortal GU. The Immortal GU that they brought over were mostly from unpopular paths, like Strength Path, Chi Path, and others. Intelligence on Northern Plains was always in the grasps of the 10 great ancient sects. Qin Bai Sheng had not concealed the matter of him holding the auction, he even promoted it greatly. Thus, Feng Jiuzhe and the others had heard about this even when they were in Central Continent. It could be said that Feng Jiuzhe's appearance in the auction was not a last-minute decision, he had planned for it long ago. In the current world, Strength Path was not doing well, it had been weakening, those with enough wealth and ambition would certainly not choose to cultivate in Strength Path. Using these GU worms to exchange for GU worms of other paths, to the 10 sects, this was a form of victory. Although the Eastern CGU Immortal was a rank 8 great expert, when they truly competed, he still lost to Feng Jiuzhe. After all, Feng Jiuzhe was backed by the 10 great ancient sects. Meanwhile, the Eastern CGU Immortal entered Northern Plains secretly and attended this auction, it was his personal matter. Feng Jiuzhe had the resolution to do a 2 for 1 exchange, but he did not. But he was not resigned. He made a final effort, bidding, I will add a sandalwood sacred elephant egg. A small commotion occurred in the hall again. A sandalwood sacred elephant is an ancient desolate beast, after it grows to adulthood, it can rival rank 7 GU Immortals. The most important thing is to raise it from a young age, establishing a deep relationship, there would be a low chance of betrayal. A living ancient desolate beast's value is very high. If managed well, it is like a treasure trove with endless value. The blood of the sacred elephant is a good immortal material, the tusks of the sacred elephant will grow back even if they are removed. The GU Immortal in the first secret room is using another approach. This is quite impressive, an immortal GU versus an ancient desolate beast, comparing the two, they each have their advantages and disadvantages, it is hard to decide. Immortal GU are indeed unique, but ancient desolate beasts are useful too. Especially when the seller seems to have interest in refinement path, he might be moved and choose the ancient desolate beast. The people discussed. At this point, Feng Jiuzhe and the Eastern CGU Immortal stopped bidding. The situation was uncertain now. Feng Jiuzhe was exchanging 2 for 1, he had great resolution and had a better chance. But the Eastern CGU Immortal's offer was similarly enticing, he had a chance of victory too. As the auction hall turned silent, everyone was waiting for Fang Yuan's decision. This was an unexpected climactic moment of the auction, how would it end, who would be the winner that obtains worldly wave trace immortal GU? Everyone was waiting in anticipation. Fang Yuan thought about it before making his decision, informing Qin Bai Sheng secretly. Qin Bai Sheng nodded, announcing publicly, the seller has decided, they will sell worldly wave trace immortal GU to Fairy Yulan. Once he said that, everyone breathed out in relief, starting their discussions. It was logical that Fairy Yulan won. It was a 2-for-1 trade after all. If it was me, I would choose the ancient desolate beast. After all, the immortal essence expenditure of using 2 immortal GU is high. Which lucky person does this worldly wave trace immortal GU belong to? He actually sold it for such a good price, 1 immortal GU in exchange for 2. Indeed, if I had not witnessed this personally, I would never believe it. Fairy Yulan, or rather, Prince Feng Xian definitely has other objectives. They are not fools, since they are offering such a high price, then the benefits they can gain must also be higher. As long as there is demand, there is a market, and profits can be gained. The greater the demand, the greater the profit. Not just them, even Fang Yuan was trying to decipher the reason why Swordmaster Yulan was buying worldly wave trace immortal GU at such a high price. Prince Feng Xian, the Eastern Sea GU Immortal, muttered this name as his expression turned slightly dark. As the auction continued, an Earth Path Immortal GU appeared next. But the atmosphere was far beneath that of earlier. Most of the GU Immortals were still thinking about the earlier situation, they were still discussing it. What was the meaning of affluence and wealth? They had finally seen it clearly. Even though many people were suspicious, why would Prince Feng Xian, a fire path cultivator, be interested in a water path immortal GU? But the mind of a rank 8 great expert was hard to decipher, it was not something an outsider could guess so easily. A mainstream path immortal GU was rapidly sold after several rounds of bidding. The quick deal gave people a relatively boring feeling. Towards this, Qin Bai Sheng was helpless, he could only smile bitterly. After the climax, it would be the downturn. After all, Feng Zhuzhe and the Eastern Sea GU Immortals' bids were too imposing, it weakened a lot of the GU Immortals' desires to bid. Fang Yuan sat in a secret room, playing with the 2 strength path immortal GU as he paid attention to the auction. Transactions involving immortal GU were done on the spot. Fang Yuan looked through those immortal materials, he checked that there was no issue with the quantity. Through Feng Zhuji's cooperation, the 2 strength path immortal GU were completely refined by Fang Yuan, they were now his. At the same time, worldly wave trace immortal GU was in Feng Zhuji's hands. This is worldly wave trace immortal GU after so many years, it is finally back in Spirit Affinity House's hands. Feng Zhuzhe sighed softly, he felt some emotions. As immortal GU were auctioned off one by one, as time passed, the atmosphere of the auction hall became heated once again. Next is the 34th auction item, Strength Path Immortal GU, Cauldron Strength. This is a rare Strength Path defensive immortal GU. Once activated, it can create a Strength Cauldron, protecting oneself. The seller wants a Wisdom Path Immortal GU. Qin Bai Sheng said. Most of the GU Immortals in the hall had little interest. Strength Path was declining, few people cultivated it, thus its demand in the market was small. Just as the owner of Cauldron Strength Immortal GU was anxious, a hoarse and unique voice came from a single room, Wisdom Path Immortal GU Loving Affection. This voice, it's Domination Immortal Chudu. Immediately, someone in the hall shouted. That's right, it should be him, his voice is hoarse like this. To think that Domination Immortal came. What is so strange about it? Lord Chudu is a famous strength path expert, why would Qin Bai Sheng not invite him? Domination Immortal Chudu. In a single room, Feng Zhuzhe drank his tea as his eyes shined. Before he came to Northern Plains, he had obtained some information. The information regarding Domination Immortal Chudu was rich and had a lot of details. Feng Zhuzhe placed great emphasis on him. Chudu was a rare strength path GU Immortal. Not only did he have great battle strength, he even had overflowing talent, creating a side branch of strength path personally. Strength path was a huge path, it had once flourished. Right now, strength path was split into beast strength phantom branch, atmospheric heaven and earth branch, as well as human strength Jun strength branch. The beast strength phantom branch included bull strength, tiger strength and others. The strength path immortal GU, Iron Crown Eagle strength GU, that Fang Yuan had obtained some time ago was in this branch. Atmospheric heaven and earth branch was the strength of nature, like wind strength, water strength, fire strength and others. Or for example, pulling mountain and pulling water that Fang Yuan obtained from selling worldly wave trace immortal GU, both belong to this branch. Human strength Jun strength branch referred to the Jin strength GU, strength of 10 Jin GU, Jun strength GU, strength of 10 Jun GU, strength of 100 Jun GU and others. This small branch was created solely by Chudu. He brought strength path onto another track and revitalized this dying path using his own methods. Right now, the human strength Zhen strength branch was already the mainstream strength path cultivation in Northern Plains. All the GU masters in Northern Plains had a strength path foundation, they had all used Jin strength GU, strength of 10 Jin GU, Zhen strength GU, strength of 10 Zhen GU and others. One could say that Domination Immortal Chudu had single-handedly turned around the situation of strength path, affecting all of the GU cultivator paths in the world. Feng Juzhe naturally had to pay a lot of attention to such a person, in fact, it was particularly great emphasis. Northern Plains is constantly engaged in battles, it is also a place where heroes emerge. If there is a chance, I have to meet this Domination Immortal. Feng Juzhe's mouth curled into an excited smile. Meeting all of the heroes in this world, that was the ambition of a true man. At this time, a voice echoed, "Delight in water and mountain immortal GU, and 5,000 kilograms of cloud soil." Goo! Feng Juzhe spat out the tea in his mouth, his eyes stared widely as he lost his calm. "Delight in water and mountain immortal GU." He shouted. Damn it, my worry came true. Immortal GU could be placed up for auction, they could naturally be used to trade for other immortal GU as well. If not for this, all of the registered immortal GU would be held up and not available for trade, this would greatly affect the auction's success. Feng Juzhe understood this rule, and thus he was worried about it. Whatever you worried about was bound to happen. Fang Yuan wanted Strength Path Immortal GU, he had been paying attention to this Strength Path Immortal GU since long ago. Right now, he offered Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal GU, this was part of his original plan. One Heaven Pillar Wind. Facing Fang Yuan's competition, Domination Immortal Chudu raised his offer. Heaven Pillar Wind was quite special, it originated from Green Heaven. It was like a tall pillar, extremely tall and long. When it blows, it will not cause movement, only blowing on the spot. From outside, it resembled a giant pillar that extended into the sky. One Heaven Pillar Wind had high value, it did not lose to Feng Juzhe's earlier bid of 150 Thunder Sound Leaves. Domination Immortal Chudu. Fang Yuan muttered, immediately understanding, "It seems that you are my biggest competitor this time." Chapter 755 Fang Yuan vs Chudu. Chapter 755. Fang Yuan vs Chudu. The 10th secret room bids an intact skeleton of a sky dragon, along with 1,500 grams of fury powder. Qin Baisheng stood on the platform and shouted loudly. Chudu frowned. He had just bid a Heaven Pillar Wind, and the GU Immortal in the 10th secret room immediately marked up the price with no hesitation. This is a strong foe. Chudu sighed inwardly. In the previous bidding war of Feng Juzhe and the Eastern Sea GU Immortal, the price was settled by exchanging 2 Immortal GU for 1, from which the 10th secret room had profited greatly. Everyone in the auction knew of this. Chudu could not help but feel pressure. He was also a veteran GU Immortal with rank 7 cultivation and a deep foundation. In his peak period, the immortal essence stones he had on hand to spend greatly surpassed several tens of thousands. But the situation now was different from the past. Chudu recently succeeded in undergoing a tribulation of his immortal aperture, but as a result, his foundation had thinned. Thus, he broke through the heavenly wind chi wall and entered deep within White Heaven to explore and replenish resources. He did make some profits, but he suffered injuries, and to heal these injuries he had to borrow immortal GU from others, which cost him a lot. Overall, he still ended up at a loss. The immemorial 9 heavens had plentiful resources, but were also danger zones. The benefits there were accompanied with risks. Thus, at this moment, Chudu was quite short on money available to spend. But Strength Path Defensive Immortal GU are rare. I have been a Strength Path GU Immortal for so long, but only today have I come across one. If I don't try my best to obtain it, I might regret it in the future. Chudu thought of this, and gritted his teeth as he continued to bid. However, no matter how much he added, Fang Yuan also kept on adding. Several rounds later, Chudu finally could not persist with this and sent a message to Qin Baisheng secretly, wanting to communicate with the 10th secret room. Qin Baisheng was surprised, but without any change in expression, he sent the message to Fang Yuan. With Fang Yuan's permission, Chudu was able to send a letter to the 10th secret room. In the letter, Chudu wrote, if Fang Yuan to retreat from the bidding war, he would owe Fang Yuan a favor and would do a task of equivalent value for Fang Yuan in accordance to the future circumstances. If Fang Yuan did not believe him, they could use an immortal GU to create a vow. Not only this, Chudu also said he would provide Fang Yuan precious information regarding Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's true meaning. Fang Yuan was surprised and also happy as he read this letter. There was no doubt Chudu wrote this letter because he wanted to obtain Cauldron Strength Immortal GU, and because of his insufficient financial condition, he wanted to talk things over with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan certainly would not agree. He was a strength path GU Immortal as well, and naturally wanted to obtain this rare cauldron strength Immortal GU. As for reckless savage demon Venerable's true meaning, Fang Yuan already had a rough understanding of it, he even obtained benefits personally. I had originally thought Domination Immortal Chudu had deep pockets, but who could have thought he would make a fool of himself this quickly? It seems his fortune is at rock bottom. He. Fang Yuan snickered while making another high bid. Chudu gritted his teeth as he proceeded with the bidding, but the items he used to bid were a mishmash of different goods. Fang Yuan increased his bid again, adding on rank 7 immortal materials, which could act as the main refinement material to refine a rank 7 immortal GU. Their value was very high. Chudu sighed but still was not resigned to giving up, as he again added bits and pieces from here and there, bidding many rank 6 immortal materials. The overall price was similar to Fang Yuan's rank 7 immortal materials. The GU immortals in the hall began to notice the clues now. Strange, Lord Chudu seems to be in a strained situation. I had vaguely heard that Domination Immortal had undergone a tribulation few months ago. It seems the injuries from the tribulation were quite heavy. Chudu had borrowed healing Immortal GU from Yao Huang, and reportedly had to pay a considerable price. The GU immortals quietly spoke to one another while sighing. Chudu was feeling anxious, but there was someone else who was more anxious, Feng Juzhe. This Domination Immortal also cannot handle the situation. Feng Juzhe felt disappointment. He had been hoping Chudu could pressure the 10th secret room with his might and overwhelm them to achieve victory. But despite Chudu's reputation, currently his poor financial capacity was making a scene that Feng Juzhe could not bear to continue witnessing. He had no choice but to think of a way to stop Fang Yuan from winning. Worldly Wave Trace and Delight in Water and Mountain, these two immortal GU both belong to the GU Immortal in the 10th secret room. This person is mysterious and seems to have a major origin. It is even possible that they are the main culprit of the Imperial Court case. I know them, but they don't know about me. The enemy is in the open while I am in the dark right now. It won't be appropriate if I directly buy Delight in Water and Mountain from him or her. Not to mention the chance of inadvertently alerting them. If they infer some clues and decide to not sell the Immortal GU, that would be anything but good. Feng Juzhe kept on thinking. He also had a strategic mind. He had both brains and brawn. If not for this, Spirit Affinity House would not entrust him with such an important task and send him as the leader of the group infiltrating Northern Plains. If I directly interfere and participate in the bidding, that would be inappropriate as well. I am under the identity of Swordmaster Yulan, but I have already bought Worldly Wave Trace. If I openly buy Delight in Water and Mountain again, in the case that the person in the 10th secret room knows of the secret of Water Pavilion, the possibility of exposing myself increases greatly. Feng Juzhe had secretly infiltrated into Northern Plains and also disguised his identity. Even if he was very powerful, he would be fighting in foreign territory, so he had some misgivings. The most troublesome thing is even if someone outbids others in this auction, if the seller does not choose them, it would still be a failure. Even if I interfere and suppress others, there won't be much significance. Moreover, there was another point as well. Even if Feng Juzhe succeeded in the bidding and bought Cauldron Strength Immortal GU, what would he use it for? He did not want a Strength Path Immortal GU, instead, he wanted to sell Strength Path Immortal GU in exchange for other, more suitable Immortal GU. Feng Juzhe's mouth dried. He took a sip of tea while having a regretful feeling in his heart. If I was not alone and had someone to help me, it would be much simpler to deal with this problem. However, on one hand, his move, vaguely familiar face, was an immortal killer move and it could not be easily passed on to others. On the other hand, he also could not use the GU immortals at Prince Feng Xian's side. The logic here was simple. If, by any chance, Feng Juzhe's identity was exposed, Prince Feng Xian would not be greatly implicated. Prince Feng Xian could proclaim he knew nothing of it, and keep on lurking undercover. With these thoughts in mind, Feng Juzhe made the decision and quietly got in contact with Domination Immortal Chudu. The GU immortals in single rooms in the main hall could directly contact each other, unlike the secret rooms, where Chudu could only contact Fang Yuan with Qin Bai Sheng as the middleman. As long as either party within a secret room did not want to make contact, there could be no way to send a message. Chudu felt strange as he received Swordmaster Yulan's letter. He was fairly close to Yao Huang, but he had only met Prince Feng Xian once. In the letter, Feng Juzhe said he was willing to fund Chudu to help him win Cauldron Strength Immortal GU. However, he made a request, saying that he hoped Chudu could sell the immortal material, True Heaven Silver. It seems that there is some value for the injuries I had in the exploration of White Heaven. I obtained 300 kilograms of true heaven silver, which is extremely rare even in treasure yellow heaven. With Swordmaster Yulan's help, I can still compete. Chu Du naturally was somewhat doubtful of Feng Juji's true intentions. But he was feeling urgency in obtaining Cauldron Strength Immortal Gu. Chu Du immediately replied to Feng Juje, thanking the other party for the help and also stating that after this event, he would give detailed information on the exact location of True Heaven Silver. With Feng Juji's help, Chu Du gained confidence and made a bid again. Changes occur in matters within the world, producing mysterious and interesting results. In Fang Yuan's previous life, Chu Du died in battle and the killer had been Feng Juje. Now, because of Fang Yuan, these two people joined hands by a stroke of fate. The collaboration between the two was mutually beneficial. To Chu Du, he needed Cauldron Strength Immortal Gu, and Feng Juji's help was opportune assistance. To Feng Juje, the financial aid he provided Chu Du with would be returned to him in the future. He could pay a low price to obstruct Fang Yuan's target. The bidding price continued to increase higher and higher. Chu Du seemed to have been revitalized, having increased confidence as he made bids with no hesitation. Fang Yuan was surprised at this. After using up the immortal materials from Langya Blessed Land, he had no choice but to start bidding with the immortal materials he had obtained earlier. Feng Juje could not help but feel vexed. These immortal materials had been his previously. He had not thought that after taking them out, they would be used against him so quickly. However, Feng Juje had no choice but to continue, while also calculating the situation. It seems the situation of Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Gu is going to be repeated. Domination Immortal Chu Du seems to be bent on getting this Strength Immortal Gu. The 10th Secret Room has been requesting Strength Path Immortal Gu since the beginning, and is now competing with Chu Du, with neither side having the slightest intent to retreat. It seems there is going to be another surge in the auction. The Gu Immortals discussed with one another in the main hall. Fang Yuan finally could not keep being seated, he left his seat and paced around in the secret room. Chu Du clearly had no hope and thus sent the letter, but how, in that case, did he get such a boost in his wealth? Could it be that he was pretending to be weak? Impossible. There would need to be a hole in his brain for him to use such a clumsy plan. That means, someone is helping him. Fang Yuan frowned, he had a hunch, but he could not precisely grasp it. Who was this person helping Chu Du? Why was this person helping him? On the surface, it was a competition between two people, but Fang Yuan felt that there was someone meddling in the dark. Fang Yuan tapped at his immortal zombie head, as he sat down on his seat again and started to use the wills in his mind to help him in thinking. While he thought, he continued bidding. After 2 more bids, he suddenly opened his eyes. A sharp light flashed in his eyes, the thinking just now had given him some results, as he formed some conjectures. I must have this Cauldron Strength Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan suddenly shouted, making an empty show of power, whatever the seller wants, speak, I will do my best to satisfy it. The same goes for me, whatever the seller wants, please speak. Chu Du was silent for a moment before he followed suit, showing no weakness. The hall was in a commotion. The person in the 10th secret room is not simple, directly challenging Chu Du. Sure enough, it has started again, the second climactic moment of the auction. The auction of Worldly Wave Trace was also like this. Now, let's see what the seller wants. The seller did not think for long, immediately speaking of a new requirement, a Wisdom Path inheritance. Chu Du gave a bitter smile when he heard this request. Where would he find a Wisdom Path inheritance? Wisdom Path has been around for a long time, but it had always been passed down from generation to generation in a single line, and was extremely mysterious and rare. The seller saw the heated bidding war and got greedy, making such an excessive request. Feng Juje also gave a bitter smile. He had many immortal Gu with him, but the seller's request of a Wisdom Path inheritance caused things to be awkward for him. Wisdom Path was rare, even among the 10 great ancient sects, only a few Wisdom Path inheritances were possessed by them. Fang Yuan had asked for a Wisdom Path inheritance in Treasure Yellow Heaven for a high price, but this had not been fulfilled. Finally, when fortune arrived for him, he only received an incomplete inheritance. That was also because the other party had an urgent need for the ancient desolate beast corpse. There were many Wisdom Path Gu worms, but Wisdom Path inheritances were rare. For a while, Fang Yuan and Chu Du went silent. Chapter 756 Fang Yuan vs Feng Juje. Chapter 756 Fang Yuan vs Feng Juje. The seller was requesting for a Wisdom Path inheritance. This was really an excessive demand. Previously, in the immortal material list that Fang Yuan threw out earlier, at least GU immortals would more or less have something within it, but wisdom path inheritances were extremely rare. Even if it was a wisdom path GU immortal, they would not sell their own inheritance, something that is of utmost importance to themselves. Chu Du did not have a wisdom path inheritance, and neither did Feng Juzhe. Fang Yuan only had an incomplete wisdom path inheritance. It was extremely incomplete, it could not meet the requirements. He sat on the seat, licking his dry lips as he kept quiet, but his heart was growing with anticipation. At once, be it the 10th secret room or domination immortal Chu Du, they did not speak. The hall fell into a peculiar silence. Eventually, discussions arose in the hall again. Requesting for a wisdom path inheritance, this condition is too much. A wisdom path immortal GU is good enough, they were still greedy for a wisdom path inheritance. Hee. This is simply being blinded by greed. Such a condition, the 10th secret room and domination immortal are unable to satisfy it. The heated bidding earlier was ruined. This cauldron strength immortal GU might end up going unsold. But this is nothing much. Unsold immortal GU will be in the second round of the auction according to the sequence. This seller of the cauldron strength immortal GU also found something amiss. He was anxious and quickly added. Qin Bai Sheng received his transmission and announced again. The wisdom path inheritance does not need to be complete, an incomplete wisdom path inheritance is fine too. Of course, the more complete it is, the better it would be. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. He had a rather incomplete wisdom path inheritance. His bid came from within the 10th secret room. I have an incomplete wisdom path inheritance. Chu Du heard Fang Yuan's bid and his heart jumped. He did not even have an incomplete inheritance. But he still had hope in his heart. He placed his hopes on Swordmaster Yulan. In his perspective, Swordmaster Yulan was backed by Prince Feng Xian. They had incredible foundation and would likely have a wisdom path incomplete inheritance. Feng Juzhe laughed bitterly. Spirit Affinity House indeed had collected incomplete wisdom path inheritances. But he did not have any currently. He quickly used the whole Earth GU in his immortal aperture and communicated to the other 9 Central Continent GU immortals. The 9 Central Continent GU immortals knew about Feng Juzhe's actions. In truth, they were secretly lurking near Crimson Reed Marsh, waiting to reinforce Feng Juzhe. After receiving Feng Juzhe's message, 2 of them had an incomplete inheritance. One was from Old Oracle. He came from Ancient Soul Sect and was a Wisdom Path GU immortal. The other was Chen Zhen from Myriad Dragon Dock. He was a flying grandmaster and had once explored an inheritance ground, obtaining one by chance. Feng Juzhe received their message and was overjoyed, quickly interacting with them. Wisdom path inheritances, even if incomplete, were quite valuable. Old Oracle and Chen Zhen were not from the same sect as Feng Juzhe. Even if they were, they still had to properly balance the books. In a moment, Feng Juzhe finished discussing with Chen Zhen and paid some price to buy the incomplete wisdom path inheritance from him. But after getting it, Feng Juzhe became hesitant. He could naturally provide the incomplete wisdom path inheritance to Chu Du. But doing it in this way was too obvious. He had lied to Chu Du earlier, saying that he wanted Chu Du's immortal materials, the true heaven silver. But now, just for the true heaven silver, he was providing him the valuable incomplete wisdom path inheritance. This was like giving up gold for silver. It did not make sense. Feng Juzhe could imagine, once he showed this inheritance, Chu Du would begin to suspect his true motives. Oh, if I had a companion that understood the situation alongside me, they would be able to bid now. Feng Juzhe sighed again. In this situation, there is an 80% chance that the seller would choose the 10th secret room. Unfortunately, in regards to the seller who is auctioning the immortal GU, I cannot contact them. Just as Feng Juzhe was about to risk Chu Du's suspicions and take out the incomplete wisdom path inheritance, Chu Du spoke. I do not have an inheritance, I'll back out from this bid. Feng Juzhe was stunned. The truth was, after waiting for a while, the tiny hope in Chu Du's heart vanished. He thought over it. His relationship with Swordmaster Yulan and Prince Feng Xian was not deep. The other party was only helping him because of the true heaven silver. Even if they had a wisdom path inheritance, why would they make such a huge sacrifice to help him? Just for that 300 kilograms of true heaven silver. It was evidently impossible. Chu Du was a smart person. Even though he was a lone cultivator, he needed his face. Fang Yuan had made his offer long ago, so many people were watching. Chu Du could not stall this by keeping silent. Thus, he announced his intention to back out from the current bid. Feng Juzhe's expression sunk. When Chu Du announced that he was backing out, he understood the reason behind it. At once, Fang Yuan's victory was imminent. Feng Juzhe did not know what to say. Should he blame Chudu for being too smart, thus making deductions in advance? Feng Juzhe himself had hesitated, because he lacked a companion, his hands were tied and it was tough for him to manipulate anything. But, even if Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal GU is handed over, there is still hope. After the open auction, there is still the free transaction period. Feng Juzhe consoled himself, his mental state quickly returned to normal. He had braved through many storms and difficulties in life that had improved him, they were on par with Feng Yuan's. If not for them, he would not be the Feng Juzhe he was today. Feng Juzhe was a type of person with much in common with Feng Yuan, they never gave up and would not mind temporary failure or loss, and they could lower their statuses if needed. The result of the competition for Cauldron Strength Immortal GU had become quite clear. Domination Immortal Chudu conceded while Feng Yuan provided an incomplete Wisdom Path inheritance. But just as Qin Baisheng was about to announce the bid going to Feng Yuan, a third competitor appeared. 11th Secret Room is bidding as well, they are taking out a Wisdom Path Immortal GU, an incomplete Wisdom Path inheritance, as well as immortal materials that are on par with those of 10th Secret Room. Qin Baisheng suddenly announced. This was an unexpected situation, the GU Immortals in the main hall were very interested. Another mysterious GU Immortal has entered the bidding competition. 11th Secret Room. They are able to make such a high bid, the auction has invited some formidable characters indeed. Since when were Strength Path Immortal GU so popular, everyone is fighting for this. Qin Baisheng felt more confusion than the others, he knew that Tai Bai Yunsheng and Feng Yuan arrived together, they should be allies. Why were they competing with each other now? Not only him, even the bidder, Tai Bai Yunsheng, was confused. He had just received Feng Yuan's transmission earlier, asking him to do this bid. Since the seller could only choose one person to deal with, whether they chose Feng Yuan or Tai Bai Yunsheng, they would only receive one of the bids. From start to finish, Feng Yuan did not violate the auction's rules. Feng Yuan sat in the 10th Secret Room, his finger was tapping on the armrest of his seat. His eyes were closed until only a slit remained, he continued bidding and competing with Tai Bai Yunsheng. After several rounds, Tai Bai Yunsheng pieced random materials together, showing his limited finances. Next, he purposely hesitated before bidding, displaying a changing mind. After several more rounds of bidding, Tai Bai Yunsheng obtained a notification from Qin Baisheng. After approving of it, he received a letter from another person. This letter's content was similar to the one written to Domination Immortal. Using one of the immortal materials that Tai Bai Yunsheng had as an excuse, he saw that Tai Bai Yunsheng could not afford to continue bidding and was willing to fund him in exchange for the immortal material. Junior brother, just as you had expected, someone is willing to fund me. Tai Bai Yunsheng reported this to Feng Yuan in secret. Oh, Feng Yuan opened his eyes, straightening his back subconsciously. Who? Swordmaster Yulan. Swordmaster Yulan. Feng Yuan's eyes shone with brilliance. Swordmaster Yulan. Prince Feng Xian. He could not sit any longer, he started pacing around in the room. Feng Yuan's plan earlier was only to ascertain a guess in his mind. Now that he saw a result from his test, Feng Yuan was a little surprised. Domination Immortal Chudu obtained funding, thus he could continue competing with me. This person is likely to be Swordmaster Yulan. If it is her, then why did she fund Chudu and Tai Bai Yunsheng? It is definitely not for the immortal materials, but to prevent my Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal GU from falling into other people's hands. Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal GU has no use in my hands, thus I am selling it. But if it falls into the hands of the seller of Cauldron Strength Immortal GU, then he would not sell the Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal GU again because he wants to have it. Swordmaster Yulan spent a huge sum earlier and used 2 Strength Path Immortal GU to obtain Worldly Wave Trace GU. Now, she is trying all sorts of methods to prevent me from selling Delight in Water and Mountain GU, why is that? The answer had already been flickering in his mind, that was the rank 7 Immortal GU house, Water Pavilion. Feng Yuan paced in the room as he thought about it. After a while, he stopped in his tracks, raising his head. The scene in the secret room was like a painting, but Feng Yuan's gaze was like the abyss, it was as if it pierced through the layers of illusions and saw the GU Immortals in the main hall. He saw Swordmaster Yulan who was in the single room, he even saw the region outside of Northern Plains, it was Central Continent. Feng Yuan's gaze was like ice, he laughed coldly in his heart, impressive, a great move. In my previous life, during the 5 Regions chaotic war, a certain Supreme Elder of Spirit Affinity House managed to sway Prince Feng Xian's heart and recruit him. Prince Feng Xian suddenly joined Spirit Affinity House. It caught people off guard. It almost killed Ma Hongyun, who had become a rank 7 GU Immortal, causing Northern Plains' situation to become dramatically worse. Northern Plains sacrificed large numbers of GU Immortals, countless territories were lost, and Spirit Affinity House was in the forefront, at number 1 among the 10 great ancient sects. To think that Prince Feng Xian all along had been a tool of Spirit Affinity House. Feng Zhuzhe had used vaguely familiar face. Fang Yuan could not decipher the truth. The 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent had ordered Feng Zhuzhe and the other GU Immortals to enter Northern Plains. It was a top-secret mission. Several Wisdom Path GU Immortals had worked together to eliminate all evidence of their actions. In accordance with Fang Yuan's intelligence-gathering methods, he naturally would not be able to find out anything. Fang Yuan did not know these matters, but Feng Zhuzhe was using Fairy Yulan's identity. It instead helped Fang Yuan figure out the important secret that Spirit Affinity House had been hiding. Chapter 757 Resurrection from the Dead. Chapter 757 Resurrection from the Dead. This Swordmaster Yulan has quite impressive methods. If Chudu did not send me a letter earlier, I might not have found out the flaw. If I did not have my previous life's memories, I would not have connected it either. Fang Yuan sighed in his mind. Feng Zhuzhe's scheming ability was not inferior to Fang Yuan's. Thus, when he struck, it was like a natural process, there was no traces. But in this contest of wits, Fang Yuan had come out marginally ahead. Firstly, Chudu was the cause of Feng Zhuzhe's flaw. Feng Zhuzhe did not know that Domination Immortal had sent a letter to Fang Yuan. If he knew, he would not have acted this way. But Chudu would not tell the other party for no reason. After all, this matter would cause a loss in reputation. At the same time, Chudu had thought that Feng Zhuzhe really wanted his true heaven silver. Feng Zhuzhe's second weakness was that he did not have accomplices. He was also using a fake identity. He had a lot of worries and restrictions binding him. He was not like Fang Yuan, who had Tai Bai Yunsheng assisting him. It could save a lot of trouble. Feng Zhuzhe's third misfortune was that his opponent, Fang Yuan, was not normal. He was a reborn person. With his previous life's memories, even if he did not know the truth, he could deduce some secrets based on the huge events that had happened. Fang Yuan sat down and continued to think while bidding against Tai Bai Yunsheng. The situation had changed again. Earlier, Fang Yuan was in the dark, but now he had a grasp of the situation. He found out Swordmaster Yulan's motive. Even though he did not know about the true identity of Swordmaster Yulan, Fang Yuan had the initiative now. Feng Zhuzhe did not know that Fang Yuan had seen through his motives. This was a great opportunity where the enemy was exposed while he was hidden. Right now, Fang Yuan was pondering over an issue. Should he keep the light in water and mountain, causing Spirit Affinity House's plans to fail, or trade it for the Cauldron Strength Immortal GU, or directly sell the Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal GU to Swordmaster Yulan? Fang Yuan was open-minded. He was not against others gaining advantages. If he could satisfy Spirit Affinity House and gain a huge amount of benefits, Fang Yuan would do it. But on the other hand, Fang Yuan did not want to give up Cauldron Strength Immortal GU. Such a Strength Path Defensive Immortal GU was very rare. Once he missed it, he might not find another again. Just as Fang Yuan was hesitating, a voice came from a single room. A Wisdom Path Immortal GU, Kindness Thought GU, an incomplete Wisdom Path inheritance, and twice the immortal materials for this Cauldron Strength Immortal GU. The entirety of the hall gasped. The GU Immortal who had entered the bidding competition was not a normal person. It was one of the 5 rank 8 experts in Northern Plains, Refinement Path GU Immortal Yao Huang. Yao Huang is bidding too. He is a Refinement Path GU Immortal. Why does he have needs for Strength Path too? Maybe this Cauldron Strength Immortal GU involves some immense benefits that we do not know about. In a single room, next to Yao Huang, one of the current leaders of the Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, Yin Lugong, was seated. Yin Lugong said, "Senior Yao Huang, are you really buying this Cauldron Strength Immortal GU?" Yao Huang chuckled. "Indeed, I want to refine an Immortal GU, Resurrection from the Dead. There is an important stage where I need a formless vessel to act as the container during refinement. This vessel needs to be formless and ethereal, and cannot have any trace of the 5 elements, light or darkness. Thus, fire, ice, wood, metal, chi and other paths would not work. The best path for this is Phantom Path, followed by Strength Path, Space Path, and finally, Rule Path." Yin Lugong realized. Phantom Path Immortal GU are extremely rare. They are like Wisdom Path inheritances. Phantom Path Immortal GU that can act as a formless vessel are even rarer. This Cauldron Strength Immortal GU, Even though it uses strength to create a cauldron, it does not have the 5 elements or light or darkness in it. It is formless and ethereal, but it can defend against attacks. It is really a top-tier vessel for GU refinement. Yao Huang nodded. Nurture, use, refinement, they all depend on the person. Immortal GU or a tool, their use varies from person to person. Little Lu, you should believe my sincerity now, right? Yin Lu Gong smiled bitterly. Earlier, when Yao Huang invited him and pulled his hand when entering a single room, it showed that their relationship was close and many GU immortals were very envious. But the outsiders did not know the details. Yao Huang had his own motives. These recent years, Yao Huang had been conducting research on an entirely new immortal GU. It was called Resurrection from the Dead. Like the name suggested, this GU could allow a dead person to regain their life. Yao Huang walked on the refinement path. He was also most skilled at refining healing GU worms. Right now, Resurrection from the Dead immortal GU was a new innovation. It would consume a lot of his effort and wealth. In the past, I had been collaborating with your alliance, using immortal zombies as the test subjects to research on the law of life and death. These years, following my accumulations, I've made great gains. I have 30% confidence of refining the immortal GU, Resurrection from the Dead, successfully. Yao Huang said with much pride. 30%. Yin Lu Gong showed admiration on his face. A 30% chance, this was extremely high for refining immortal GU. Once I refine the immortal GU, the biggest beneficiary is not me, but your zombie alliance instead. Yao Huang made a bid as he said this to Yin Lu Gong. Yin Lu Gong's heart jumped. Senior means. That's right, Yao Huang admitted. This GU involves the law of life and death, turning from dead to alive. It is suitable for you immortal zombies to regain life, and get rid of your statuses as immortal zombies. There is actually such an incredible use as expected of Lord Yao Huang. Yin Lu Gong was stunned, but he quickly concealed his shock. But if Lord has this immortal GU, not only would the benefits be immense, you could also use it on yourself to extend your lifespan, correct? Ha ha ha, little Lu, you are so smart. Your thinking is right, lifespan GU are hard to find. I do not have too much life remaining, I have to find other ways to extend my lifespan. How about it, collaborate with me? Yao Huang smiled as he spoke, admitting openly. Yin Lu Gong smiled bitterly. Lord Yao Huang has seen that I was moved, but to collaborate with Senior, Junior will have to provide at least 10 immortal zombies. Although I am one of the leaders of Zombie Alliance, there are still 2 others. Even the 3 of us together are only left to administer the Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch. This matter is very important. I need to inform Leader Blazing Heaven. 10 immortal zombies are the least required. To refine Resurrection from the Dead immortal GU, I will need something that can interact with the life and death Dao marks. That is why immortal zombies are the most optimal GU refinement material. I know that in Earth Trench, your Zombie Alliance has a graveyard. Past generations of immortal zombies are all buried there. Yao Huang frowned. Yin Lu Gong rapidly waved his hands. Lord Yao Huang, that is not possible. The dead should rest in peace, because we in Zombie Alliance are in this physical state. We place great importance on that. If I dig up their corpses, I will attract the rage of the entirety of Zombie Alliance. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's reputation would be ruined. After all, if we make use of even our own members' bodies, who would join such a callous organization? I have 2 immortal zombie bodies in my possession. They are traitors of Zombie Alliance. But even so, I used my killer move, Stone Casket, to seal them up and place them as defenses for the discussion hall's doors. They will not be mobilized under normal circumstances. HMPH, you immortal zombies are so stubborn. If I can refine Resurrection from the Dead immortal GU, it will greatly benefit all of you as well. Yao Huang showed an unhappy expression. He exerted pressure on Yin Lu Gong. Precisely because Zombie Alliance was stubborn regarding this, Yao Huang had once disguised himself and attempted to enter Zombie Alliance in order to steal some immortal zombie bodies. Unfortunately, his plans were ruined by the door of the discussion hall. Yin Lu Gong was enduring the huge pressure, but he did not dare to relent on this matter. He thought over his words and said, "How about this, Senior? This matter is too serious. I cannot make the decision alone. In fact, even as 3 leaders cannot decide this ourselves. We need to inform Leader Blazing Heaven. She will decide. In a few months, I will definitely give you a reply." Yao Huang was unhappy. You 3 leaders are really loyal to Blazing Heaven. Yin Lu Gong felt as if cold sweat was pouring from him. Listening to Yao Huang's words, it seemed like he had talked to the other 2 leaders as well. Meanwhile, he said to Yao Huang, "To speak of loyalty, I am ashamed. Honestly speaking, we immortal zombies agree with Zombie Alliance's rules. After all, most GU immortals ostracize us immortal zombies, they look down on us. Zombie Alliance is our home. Yao Huang snorted coldly. He made an offer in the auction again, directing his unhappiness towards the auction itself. I'll back out. In the 10th secret room, Fang Yuan spoke. Soon after, Tai Bai Yun Sheng in the 11th secret room also said, I would not dare to compete with senior Yao Huang, I admit defeat. Yao Huang was after Cauldron Strength Immortal GU, this was not his only goal, he also wanted to show Yin Lugong his resolution. To obtain Cauldron Strength Immortal GU, he exposed a portion of his own Wisdom Path inheritance, and even took out an Immortal GU to bid. The transaction was quickly completed. Yao Huang held the Cauldron Strength Immortal GU in his hand and sighed, this is still rank 6, it seems I will need to spend some effort to get it to rank 7. That will increase the chances of success when I refine Resurrection from the Dead Immortal GU. Yin Lugong's heart jumped, he knew that these words were for him. After entering the single room, Yao Huang had been urging him and showing his resolution. This was the will of a rank 8 great expert. If he did not settle this properly, he might attract the rage of Yao Huang. The attack of a rank 8 great expert would cause an all-out war between Yao Tribe and Zombie Alliance. The GU Immortals did not expect that this Cauldron Strength Immortal Goose auction would end up with Yao Huang as the winner. Fang Yuan backed out when he understood the tough situation. Feng Juzhe sighed in relief secretly. This situation was good for Feng Juzhe's benefits as well. If Fang Yuan succeeded and the seller obtained Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal GU, Feng Juzhe would have much greater difficulty in obtaining it. The seller wanted the Wisdom Path Immortal GU, they would not sell it, and most importantly, Feng Juzhe could not find the seller. From start to finish, this person did not expose their location or identity, they had been asking Qin Bai Sheng to represent him. With this, one could deduce that the seller was likely a bottom-tier GU immortal and had weak strength, otherwise, they would not act so timidly and carefully. Cauldron Strength Immortal Gu's auction ended, everyone's attention was drawn to the next Immortal GU. This is the third Luck Path Immortal GU. A GU immortal said. The mysterious Luck Path Immortal GU were very famous outside. Because of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, Northern Plains GU immortals had a unique attachment to Luck Path Immortal GU. The second Luck Path Immortal GU was called Peach Blossom Luck, it was sold at a high price. The Luck Path Immortal GU currently up was called Good Luck. It was a storage Immortal GU that could gather and store all of the ownerless good luck that dissipated from heaven and earth. The seller wanted a Fire Path Immortal GU. The GU immortals fought over it, eventually reaching a deal at a high price. Chapter 758 Eat Strength. Chapter 758, Eat Strength. The following auction was like it had been set up in advance, several Luck Path Immortal GU showed up consecutively. Leave Luck GU which could rapidly expend luck, Seal Luck GU which could seal luck, Transfer Luck GU which could transfer luck, as well as the Break Luck Immortal GU that Fang Yuan was after. Unfortunately, the sellers of all these Immortal GU had their own desires, they requested for metal, wood, water, fire, earth and other Immortal GU of mainstream paths. This was a weak point of Fang Yuan, if he could not fulfill this basic requirement, he could not even join in the bidding. Fang Yuan had suffered at the hands of Luck Path previously, but he had also obtained great benefits from Luck Path. He wanted to observe the situation and see if he could obtain a few Luck Path Immortal GU, but now it seemed that he had no chance at all. The most regrettable thing was that he missed Break Luck Immortal GU by a hair's breadth. Fang Yuan had already obtained Connect Luck Immortal GU, it could work in conjunction with Break Luck Immortal GU. But unfortunately, his opportunity to obtain it went by unsuccessfully. This auction was not set up specifically for him, Fang Yuan had gains, and naturally missed opportunities as well. The next Immortal GU is a rank 7 Luck Path Immortal GU, it is called Calamity Beckoning, it was finally time for Calamity Beckoning Immortal GU to be auctioned, Qin Bai Sheng spoke slowly as he introduced it. Rank 7 Immortal GU were quite rare. Most of the Immortal GU in the auction were rank 6 Immortal GU. Although it was a difference of just one rank, there was a great disparity in value. This was because the chance of raising a rank 6 Immortal GU to rank 7 was very low, and the cost of refinement was very high. As for rank 8 Immortal GU, they did not appear in this auction. The GU Immortals in the hall heard that it was a rank 7 Immortal GU and showed some interest, they looked over with gazes of anticipation. But after learning about Calamity Beckoning Immortal GU's use, they all shook their heads. Calamity Beckoning Immortal GU's use was to help others by harming oneself, helping another person undergo tribulation, and attract the calamity or tribulation to oneself. Giving up oneself to save others, this was not impossible, but often benefits and exchanges were involved. Calamity beckoning Immortal GU did not have zero demand, some large forces needed it to help their own members. Furthermore, some GU Immortals were moved, they could use this GU to help others and earn some profits from it. But Fang Yuan wanted a rank 7 Strength Path Immortal GU. In the entirety of the auction hall, nobody made an offer. Fang Yuan saw that the situation was not going well. He quickly informed Qin Baisheng that they could also use rank 7 Time Path Immortal GU to trade for it, but there were no responses. It really is calamity beckoning Immortal GU. I wonder if this Immortal GU came from the GU Immortal in the 10th secret room. Feng Juzhe thought over it before communicating with Qin Baisheng, requesting to talk to the owner of calamity beckoning Immortal GU. Fairy Yulan, you finally lost your patience, Fang Yuan snorted. He rejected this request unhesitatingly. Eventually, because nobody bid for it, calamity beckoning Immortal GU was not sold. Fang Yuan was mentally prepared for this result. After all, he was asking for a rank 7 Immortal GU, and he wanted a Strength Path Immortal GU at that. There were few of such Immortal GU. Most importantly, compared to other Immortal GU, calamity beckoning Immortal GU was not as attractive, thus nobody bid for it. Fang Yuan's calamity beckoning Immortal GU was not the only Immortal GU that went unsold. At the start, there was the Conceal Luck Immortal GU that went unsold. After that, several other GU suffered the same fate. There was still a chance left for these unsold Immortal GU. After the auction, there was still an event, the open transaction. During the open transaction, they could still sell these Immortal GU. As time continued to pass, more and more Immortal GU were showcased and bought. The anticipation of the GU Immortals also accumulated gradually. There were few Immortal GU left on the list, they soon would all be presented. The most important item in the auction was about to be showcased. It was the essence of the Luck Path True Inheritance that Qin Baisheng obtained. The following Immortal GU is called Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal GU, it is of Wisdom Path and rank 6. The seller is requesting for a rank 6 Strength Path Immortal GU, it would be best if it is a defensive Immortal GU. Qin Baisheng announced. When there were only a few Immortal GU left, it was finally time for Fang Yuan's Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal GU to be auctioned. This time, he still asked for Strength Path Immortal GU. He did not say a word about the Immortal Zombie Body or the method to regain new life. In fact, he did not even mention the White Lotus Giant Silkworm GU. Once these two matters were mentioned, combined with the Strength Path Immortal GU, the clues would be too obvious. Fang Yuan had fixed immortal travel, this was known by everyone. Even if Fang Yuan did not know about the relationship between Prince Feng Xian and Spirit Affinity House, he would not be brainless enough to make such a request. Rank 6 Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal GU in exchange for a rank 6 Strength Path Immortal GU, the requirement for this auction was much lower than Calamity Beckoning Immortal GU previously. Once Qin Baisheng spoke, several GU Immortals started bidding. Strength Path was declining, but Wisdom Path was mysterious and unfailingly stable over the ages. In the eyes of many GU Immortals, a rank 6 Wisdom Path Immortal GU was much more attractive than a rank 6 Strength Path Immortal GU. At once, regarding the Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal GU, the auction hall's atmosphere became incredibly heated. Fang Yuan carefully listened to the bids as he remained unmoved, he was waiting for Swordmaster Yulan to bid. Before long, Swordmaster Yulan, indeed entered the bid. I have an Eat Strength Immortal GU with me. This GU is not only of Strength Path, but also of Food Path, it is a Strength Path Cultivation type Immortal GU. One may consume beast meat or vegetation related to Strength Path. In order to allow Strength Path Dao marks to grow naturally on the GU Immortal's body, they would fully fit with one's own body. Once he said that, almost all of the GU Immortal's attentions were drawn over. This is a good Immortal GU. For a Strength Path GU Immortal, this is really hard to come by. Food Path has long since vanished, its condition is worse than Strength Path. At least Strength Path had flourished once before, but Food Path did not, it has almost completely disappeared now. All that I've heard of it is that it is very useful for nurturing GU. Hearing the discussions of the GU Immortals in the main hall, Feng Juzhe smiled lightly. This Immortal GU did not come from the 10 great sects of Central Continent. Feng Juzhe had requested it from Prince Feng Xian not long ago because he knew that Fang Yuan would make such a requirement. Although he had many Immortal GU, regarding Strength Path, he only had Pulling Mountain and Pulling Water. Meanwhile, Prince Feng Xian happened to have this. It turned out that after 88 Truyong building collapsed, a formless hand flew out and landed near Prince Feng Xian's grotto heaven. After Prince Feng Xian broke the formless hand personally, he captured the Eat Strength Immortal GU. This GU was very useful to Strength Path GU Immortals, but to Prince Feng Xian, it had little use. After receiving Feng Juji's letter regarding requesting assistance, as people from the same sect, Prince Feng Xian used his method to secretly send this immortal GU into Feng Juji's blessed land. Fairy Yulan, I wonder if you can sell this GU to me. I am willing to use another Strength Path Immortal GU to exchange for it. I will provide valuable immortal materials as well, and I will not interfere with you in the bid for Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal GU. Soon, Chudu sent a message. Domination Immortal was moved, but that is natural. However, how can the GU that he wants to exchange with it be more attractive than Eat Strength GU, even if they are both of Strength Path? Feng Juzhe replied, rejecting Chudu's request. He smiled more confidently now, since the 10th Secret Room's mysterious GU Immortal wanted a Strength Path Immortal GU, he was likely to be a Strength Path GU Immortal. Even if he was not, the allure of Eat Strength Immortal GU would definitely be very high to this person. Everything went as Feng Juzhe had expected. After Fang Yuan heard the description for Eat Strength Immortal GU, he was surprised and overjoyed. This Eat Strength Immortal GU was too suitable for him. Regarding a GU Immortal's cultivation, it mainly involved undergoing tribulations in their immortal aperture. With each successful tribulation, the GU Immortal's body would have an increase in Dao marks of their own path. The more Dao marks on a GU Immortal's body, the closer they would be to heaven and earth, and the closer to the laws of the Great Dao. The stronger the tribulation, the more Dao marks would be etched on them after completing it. Thus, when assessing a GU Immortal's cultivation level, they would usually use standards like 1 heavenly tribulation, or 2 heavenly tribulations. The more numerous their Dao marks, the greater resonance they could cause when using the corresponding Immortal GU, and the greater effect that Immortal GU could unleash. When Fang Yuan used Worldly Wave Trace Immortal GU, the Strength Path Dao marks on his body were unrelated to Worldly Wave Trace's Water Path Dao marks, there even was conflict. Thus, the result was not great. He could only use about 60 to 70% of its power. But if Fang Yuan used a Strength Path Immortal GU like Pulling Mountain or Pulling Water, his own body and the Immortal GU would resonate. Not only would he be able to amplify the effect of the Immortal GU, he could even unleash 130% of its power. Furthermore, the more they resonated, the more Fang Yuan would be able to comprehend the laws of Strength Path personally when he used the Immortal GU. The more his understanding grew, the more his Strength Path attainment will deepen, and his foundation would accumulate gradually. One day, he would achieve a qualitative breakthrough. But despite that, Fang Yuan's greatest problem was that he was an immortal zombie, his immortal aperture was dead. Every once in a while, a portion of his blessed land would disintegrate, but he would also face no tribulations. The way of heaven was to be balanced and fair, calamities and tribulations would only be unleashed on small worlds that had blessings. The greater the fortune, the stronger the calamities and tribulations. Immortal zombies did not need to face tribulations, that was a good thing. After all, with a dead aperture, if they had to undergo calamities and tribulations as well, there was no way to survive. But to Fang Yuan, without any calamities and tribulations, he would not have any growth of Dao marks, and his cultivation level would stagnate. Of course, to increase my Dao marks, I can use Immortal GU like Iron Crown Eagle Strength GU to form Dao marks on my body. But such Beast Strength Immortal GU are not suited for the human body, and the number of Dao marks is very sparse, there is little effect. The Dao marks generated by 2 or 3 Beast Strength Immortal GU are less than the amount gained from undergoing one earthly calamity. Fang Yuan had the experience of using Beast Strength GU worms. Beast Strength did not suit the human body, they were not easy to use. Beast Phantoms could only be unleashed sometimes, but not always. Like the Iron Crown Eagle Strength GU, it could carve a portion of the Iron Crown Eagle's Strength Path Dao marks onto his body. But these Dao marks did not suit Fang Yuan's physical body, because the structure of the human body was different from an eagle. When the Dao marks of the Iron Crown Eagle resonated with Fang Yuan, only then would he be able to unleash the strength of an Iron Crown Eagle, along with summoning an Iron Crown Eagle Strength Path Phantom. Unless he had all-out effort Immortal GU. All-out effort's true effect was to allow complete resonance of the Strength Path Dao marks carved on a person's body. But Fang Yuan's all-out effort GU was only rank 4. Although it was a vital GU, he had no idea how to refine it into an Immortal GU. The Immortal GU recipe of all-out effort GU had been lost over the course of the long river of time. In this regard, Fang Yuan's greatest hope was Langya land spirit. There were several thousand immortal GU recipes in Langya blessed land. There was hope that one of them was the immortal GU recipe of all-out effort GU. Chapter 759 Successful Extortion. Chapter 759 Successful Extortion. But at the moment, Fang Yuan and Langya land spirit's relationship had not deepened to the point of trading immortal GU recipes between them. Even when it came to mortal GU recipes, Langya land spirit treasured them greatly and refused to sell them. When it was related to matters involving the refinement of GU, Langya land spirit was always very stingy. Earlier, Fang Yuan was willing to pay a high price to buy his hairy men. However, these hairy man slaves were involved with the refinement of GU. Langya land spirit treated them like treasures and would not sell them, not to mention GU recipes. But if Fang Yuan obtained Eat Strength Immortal GU, the situation would improve drastically for him. Eat Strength Immortal GU could allow a GU Immortal to grow strength path Dao marks. Because of that, the Dao marks that they gained would definitely be perfectly suited for their own body. Fang Yuan's cultivation level had stagnated. He could certainly rely on this Immortal GU to make some form of compensation in that regard. Fang Yuan was moved now. One could say that as long as one was a Strength Path GU Immortal, they would definitely be moved when they saw the Eat Strength Immortal GU. With this Strength Path Immortal GU, I am not afraid that the other party will remain unmoved. Feng Juzhe sat down calmly, feeling very confident in his heart. Once this GU appeared, almost all of the bids of the competitors for the Immortal GU seemed much inferior. As long as one was not an idiot, they would be able to see the benefits of Eat Strength Immortal GU. If I did not find out the flaw, I might have traded for this GU already. What a pity for you, Fang Yuan was laughing coldly to himself internally. At this time, from the 23rd secret room, someone reported a price, 1 Iron Crown Eagle Strength Immortal GU, as well as 15 drops of the immortal material Rulai blood. Hearing this voice, Fang Yuan's smile became wider. Earlier, he had used Rising Azure Cloud Immortal GU to exchange for an Iron Crown Eagle Strength Immortal GU. But during that process, he did not expose his identity. He had confirmed the buyer through informing Qin Bai Sheng. Thus, other than Qin Bai Sheng himself, none of the other GU Immortals present knew who the Iron Crown Eagle Strength Immortal GU ended up with. Qin Bai Sheng had signed an agreement. He would naturally not leak any information on this. Thus, Fang Yuan could use it to bid freely. As for the person inside the 23rd secret room, it was none other than Tai Bai Yun Sheng. In order to obtain Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal GU, Feng Juzhe had made many preparations earlier, asking Prince Feng Xian for help. How could Fang Yuan not make some prior arrangements himself? He had already asked Qin Bai Sheng and secretly changed Tai Bai Yun Sheng's room to another secret room. Even though Tai Bai Yun Sheng did not expose his or Fang Yuan's identity when he was in the 11th secret room, it was undoubtedly much safer for him to change his room now. After Tai Bai Yun Sheng made the bid, Fang Yuan did not make any response for a long time. As time passed slowly, Feng Juzhe started to inwardly frown. Domination Immortal Chu Du had also started bidding. He offered another Beast Strength Immortal GU, while also adding some immortal material in the bid. Chu Du did not want Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal GU, but he had a use for it. He was a Strength Path GU Immortal. The reason why he was giving up a Strength Path Immortal GU was because he wanted the Eat Strength Immortal GU. Fang Yuan chuckled lightly. He immediately understood Chu Du's intentions. It was Chu Du's own fault for exposing his identity. It forced him into a passive situation. Regarding Chu Du's sudden interference, Fang Yuan was happy to see such a situation. He remained silent as he allowed the auction to continue proceeding. Under his request, Tai Bai Yun Sheng continued to raise his bid again. Feng Juzhe frowned even more deeply. He had no choice but to start raising his bid as well. The moment he spoke, Tai Bai Yun Sheng would follow up and make a bid. His attitude was imposing, as if he definitely had to obtain this immortal GU no matter what. Feng Juzhe could not help but become suspicious. Was this Eat Strength GU too unattractive to the person inside the 10th secret room? Or was he just trying to be greedy and was waiting for the bid to rise? Feng Juzhe did not fall into the trap easily. He was the shining exemplar of a generation after all. He decided to pause now. That way, he could analyze the situation more clearly from the outside. He would also be able to probe Fang Yuan's true intentions. Swordmaster Yulan stopped bidding. It was as if she did not want to lose Eat Strength Immortal GU, thus she had backed out of the competition. Such a situation quickly attracted the attention of all the GU Immortals. The happiest one was obviously Chu Du. he sent a message again and urged Feng Juzhe to sell the Eat Strength Immortal GU to him. Feng Juzhe laughed lightly, rejecting him once again. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan instructed Tai Bai Yunsheng to continue raising his bid. As the price increased steadily, it became very expensive. Most of the GU Immortals started backing out of this, they were stating that this price was too high. Eventually, only Chudu and Tai Bai Yunsheng were left bidding. Chudu was currently having a tough time. His real motive was to obtain Eat Strength Immortal GU, but Feng Juzhe refused to sell it to him. It seemed like he still wanted to bid for the Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal GU. Chudu did not dare to be complacent, he quickly followed along with the bidding. On one hand, he wanted to prevent the Eat Strength Immortal GU from falling into someone else's possession, and on the other hand, if he obtained Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal GU, he would have a huge chance of using it to trade GU with Swordmaster Yulan. Tai Bai Yunsheng's intentions were very simple and pure. He just did whatever his junior brother asked him to do. Even if he won the Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal GU, that was fine. After all, whatever price he paid would still return to his own pockets. Feng Juzhe's strategy was also very simple. That was to sit this out for now and reap the spoils later. By the time the competition was almost over, he would jump in and raise the price by a huge margin, winning all at once. These three people, because of their own goals and intentions, created a stalemate by pure chance. As the situation continued to stall, after a few more rounds, someone among the GU Immortals in the main hall came to a sudden realization. He shouted subconsciously, "Why is this Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal GU so popular now? There are so many immortal materials listed, the bid has reached such a high price." The others quickly became aware of this fact as well. That's right, it is so high now. A Wisdom Path Immortal GU that can only produce joyful will is actually reaching such a high price. This is a rare sight. In my opinion, the only reason why this is reaching such a high price is due to the involvement of Lord Chudu. He is willing to give up a Strength Path Immortal GU in order to obtain Delight in Water and Mountain. I am sure he has his motives. Chudu, who had just been mentioned, was not in a good state currently. His face was full of worries, his financial power right now was truly lacking. Sigh, if I had known this, I would have stalled my tribulation. The intense pressure coming from Tai Bai Yunsheng made Chudu feel very uncomfortable. Since when did I, the great domination immortal, get into such a pathetic state? Chudu had incredible battle strength, but in this huge auction, battle strength was not the key, it was one's financial power. Tai Bai Yunsheng got instructions from Fang Yuan and continued to raise his bid. Chudu gritted his teeth and hung on. After several rounds like this, Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal GU's price continued to rise under the eyes of all the GU Immortals present. Qin Baisheng had been observing quietly. By this point, he could not help but praise inwardly. This Sha Huang is really a brilliant person despite being an immortal zombie, he is not simple. But Chudu's financial limits are already clear now, he is hesitating when bidding. If it were me, I would take the opportunity and sell it now. Qin Baisheng knew. Although Fang Yuan's plan seemed simple, executing it was no easy feat. Having to plan matters out while simultaneously executing them, it required a lot of foresight and the ability to read people's minds. If he went overboard even a little, his profits would vanish like a puff of smoke. However, it seemed like Fang Yuan did not know what going overboard meant. He continued getting Tai Bai Yunsheng to raise the bid, acting imposingly. Chudu was finally unable to continue, his forehead was full of sweat. His gaze pierced into the single room, looking at the direction of the 23rd secret room. He was thinking about the person inside. He probably had a special need for Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal GU, otherwise he would not bid at such a high price with an attitude of an unrelenting, fierce tiger. So be it, Chudu sighed deeply, keeping quiet as he stopped bidding. At this point, only Tai Bai Yunsheng was left. But even so, Tai Bai Yunsheng continued to report a bid, raising the price by another margin. Meanwhile, Swordmaster Yulan did not make a single sound, it was as if she had already backed out of the current bid. Fang Yuan laughed coldly, transmitting his decision to Qin Baisheng. Qin Baisheng heard this news and was first stunned. Why was he selling it to his ally? But he quickly understood that perhaps Sha Huang and Baisheng were not as intimate as they appeared to be. He thought about this and his mind cleared up. But deep down, he still felt that there was something weird going on. Qin Baisheng shook his head mentally. He was on the stage and had no time to waste. He announced, 23rd secret room, going once. After pausing for a short while, he continued, 23rd secret room, going twice. The GU Immortals in the main hall talked to themselves softly. It seems that the victor of this round is the 23rd secret room. That's right, they seem to have great interest in delight in water and mountain. Even after domination Immortal backed out, he still continued to raise the bid alone. His motive was to pull some distance and prevent the seller from having any intentions to sell the Immortal GU at the last moment to domination Immortal. This price is truly very high, many of the Immortal materials are making me drool. To think that towards the end of the auction, there is still such a high price being sold, this can squeeze into the top 10 most expensive auction rounds. The situation was now set. Fang Yuan started to get nervous. He squinted his eyes as his heart wavered slightly. Maybe my analysis earlier was wrong. 23rd secret room, going 3, Qin Bai Sheng shouted until here, before someone interrupted him. Feng Juzhe spoke. Eat strength Immortal GU, and on top of what the 23rd secret room is bidding, I will add in another 400 kilograms of red refinement metal. 400 kilograms of red refinement metal, this elevated the price again. This was a huge bid that exceeded what Tai Bai Yunsheng had done earlier in his individual bids. Everyone gasped sharply. They did not think that at the last moment, there would be such a huge change. Qin Bai Sheng was also stunned for a while. Chu Du's expression turned pale, but he soon sighed to himself gloomily. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Great, Swordmaster Yulan, you were truly very patient. From the 23rd secret room, Tai Bai Yunsheng's voice could be heard. He sounded like he was extremely annoyed at his plan being thwarted. He continued to bid in an angry tone. Feng Juzhe laughed bitterly to himself. After observing for so long, he had already believed that the person inside the 23rd secret room was serious about bidding. My luck this time was truly horrible. The two Immortal GU that I wanted to buy were both met with tough competitors. The most important thing was, these two competitors were very affluent and wealthy. No, the auction did not disallow the exchanging of secret rooms. There is also another possibility, that the secret rooms all belong to one person. Maybe he knows about the matter of Water Pavilion. After all, Mo Yao did leave behind an inheritance, or maybe, it is the other 9 sects of Central Continent that do not want to see my Spirit Affinity House regain. Feng Juzhe was a very intelligent person, but intelligent people tended to overthink matters. Regardless of the situation, for the sake of Water Pavilion, I need to obtain this delight in water and mountain Immortal GU no matter what. Feng Juzhe quickly made up his mind, bidding again. He and Tai Bai Yunsheng bid back and forth, both refusing to relent. Under the shocked gazes of the GU Immortals, delight in water and mountain Immortal GU's price continued to soar higher. It soon went into the top 5 prices. Soon after, it climbed to the second spot at an alarming rate. The highest price was naturally Feng Juzhe's 2-for-1 exchange to buy Fang Yuan's Worldly Wave Trace Immortal GU. Don't tell me I have to do a 2-for-1 exchange again. Feng Juzhe's expression was cold and solemn. He finally experienced what Chu Du was feeling earlier. This was an overbearing pressure that was exerted on him constantly. No matter what price he bid, the person in the 23rd secret room would immediately bid at a higher price. Feng Juzhe could not sit anymore. He started to pace around in his secret room. If a 2-for-1 exchange would guarantee him victory, he would do it even if he had to grit his teeth. But he felt something amiss deep within himself, yet he could not state clearly where the problem was. If I do a 2-for-1 exchange again, someone who is paying attention might find out my true motive. That will be a huge hindrance when I try to find Water Harmony GU in the future. Feng Juzhe's target was Water Pavilion, but only 2 of the 3 core Immortal GU appeared in the auction. He naturally wanted to obtain Water Harmony GU as well. The weird feeling in Feng Juzhe's heart was making him feel a hint of unrest as well. He sat back in his seat, deciding to go on the offensive. He shouted his bid again. This time, he requested for the seller to state what he needed, and he would try to fulfill those demands. Fang Yuan purposely paused for a moment, to give a false impression that he was in deep thought. Next, he gave Qin Bai Sheng a new requirement, a complete wisdom path inheritance. Everyone gasped loudly. This price was too high. To think that this person had the guts to say it. Feng Juzhe was dumbfounded. He indeed had a wisdom path inheritance, but it was incomplete. The seller was acting like this. Were they trying to prevent the Immortal GU from being sold? Tai Bai Yunsheng quickly shouted, I have an incomplete wisdom path inheritance in my hands. Feng Juzhe rapidly followed up. An incomplete wisdom path inheritance, I have that too. Tai Bai Yunsheng snorted coldly. He continued, may the seller list another request, please. The GU Immortal looked around at each other. Did they hear wrongly? The price was still going to increase further. Qin Bai Sheng was silent for a moment before replying for Fang Yuan. the seller is requesting a killer move that can disguise one's identity, the one which is superior will win. Feng Juji's heart tightened. The seller said that they were obviously putting more emphasis on the disguising killer move. Tai Bai Yunsheng quickly said, I have a complete killer move, although it is a mortal killer move, it originated from Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, it is called Unfamiliar Face. Unfamiliar Face, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. The main hall went into a huge commotion. Feng Juji's forehead was sweating, his arms were tightly grabbing the handle of his seat as his gaze shined anxiously, he hesitated for a moment before shouting as well, I have a killer move, it is an incomplete immortal move, originating from Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, called Vaguely Familiar Face. Everyone cried out in shock. Fang Yuan stood up from his seat excitedly, his eyes shining with brilliance. It seems that the rumors in my previous life were not baseless. Spirit Affinity House does indeed have the immortal killer move Vaguely Familiar Face. Spirit Affinity House had many good things, but most of their signature collection could not be extorted. Once he did, the other party would understand matters at once. Furthermore, this killer move was the most useful one to Fang Yuan himself. Even in his previous life, Spirit Affinity House had the killer move Vaguely Familiar Face, but they did not spread any information about it. During the 5 regions chaotic war, when spies were abundant, they entered enemy territories and obtained many gains. After many times, GU immortals among both enemies and allied parties continued to analyze, and confirmed that this was the killer move, Vaguely Familiar Face. But Spirit Affinity House refused to admit it. After all, as one of the 10 great ancient sects, a leader of the righteous path, using a demon venerable's killer move was damaging to their reputation. What Fang Yuan did not know was, this immortal killer move belonged to Feng Juzhe. In his previous life, Feng Juzhe had contributed this killer move to his sect, thus, the rumors from his previous life were started. Fang Yuan did not know this fact, and he did not guess that the person bidding was Feng Juzhe. But that did not stop him from extorting this killer move. Of course, Feng Juzhe would not hand over the entire complete immortal killer move to Fang Yuan. But an incomplete immortal killer move was already much better than the mortal killer move Unfamiliar Face. Fang Yuan confirmed it on the spot, selling Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal GU to Swordmaster Yulan. In this way, not only would he receive a huge amount of immortal materials, filling up half of his list, he even obtained Eat Strength Immortal GU, an incomplete Wisdom Path inheritance, as well as the incomplete immortal killer move Vaguely Familiar Face. Chapter 760 Essence of the Luck Path True Inheritance. Chapter 760 Essence of the Luck Path True Inheritance. Fang Yuan and Feng Juzhe quickly connected and completed the transaction. Qin Baisheng had already started the auction of the next immortal GU. Feng Juzhe was expressionless as he looked at the Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal GU in his hands, his gaze flickering slightly. The strange feeling he had was still lingering around. After repeated twists and turns, I finally obtained this immortal GU. Even if I had to spend quite a lot, but considering the rewards for the sect's missions, they should be enough to cover for it and even more. Eat Strength Immortal GU might be precious, but it only has use to Strength Path GU Immortals. Even though I had to sacrifice Vaguely Familiar Face, it was only a portion of it. Even if I had to give the complete version, the core Immortal GU are still with me, so I don't have to fear the other side using it. Feng Juzhe thought it over for a while, his expression gradually easing up. In the main hall, many GU Immortals were bidding for the Immortal GU. While Fang Yuan, similar to Feng Juzhe, did not have his attention on the platform but on the goods he obtained. Feng Juzhe had let go of Eat Strength Immortal GU of his own accord, thus Fang Yuan was able to easily refine it and store it into his immortal aperture. This incomplete Wisdom Path inheritance was slightly more intact than Fang Yuan's malicious thought inheritance. It had the GU recipes from rank 1 to rank 5 of Memory Thought GU, and an Immortal GU recipe for Reminiscence Immortal GU, as well as several mortal killer moves. This Memory Thought GU is rather suitable for me. I can only recall my previous life's memories roughly. With the help of this GU, I should be able to recall more clearly. If I can refine the Reminiscence Immortal GU, it would be even better. Fang Yuan checked them and stored this Wisdom Path inheritance with satisfaction. For the time being, he was not planning to try and refine Immortal GU. There were extremely large costs involved in refining Immortal GU and the risks were also very high. Moreover, Fang Yuan already had many Immortal GU with him. Reminiscence Immortal GU was not necessary and would only be an additional bonus. The most urgent matter at hand for Fang Yuan was to get rid of the immortal zombie body and restore his living status. Even though he obtained Eat Strength Immortal GU, which could increase Tao marks, it was only a slight offset and could not compare to passing tribulations. Undergoing tribulation was dangerous, but the increase in Tao marks from doing so were extremely high. Were it not for this, He Lulan would not risk her life to pass tribulations. Fang Yuan carefully inspected vaguely familiar face. This was an incomplete immortal killer move. His initial estimation was that this was only 50% complete. However, Fang Yuan was already satisfied. He knew the other party would not take out the complete immortal killer move and sell it wholly to him. Obtaining this much was already good enough. Especially since the contents within did not conceal the crucial core immortal GU. The core immortal GU are the foundation of the killer move. They are in Spirit Affinity House's possession. Although I can't obtain it, I can remodel the killer move. Fang Yuan's intention was this. He had attainment in transformation path, and wisdom Gu's help along with the foundation of vaguely familiar face, the entirety of unfamiliar face. With the addition of 50% of vaguely familiar face's contents, he had high confidence. The 3 stages of familiar face are famous methods of thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, but I can take references from them. We are all humans in the end. If others can do it, why can't I? So there is no need to copy others' thoughts directly. Fang Yuan was optimistic about this. After a while, Qin Bai Sheng had already auctioned the final few immortal GU. Among them, the second last immortal GU unfortunately went unsold. The anticipation of the GU immortals were already pouring out of their gazes. Everyone was aware the next would be the main highlight of the auction, auctioning the essence of the luck path true inheritance. After secretly getting in contact with Qin Bai Sheng, Feng Yuan and Tai Bai Yun Sheng changed their secret rooms. Not only them, many GU immortals also did the same. After all, the essence of the luck path true inheritance had enormous value. Many GU immortals hoped others would not know what immortal GU they obtained. Truthfully, the GU immortals were allowed to casually change their secret rooms, and it could be said to be one of the loopholes of the auction rules. This auction was held in a hurry because of the situation. The loopholes were numerous, nowhere near as watertight as during the time of the 5 regions chaotic war in Feng Yuan's previous life. Regarding this point, Qin Bai Sheng was actually aware of it, but he was helpless. He held this auction to protect himself. If he put in too many rules, he would be offending many forces and many people. To him, holding the auction was enough. He naturally would not go offend others for this. Now it is time for the auction of the first item of the essence of the luck path true inheritance. It is a set of GU recipes for luck inspection GU. Qin Bai Sheng had just spoken and already attracted the intense attention of many GU immortals. Luck inspection GU. As the name implied, it was an investigative GU worm that could detect luck. Luck was formless and could not be detected by naked eyes or ordinary methods. It could only be done by using this luck inspection GU. It could be said that luck inspection GU was one of the main foundations of the luck path true inheritance. This luck inspection GU was even more useful to those GU immortals who had bought some luck path immortal GU beforehand, like leave luck GU, seal luck GU, transfer luck GU, break luck GU and so on. Qin Bai Sheng intentionally placed this set of GU recipes for luck inspection GU towards the end because he had thought it through. Looking at the restless GU immortals, Qin Bai Sheng continued. This set of luck inspection GU recipes does not only include the GU recipes of the mortal GU from rank 1 to rank 5, it also has a remnant immortal GU recipe for rank 7 luck inspection immortal GU. Is there not any luck inspection immortal GU? Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu asked. Qin Bai Sheng smiled. There is indeed a luck inspection immortal GU which is rank 6 and is with me, but I don't want to sell it. But I can guarantee that apart from this immortal GU, everything related to luck inspection GU is being auctioned off. Because of the previous agreement, Qin Bai Sheng's words were convincing. Not selling luck inspection immortal GU. Immediately, a GU immortal in the main hall frowned and showed his dissatisfaction openly. Qin Bai Sheng snorted as he gave the speaker a deadly stare. This is merely a rank 6 luck inspection immortal GU, I am confident of having the ability to protect it. Guo Rong, do you have an opinion? If you buy this immortal GU, can you keep it safe? GU immortal Guo Rong's expression changed, and he kept quiet. He was only a rank 6 GU immortal while Qin Bai Sheng was a rank 7 expert, the two could not be mentioned to be at the same level. Guo Rong looked around, and broke into cold sweat, inwardly cursing his mistake. He wanted to borrow everyone's power to force Qin Bai Sheng. But the other GU immortals were just observing like spectators. Qin Bai Sheng was indeed forced into holding the auction, but he still had the ability to keep a rank 6 luck inspection immortal GU safe. His strength allowed him to do so. After this small interlude, Qin Bai Sheng listed the requirements for trade. Because this does not involve immortal GU, you can use any resource to trade for it. Be it immortal essence stones or the immortal materials in the list. Saying so, he took out a list. There were a dozen or so immortal materials mentioned on the list, and the requirements for their quantities was not high like the shocking list that Fang Yuan brought out earlier. Qin Bai Sheng did not specialize in GU refinement. GU refinement consumed extremely large amounts of resources. Very few lone cultivators would go down this path, unless they had extremely high talent. Fang Yuan guessed that these immortal materials were very likely to be food for immortal GU. The auction began with an extremely intense atmosphere. Because it did not involve immortal GU, the threshold for the bidding was low, and for a while, most of the GU immortals made bids one after the other. In the main hall, the sounds of the bids being called out rose and fell. The speed of the bids being called out could be said to be at the peak since the auction began. The price quickly soared in the intense atmosphere. Qin Bai Sheng looked at all this with a smile on his face. Since he held this auction, he naturally made arrangements that were more profitable to himself. Fang Yuan also made bids a few times but was quickly surpassed by others. I have one luck inspection GU. Unfortunately, mortal GU are not effective against immortals. This set of mortal GU recipes has no benefits to me. Qin Bai Sheng has admitted he has the luck inspection immortal GU. So, even if I obtain the rank 7 remnant recipe and perfect it, immortal GU are unique, I won't be able to refine the rank 7 luck inspection immortal GU. Fang Yuan sensibly chose to stop bidding. He was merely one of those who retreated. The intense bidding soon eliminated a large group of people. Finally, only some experts like Yao Huang, the Eastern Sea rank 8 GU immortal, Feng Juzhe and Yuan Rangzun were left. These people all had a common point: they were all members of large forces. To them, mortal luck inspection GU were much more attractive than the rank 7 remnant recipe. Mortal luck inspection GU could be used to observe the luck of mortals. With them, these forces would have a completely new standard of detecting talents. For a long time, the GU master world had used aptitude as the standard for inspection. Besides the aptitude, there were also individual talents, disposition and fortuitous encounters. Talents consisted of battle talent, comprehension, refinement talent and so on. It would gradually be revealed as one continued to cultivate. Disposition could be observed through interaction. Only fortuitous encounters were hard to measure. Many times, GU masters with core aptitude and talents would soar to the sky, or have an unexpected rise due to fortuitous encounters. This was a common event. Especially in this world, where GU masters left behind their inheritances. If these forces had this GU, there was no doubt they could make a more comprehensive inspection of talents and raise more geniuses. The individual lone cultivators retreated from the bidding war. But to large forces, the luck inspection GU had extremely strong attraction, and each of them made fierce bids without conceding. Finally, this mortal GU recipe had reached a high price, and leaders of several forces were almost going to exchange with a mortal GU. It was then that Yao Huang said, I will guarantee on my name, if I purchase it first, I will put this GU recipe for sale in the open transaction later. Yao Huang was one of the 5 great rank 8s of Northern Plains with extremely high reputation. He was also a leader of the righteous path, and with his assurance, everyone retreated. Qin Bai Sheng felt very dissatisfied with this, but showed a smile on the surface, not daring to offend Yao Huang. Next, is the second item. A rank 7 immortal GU of luck path called reverse misfortune. As the name implies, this GU can change a person's bad luck to good luck. Qin Bai Sheng introduced loudly. This immortal GU was similar to calamity beckoning GU. Both were of luck path and both were rank 7, but comparing the responses, they were as distinct as heaven and earth. Many rank 7 GU immortals as well as rank 8 great experts made their bids. This immortal GU was extremely practical and there was no need to use luck inspection GU with it. It was indeed worthy of being an essence of the luck path true inheritance. A fierce competition resulted for reverse misfortune. The intense competition was no inferior to a bloodbath in a battlefield. Because the starting bid for reverse misfortune was a metal path rank 7 immortal GU, Fang Yuan could only watch from the sidelines. Finally, the price kept on soaring till it surpassed the high price records of worldly wave trace and delight in water and mountain, and took the first position.